Old Lady Feng, who had been listening carefully to the mother and daughter's conversation, became angry when she heard this. She looked up and met Old Lady Gu's icy, terrifying gaze. She was so frightened, she almost lost her footing. The people around didn't see Old Lady Gu's eyes, but they saw Old Lady Feng stumble and thought she was struck by something. They also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Old Lady Feng didn't cause trouble, they would be safe. Sweet Treasure listened to her mother's reply and nodded seriously. She reached out her chubby hand to gently hold her mother's smooth face and said earnestly, "Mother, you shouldn't look anymore. You are as beautiful as a flower, and father is as handsome as Pan, and father and mother are a perfect match. Father loves mother very much. So, mother, you shouldn't look anymore because father doesn't like that kind of thing." Her words had a subtle meaning. Old Lady Gu understood, and the frightened Old Lady Feng also understood. But since a little child said this, she thought Old Lady Gu must have often taught her children this way. Just as she was about to speak up to argue, a few maids pulled her away quickly. Seeing the chaos Sweet Treasure hurriedly told her mother to get into the carriage. After Old Lady Gu entered the carriage, she finally stepped inside herself. But from the corner of her eye, she saw a dark aura swirling around Old Lady Feng. When she blinked and looked again, Old Lady Feng was gone. What you sow, you shall reap. Being a good person and doing good deeds is important. Sweet Treasure let out a barely audible sigh and then entered the carriage. Outside, Lucy quickly packed up the small stool and skillfully drove the carriage towards the county town. Old Lady Gu reached out and hugged Sweet Treasure, gently rubbing her smooth hair. She remembered what her daughter had just said and casually asked, "Good girl, where did you hear those words?" She secretly guessed it was Old Master Gu, as he often said such things. "I heard it from father." Sweet Treasure squinted her almond-shaped eyes and happily leaned into her mother's embrace, softly answering. She had heard those words many times since she was born. Back then, her father would quietly come into the house when her mother was out, hold her in his arms, and repeat those words over and over. Her mother still didn't know what her father had done. After all, how could a newborn baby complain? Mrs. Gu understood but didn't ask further, as she truly felt her palm itching and planned to settle old scores with Gu Xianchen later. Soon, the carriage arrived in front of their restaurant. After the mother and daughter got out, Lucy drove the carriage to the backyard to unload the belongings. It was morning, and there were few customers inside. Guyan was counting yesterday's earnings at the counter. Aside from the first few days of opening, which brought in a good income, the following days had been quite steady. But, thinking of this, Gu Yan frowned slightly. She remembered the style of the neighboring restaurant and found it very cheap. While she was busy counting money, she didn't notice Mrs. Gu bringing Sweet Bao inside. As soon as Sweet Bao saw her, she broke free from Mrs. Gu's hand and ran straight to Sister Lu. "Six sister, I miss you so much." Sweet Bao hugged Sister Lu's leg and said she missed her. Guyan was still worried about the neighboring restaurant when suddenly a small, soft ball of flesh hugged her. She steadied herself and heard the familiar gentle voice, which made her very happy. She immediately forgot about the neighboring restaurant situation. "Little sister, I miss you too, Six sister." Guyan said this while holding her close, resting her head on Sweet Bao and quietly smelling her familiar milky scent. Sweet Bao also wrapped her arms around Sister Lu's neck. When she entered, she saw Six sister with a deep frown, knowing she was facing a problem. She ran over to comfort her, but the main hall wasn't the place for talking. She whispered a few words into Gu Yan's ear. Mrs. Gu saw her two daughters leave and was left standing alone. A young shop assistant nearby, seeing Mrs. Gu standing there, respectfully called out, "Madam, hello." Mrs. Gu waved her hand, signaling him to continue working. She looked around, checking if there was anything she could help with. Guyan took Sweet Bao to a private room on the second floor. After closing the door, Sweet Bao couldn't wait to ask, "Six sister, is business not going well lately?" Guyan shook her head. She had underestimated running a restaurant. She thought that if she did her best and made customers happy, Business would be steady.
But now,
The restaurant's business is okay, but our small dishes have been copied by the neighboring restaurant, and they sell them at lower prices. Originally, their side dishes were sold at half price or given away, but now the other place was even cheaper, so customers went there instead. When Tianbao heard about this matter, she felt relieved. She had thought it was something serious. Sixth sister, these small ingredients are easy for everyone to learn. A few days ago, I had a different dream with many strange spices, all of which can be used for cooking. If I can find those, that would be even better. Since simple ingredients are easy to learn, what about the more complex ones? Although she is from another world and mostly focused on research, she also has some knowledge about food and is very interested in planting. If she can grow those spices herself and master the process, then even if other restaurants want to buy them later, they would have to buy from her. Whether she sells or not depends on the person. Guyan listened to her younger sister dreaming again and felt no worry. She immediately asked excitedly, "How can we find them?" Getting the seeds would be the best. That day on the mountain, she found many plants of spices and secretly moved them into her space. Now they are thriving, except for cumin. Cumin is essential for making grilled meat. Seeds? Guyan's eyes lit up when she heard this. Running a restaurant involves many visitors, including many merchants. If she pays attention secretly, she will surely find some. "Don't worry, younger sister, I will handle this," Guyan assured her. Tianbao also relaxed and looked at her sixth sister, no longer afraid like before. She felt very happy. She gave a few more instructions to keep an eye on the seeds or any other plants, any kind of seed. Guyan didn't know what her younger sister wanted so many seeds for, but since they were useful, she didn't think too much. The two sisters then whispered to each other. Before long, the door of the private room was knocked loudly.
Bang, bang, bang.
"Master." A group just took the lady away. The person was a young worker from the inn. Seeing the situation was serious, he quickly sent some people to the back courtyard to find Manager Liu and also went upstairs to call the master. Guyan and Tianbao exchanged a look, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They hurriedly ran down from the private room. In the main hall, a few diners sat, but now they were all huddled together, looking scared. Guyan asked the young worker what had happened and sent someone to the yamen to call her older brother and report the incident. Tianbao didn't follow Guyan, but instead looked at the diners nearby. Seeing their frightened expressions, she suspected they knew something. She turned and walked over, lifting her small head to look at the diners. Her usually beautiful almond-shaped eyes were now misty with water, and her face showed a look of grievance as she asked the people in front of her, "Uncles, have you seen my mother being taken away by anyone?" The diners looked around, clenched their teeth, but said nothing. Sweet Bao watched their fearful expressions and realized they must be powerful people. At first, she thought of the Tao family, but then she thought it was unlikely. The people who could make diners afraid were definitely from Fenglai County. "Uncles, please tell me. I don't want to be without my mother. If I lose her, my father will marry a stepmother, and she will surely hit me." She was just talking to set the mood, but she almost burst into tears right there. The diners were kind-hearted people. Although they were afraid of trouble, seeing this cute child worried about losing her mother made them feel uneasy. "Little girl, don't cry. Uncle will tell you everything. The person who took your mother is the son of the local clerk named Yin Xiao. He's used to causing trouble, often robbing women, and the common people suffer in silence." Yes. In our village, Zhang the S daughter is very pretty. One day, she went to buy medicine for Zhang, but unexpectedly met Yin Xiao. When he tried to harass her in the street and failed, he got angry and ordered his men to take her away. When our villagers arrived, that girl. The diner choked up at this point. Even the 1.5-foot-tall man couldn't forget what he saw that day. Zhang Li also went to the yamen to complain but was beaten and thrown out. Now he's sick. Hearing this, Sweet Bao clenched her small fists in anger. She knew who it was, and it was easy to handle. Thinking about Yin Zhao's deeds made her feel very sick. She suspected he had done more than just this. A father who's not a real father, only thinking of marrying his daughter to a married man, and his son even learned to try to take a woman much older than himself. "Thank you, uncles. I'll treat you to a meal, and please leave through the back door later," Sweet Bao said. She was worried that if the diners left through the front, Yin Zhao's men might see them, so she arranged for them to go out the back. The men looked ashamed and nodded in thanks. Sweet Bao had just taken a few steps when she stopped again. The diners behind her looked at her with confusion, as if they didn't understand her meaning. Sweet Bao turned around and said to a few people, "Are you saying that Zhang the S daughter was also kidnapped by Yin Xiao? Please write a report and submit it to our Guji restaurant in 3 days. I will help you seek justice." If only we could find reports from other victims. The diners heard this and understood what the girl meant. They froze in place, not even knowing when she left. They weren't sure whether to trust her, but seeing her calm expression just now, they suddenly believed her. "Let's go. We'll write the report." The diners quickly became motivated, leaving through the back door. They planned to split up and find others who wanted revenge, but lacked the power. Maybe this grudge can be settled. After receiving useful information, Sweet Bao caught the hidden leader who was watching from the shadows. "Uncle, I don't have time to explain everything now. Did you send someone to follow when my mother was taken?" The leader looked expressionless, but was surprised inside. When he heard the young lady speak, he quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, miss. I already ordered people to secretly protect Madame San. Do you know where she is now? She has arrived at a village outside the county. It belongs to the Yin family. Private property?" Sweet Bao frowned and asked, "Is the government salary high?" The leader lowered his head and said, "Fonglai County is somewhat busy, but the county magistrate's monthly salary is only a few taels. The clerk's salary is even less. It's funny, low pay but able to buy a village? Uncle, have someone investigate the Yin family. Collect evidence of their harm to the common people. Also, I want a few uncles to gather reports from people oppressed by Yin Xiao. When the time comes, you'll need to support them. If the county magistrate can't handle it, go to the prefect's office and ask for the prefect. Miss, don't worry. I will handle this properly." The leader received the order, started organizing the work, and left a few people to protect Sweet Bao. After everything was arranged, Sweet Bao went to find Sister Lu, wanting to explain everything. Before she could speak, she saw a tall figure enter from outside. He was dressed in a dark green robe, with black hair high and sharp eyes. As soon as he saw his 2 younger sisters, his expression softened slightly. Old Master Gu saw his 2 daughters and asked with concern, "Are you both okay?" Gu Yan and Sweet Treasure shook their heads at the same time. Before old Gu could ask again, Sweet Treasure ran to him and recounted what she had heard from the diners, though she did not mention encountering the secret master. At the end, she subtly referenced Zhuangzi's teachings. Old Gu immediately understood the situation. Usually quiet, his eyes now burned with intense anger, as if he wanted to tear the other person apart. Sweet Treasure had been watching her older brother closely, worried he might ruin his future over a petty person. She also knew her mother well. She was not a weak person. If others could easily take her away, they must have their own plans. "I will go with you to save Mother," Sweet Treasure decided firmly. She was determined to rescue her mother with her brother. If they couldn't win, she would take her mother into a space to hide. Despite old Gu's attempts to dissuade her, Sweet Treasure refused to listen. Reluctantly, he took her along. They also asked Lu Shi to drive the carriage. The group left together. Guyan stayed at the restaurant, feeling unmotivated to run it. She posted a sign saying they were closed for the day. Hearing that the new restaurant had closed, the manager of the neighboring restaurant hurried to the 3rd floor. He knocked on the innermost door, and inside, a melodious male voice sounded, clear and soothing, like a gentle spring.
"Come in."
As soon as the voice finished, the manager pushed open the door and entered. Inside, fragrant sandalwood smoke filled the air. A golden-threaded white curtain hung to the ground, and behind it, a man was faintly visible, half reclining, but his face was unclear. The manager bowed and relayed the news from his servant. After a while, he heard no response from inside. Just as he was unsure what to do, the pleasant male voice spoke again. In this small phone-like county, there are still people who oppress the common folk? Send a message to the county magistrate. He will know what to do. If he's protecting them, he'll lose his official hat. The manager was puzzled. Since the opening of Guji restaurant a few days ago, the owner had visited several times and seemed to have changed. Now, he was paying close attention to the restaurant's affairs and was very concerned about. Now that Guji restaurant was in trouble, the owner was still focused on solving the problem.
Master.
This might not be good. The manager hesitated. Since their restaurant was in competition with the other, he felt uneasy about the situation. If you find this difficult, then you should return to the capital, said the man, turning over as if he no longer wanted to discuss the matter. The shopkeeper, seeing this, clenched his teeth and left, following his master's orders. Meanwhile, old Lady Gu's hands were tied behind her back. Luckily, no one covered her eyes. Her gaze shifted to the man sitting nearby. After a quick look, she looked away. Just that glance made her feel uncomfortable. His features were very sharp and seemed to have a purpose. From his appearance, she could tell who the kidnapper was. It was just the clerk from the government office. She didn't know why he had kidnapped her. Could it be because he found out that old Master Gu was her son? If she had known earlier, she would have told old Master Gu privately to handle the problem and not come to see her. Now she was caught. Yin Xiao saw the beautiful lady looking sad and thought he was being gentle, so he smiled confidently and softly said, "Young lady, don't be afraid. I just want to talk to you." Old Lady Gu frowned as she looked at the man in front of her. She thought he was not only ugly but also blind. How could an old lady like her be called young lady? She just frowned and pretended not to recognize him. Then she asked, "Who are you? Why are you holding me?" Her voice trembled a little, as if she was truly scared. If her daughter, Sweetie, saw her like this, she would definitely think her mother was acting again. Yin Xiao was very pleased to see the young lady scared. His smile grew wider. He carefully and patiently said, "Young lady, don't be afraid. My surname is Yin, my name is Xiao. A few days ago, I saw your wife from afar outside the government office. I was struck by her beauty, and today we meet again by chance." The last time he saw the young lady, he liked her immediately. He thought she was Gu Shufeng's wife, but after some investigation, he found she was not. He also asked a young constable on duty that day, who said he didn't recognize her. She was just there to ask about some matters. Later, he learned that she was quite wealthy, having spent 3,000 taels to rent a restaurant. In the past few days, he had sent people to watch the restaurant's entrance every day. After several days with no news, he was about to punish his men when he heard that the young lady had appeared. He immediately ordered his men to tie her up and then rode quickly to a manor outside the county. Mrs. Gu immediately understood that she had been brought here without any connection to the official in charge. She couldn't remember how she met this person. Perhaps she didn't see him when it happened? Fate?
Bah.
I swear I will teach you a lesson later and make you regret it. At the government office? I don't remember ever being there, but is this how you treat guests? Mrs. Gu pretended to be weak and stretched her bound hands. She saw Yin Xiao smirk slightly, but didn't answer her question. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt the carriage stop. The curtain was pulled open from outside, and a man called out to Yin Xiao, "Young master, the estate has arrived." Yin Xiao nodded, turned to look at Mrs. Gu with a smile, and softly said, "Miss, we've arrived. Please get out." Mrs. Gu didn't hesitate. She stood up immediately and stepped out of the carriage. When her guards tried to help her down, she sidestepped and avoided their hands, jumping down from the carriage herself. This startled Yin Xiao, who quickly got out of the carriage, examined her carefully, and after seeing she was safe, he relaxed and signaled someone nearby to bring the young lady into his house. Mrs. Gu obediently followed without resistance, constantly glancing at the surrounding buildings and remembering the escape route. When they reached a luxurious house, the guards pushed her inside and coldly warned, "Stay here quietly. If you try to escape, our young master has ways to deal with troublemakers." They then slammed the door shut and locked it from outside. Once the guards left, Mrs. Gu lowered her hands and rubbed her aching wrists. Keeping her arms in that position had been very tiring. She looked around the room, noticing the decorations, pink sheer curtains everywhere and dark stains on the floor. When she got closer, she realized they were bloodstains. Her expression darkened as she looked at the scattered blood spots of different sizes. She took a deep breath, worried she might have to hurt someone later. Mrs. Gu didn't stay long in the room before hearing someone humming a tune outside. She quickly pretended to be, and unable to move, clutching her ropes tightly. Outside, Yin Xiao whistled as he walked over. Seeing the locked door, he raised an eyebrow, clearly in a good mood. He slightly lifted his chin to signal a servant nearby to open the door. The servant quickly took out a key from his pocket and unlocked it. Yin Xiao happily stepped inside. He looked at the young lady, who had a cold expression and a hint of icy beauty, which made him even more pleased. Young lady, although this place has been new, Yin Xiao, promise you that if you join me, you'll enjoy a good life. I get to eat meat, and you'll have soup and drinks.
How about that?
Old Lady Goose sneered when she heard this. He eats meat, so I should drink soup? I might as well just beat him to death. Forget about killing or not killing. Yin Xiao looked at the young lady, who didn't answer. He thought she was moved. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If all women were as easy to persuade as her, they wouldn't have all lost their lives. Feeling a bit better, Yin Xiao walked over and lit some sandalwood incense nearby. As soon as it was lit, Old Lady Gu held her breath. Yin Xiao finished lighting the incense, and, noticing that Old Lady Gu was holding her breath, he took a deep breath himself. Then, he confidently approached her. Just as he reached out to touch her face, she suddenly struck him with her hand, causing him to almost faint. She didn't use much force. She just didn't want to see Yin Xiao's face, so she had to act. However, the sound of Yin Xiao falling to the ground attracted the attention of the servants outside. Young master, are you all right? A servant called out. Receiving no answer, the servant hesitated but pushed open the door and went inside. To his surprise, Old Lady Gu had already hidden behind the door. When he saw Yin Xiao on the ground, she quickly stepped forward. Just as she reached out to check on him, she was knocked out by someone. After hitting Yin Xiao, Old Lady Gu was out of breath. She hurried outside to take a few deep breaths, then returned inside and took the house key. Before leaving, she glanced at the burning sandalwood incense and casually locked the door tightly. After finishing everything, Old Lady Gu found a shady spot to rest for a while. She was old and needed to conserve her strength for these efforts. 15 minutes later, a carriage was rushing toward the county gate. As it approached, 3 people got off. Lu Shi was ordered to stay on the carriage. When the time came to rescue the person, she was to drive away immediately. At this moment, outside Zhuangzi, there was no one guarding. Old Gu and Sweet Bao, one big and one small, moved quietly forward. They carefully approached the door, saw it wide open, and just as Old Gu was about to peek inside, Sweet Bao pulled him back and slipped inside herself, crouching low. After taking a few steps, she looked around carefully. When she saw no one nearby, she waved to her older brother, signaling him to follow quietly. The 2 of them explored cautiously, one leading the way, the other watching the rear. Just as Sweet Bao was about to continue forward, she suddenly heard a crisp snapping sound, like something being stepped on. Before she could hide, Old Gu quickly pulled her into some bushes nearby. They both stared intently at the source of the sound. They saw a beautiful woman emerge from under a tree, yawning as she walked and muttering, "What a broken place. Not even a branch to pick up. It'd be good for firewood." Seeing the woman, Sweet Bao's eyes lit up. She excitedly tugged on her brother's sleeve, pointed at their mother with her chubby finger, and before he could react, she rolled like a ball straight into her grandmother's arms. Grandma was startled by the sudden ball-like figure. After she recovered, she recognized her daughter and couldn't help but smile and kiss her. "Good girl. Why did you come here?" At this moment, the mother seemed to forget she had been kidnapped. "Mom, weren't you kidnapped?" Sweet Bao, still in Grandma's arms, asked. Could it be that her mother defeated all those people, which is why she and her brother came in and didn't see anyone? After resting for a while, Grandma finally remembered her situation. She was not afraid at all. She just glanced at the distant locked door, knowing that from this distance she wouldn't hear any noise. Mom is clever. That's why she didn't fall into the bad guy's trap, Grandma said with a smile. Then she turned her head and looked at her son, saying, Yin Zhao's people are all in the backyard. Go and clean up the mess. She lifted her delicate chin and pointed toward the backyard, the same path she had come from earlier. Following that path would lead directly to the backyard. Earlier, she wanted to find a place to rest for a while, but unexpectedly, she followed the path straight into the backyard. She happened to see a group of servants passionately talking about Yin Zhao's bad deeds. Hearing this made her feel sick and unable to listen anymore. She then appeared and beat all of them up. She was glad she could vent her anger, which she had originally planned to take out on old Master Gu, on these traitorous dogs instead. For a moment, she felt regretful that she couldn't confront the old man herself. Sweet Bao looked up and saw a flash of regret on her mother's face. She silently lowered her head, seeming to understand something but not wanting to understand too much. She hoped her father would live a long life. When old Master Gu heard this, his expression grew serious. He had no doubt about his wife's ability to fight. Now he only hoped these people would stay alive. He collected his thoughts and quickly walked toward the backyard. When he saw the group of people piled up together, he almost felt weak in his legs. At that moment, he was very grateful that his father was still alive. Old Master Gu looked at these people and saw no sign of remorse. Instead, they seemed more enraged after his arrival. His brows furrowed. He recognized these people. They often used their official titles to bully the common folk. He had repeatedly reported this to the county magistrate, but all his suggestions were rejected, which only emboldened them. This time, he had angered them further. They falsely accused him, took away his shop, and he resolutely left the government office. He had no regrets about his choice. However, the chief clerk Yin should never have targeted his family. Thinking of this, old Master Gu's eyes darkened with anger. He beat a few more of his henchmen until they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, then let them go. Captain Gu, today you deceive us. Tomorrow, my master will take your life. One of the henchmen, struggling to get up, said fiercely. Old Master Gu only glanced coldly at him and said softly, Today, I spare your lives to see what tricks you might try. Don't let me down. After saying this, he turned away with a cold face, ignoring the wailing behind him. Grandmother Gu was talking to Sweet Bao when she heard some movement behind her. She turned and saw her eldest son walking over with a stern face. Seeing his expression, she blinked but didn't ask much. Instead, she hugged Sweet Bao and left the village. As for what happened next, she left it to her secret guards to handle. She believed that in a few days, the Yin family would probably disappear completely from this place. Sweet Bao sighed with some disappointment. She hadn't yet found a way to save people, and yet her mother had already rescued herself. In the courtyard, Yin Xiao slowly woke up. The room was filled with a pleasant scent, making him feel very happy. However, he also felt dizzy and weak all over. He didn't know why at first, but when he turned his head and saw the people behind him, he was so shocked that he fainted. A new round begins. Lu Shi drove the carriage quickly back to Gu Ji restaurant. They didn't enter through the front door, but went straight to the backyard. When they first took over this restaurant, they didn't realize how big the backyard was. Now it seemed like they had found a treasure. Gu Yan learned the news from the second young master and hurried to the backyard. Seeing Grandma Gu getting off the carriage safely, her eyes turned slightly red. She suppressed her excitement and quickly stepped forward to help Grandma Gu down. Mother. Grandma Gu patted Yan's shoulder to comfort her. She was fine herself. Small scenes like this were common when she was young. It's okay. You should stay in the restaurant these days and not go out, she advised with concern. Thinking that Yin Xiao might not have a good outcome, she felt a bit more at ease. Gu Yan nodded without asking further. Instead, She went to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water for Grandma Gu to bathe. She also found a brazier with some charcoal inside, placed it at the door, and lit it. The bright flames shot up high. When the fire weakened, Grandma Gu stepped over with her dress in hand. After Grandma Gu finished everything, an hour and a half had passed. Gu Yan prepared lunch. After they finished eating, Grandma Gu called her eldest brother away. What she said was unknown. Gu Yan and Sweet Bao looked at each other in confusion. Gu Yan didn't know what was happening, but Sweet Bao had a faint guess. Earlier, Sixth Sister had sent someone to call Big Brother and report to the officials, but only Big Brother, dressed in plain clothes, came. No other officials followed. Maybe Big Brother had some trouble. Mother called Big Brother away alone, perhaps because she discovered something. Sweet Bao frowned and stood still, recalling how handsome Big Brother looked in his official uniform. Although he still looked charming now, there seemed to be a hint of worry in his expression. Could something have happened? While Tian Bao was feeling confused, she saw her mother and older brother come out. At that moment, her eyes focused on her older brother. She knew that her brothers were skilled in martial arts. If her older brother didn't want to return to the government office, maybe he could help with her plan. It was like escorting valuables, but not exactly. They could transport goods, hire people, or give out tasks. As long as the pay was good, everything was possible. Thinking of this, Tian Bao felt very excited and full of hope. After Grandma Gu and Big Brother Gu left the private room, their conversation was unknown. Grandma Gu looked at Tian Bao after she finished eating and drinking, then turned to take Tian Bao home. She didn't know how her old husband was doing with the Sichuan pepper, so she asked Big Brother Gu to keep an eye on the town's news and protect Gu Yan if necessary. Big Brother Gu received the order, watched his mother and sister leave, then found Lu Dong. They worked together to set up protection around the area. Meanwhile, Lu Shi drove the cart back to Shirtu village. After Grandma Gu and Tian Bao got off, Lu Shi went to unload the cart. The Gu family now had more empty rooms, so Lu Shi was asked to stay and be a guard. It would also make traveling easier for him. The main gate of the Gu family was wide open. It was clear that old Master Gu, who had gone up the mountain early in the morning, had returned. When Grandma Gu led Tian Bao into the gate, she saw old Master Gu sitting nearby, covered in dirt and panting heavily. He was wiping sweat from his forehead with his hand. Next to him, a dead animal lay on the ground, twitching occasionally, clearly not fully dead. When the mother and daughter returned home and rested, old Master Gu suddenly looked over. Seeing his beautiful wife standing there, coldly watching him, he suddenly felt wronged inside. He blinked and, full of sadness, called out, "Wife." Grandma Gu had already calmed down earlier, but seeing old Master Gu again made her anger flare up. She pointed at the wolf's body and asked, "What is this? Why did you bring a wild wolf home? It looks like it's still alive, twitching sometimes." Next to them, Tian Bao looked at the wolf. Its silver white fur shimmered in the sunlight, shining like stars. When her parents weren't paying attention, she quietly took some spiritual spring water from her space and, while they were talking, tiptoed over. Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu didn't notice the little actions of Sweet Baby. Nearby, Grandpa Gu lowered his head and whispered, "Today I went up the mountain, but before I could go far, this guy blocked me outside. I got angry and fought with this wild wolf all morning." The wild wolf finally grew tired and fainted. After hitting it once more, he planned to leave the body on the mountain but was worried the wolf might wake up and hold a grudge, seeking revenge. So, he decided to carry the wolf back instead. Hearing this, Grandma Gu quickly asked, "Is the wolf dead?" If it is, she thought it would be good to add it as a dish at their restaurant. "Mother, the wolf is not dead. It's still alive." Sweet Baby poured the spiritual spring water into the wolf's mouth. Soon, the wolf's eyes twitched a few times, then suddenly opened wide like a wolf. After a few seconds of silent staring between the girl and the wolf, Sweet Baby finally realized that this huge creature was a fierce wolf. But surprisingly, the wolf did not attack her. Instead, it happily rubbed its head against her palm and even placed its chin in her small hand, as if wanting her to play with it. Confused, Sweet Baby used her small hand to scratch the fluffy chin, thinking to herself that she had never raised a wolf, only cats. Sadly, she once bought a weekend cat, which soon went to the cat planet. Since then, she never dared to keep a cat again. Although she hadn't raised a wolf, she had raised a cat. Both are animals. Even though one is from the dog family and the other from the cat family, they probably need similar care. Looking at the small wolf depending on her, her heart softened instantly. She gently stroked the little wolf with affection and decided she would keep it. Just now, she said that the wolf wasn't dead, and the courtyard fell silent. She looked up confused at her stunned father and her dazed mother, then looked down at the pampered wolf. Suddenly, she quietly withdrew her hand. She softly said, "Daddy, Mommy, this big cat is so cute."
Wow.
Her ability to tell lies with her eyes wide open is getting better. First, she called a ginseng a big radish, then called a lingji mushroom a big mushroom. Now, even the wild wolf was called a big cat. But she also told the truth sometimes, like when she met that beautiful auntie, which made her want to act cute. Although she has the mind of an adult, she wishes to be carefree, like a 3-year-old child. Heaven let her carry the memories of her past life into ancient times, perhaps to let her enjoy life to the fullest. Grandma Goo and Grandpa Goo looked at her in shock, seeing her as a very obedient big cat. Old Master Goo and Old Lady Goo exchanged glances, seeming uncertain as they looked again at the very obedient wild wolf. Both swallowed hard. Old Lady Goo was the first to speak, calling softly, "Good girl, come here." While calling her daughter over, she shot a quick glare at Old Master Goo, seeming to think he was meddlesome. If he hadn't brought the wild wolf back, their daughter wouldn't have slipped away when they weren't paying attention. Old Master Goo also grew anxious. He knew how fierce the wild wolf could be. He had thought he would beat the wolf into submission, but surprisingly, the wolf had become lively again. At this moment, Old Master Goo felt very regretful. If they had just left the wolf in the mountains, none of this would have happened. But he also wanted to show off to his wife. Sweet Treasure saw her parents worried and didn't hesitate. She stood up, and before leaving, she roughly patted the wolf's head, then slowly walked over to her mother. The wild wolf, lying on the ground, watched her leave. Its amber eyes stayed fixed on her figure. After she moved to the side, the wolf seemed to be thinking, swaying for a moment before slowly standing up. It lowered its head and walked towards Sweet Treasure. Once Sweet Treasure was away from the wolf, Old Lady Goo and Old Master Goo breathed a sigh of relief. But before Old Master Goo could speak, the wolf that had been lying down wobbled and started walking toward their daughter. Seeing this, Old Master Goo's heart immediately tensed. He rushed in front of his daughter to protect her and her mother. Watching the wolf approach with its head drooping, he became very cautious, ready to punch the wolf if it got too close, hoping to kill it with one. Just as Old Master Goo clenched his fists, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. He looked down and saw it was his daughter's bright, watery almond-shaped eyes. Seeing his daughter's pleading gaze, Old Master Goo's heart softened instantly. "Dad, please don't hurt the big cat, okay? Look how pitiful she is. Can we keep her?" She didn't know why, but the moment she saw the wild wolf, she felt an overwhelming sense of pity. She quietly took some spiritual spring water from her space and fed it to the wolf. She had thought the wolf would bite her arms or legs, but surprisingly, it didn't bite her at all. Instead, it seemed to like her very much. This confused her a bit, since in her previous life, she wasn't particularly loved by animals. She couldn't figure it out and didn't think much more about it. Maybe it was the credit of the spiritual spring water. Now that there are fewer people at home, having a guard dog is also good. Old Lady Goo looked at the obedient wolf. After Sweet Treasure approached, the wolf became very gentle, even acting like a well-behaved little cat in her hands. When she heard Sweet Treasure's pleading, before Old Master Goo could speak and refuse, she quickly agreed. "If you want to keep it, then keep it. But you must tell it not to hurt our family members. Besides that, you'll be responsible for feeding it daily." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure happily ran to the wild wolf, petting its silver-white fur. She couldn't help but whisper, "You have to be good, okay? Don't hurt our family members in the future." Old Master Gu looked at Old Lady Gu, who seemed to have made her decision, and felt a bit unhappy. He asked in a low voice, "How can you agree to this? That wild animal is too dangerous." He patiently tried to persuade Old Lady Gu to take back her promise, but once she said something, it wasn't so easy to retract. She turned her face to him and asked without forgetting about Grandma Foam, "Old Master Gu, when you proposed marriage to my family, you never mentioned seeing anyone, right? So? I heard you saw Grandma Foam?" Old Lady Gu didn't care if Sweet Treasure was nearby. She asked without hesitation. She had planned to ask about this when no one was around, but now, Old Master Gu was stunned. What is this about? Wasn't he just talking about Sweet Treasure raising the wolf? How did it suddenly turn to him? And who saw Grandma Foam? That's just slander. Sweet Treasure, who was whispering to the wolf, didn't bother to brainwash it anymore. Instead, she perked up her ears to listen to her parents' conversation. Old Master Gu was amused but patient. He asked, "I have never seen anyone." He was from a noble family. If he truly liked a girl, he would have sent someone to propose. But he had never liked any girl in Jing. Once during a trip, he only liked Old Lady Gu. Later, other things happened in Jing, and he resolutely came to Fenglai County. After she arrived, he heard that her family already had someone they liked. If he hadn't secretly chased the person away, it might not have been so easy to marry Madame Gu. But Old Master Gu didn't know that his greatest help in marrying his wife was his elder brother. If you didn't see her as a good match, why are you still so obsessed with her? Madame Gu frowned, feeling puzzled. After marrying Old Master Gu, she moved here. She had heard rumors before but never paid much attention, just like now. Her husband's heart and mind are with her, so how could she not know? It was just a matter of distracting Old Master Gu's thoughts. Thinking of this, Old Master Gu couldn't help but feel angry. If the other person weren't older, he would have beaten him up. Old Master Gu thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. He quietly said, "Maybe it's because your husband is too outstanding, which makes him easy to be remembered." Hearing this, Madame Gu chuckled softly. When Old Master Gu heard her laugh, he immediately felt safe and let out a sigh of relief. "Wife, your smile is so beautiful." Old Master Gu looked directly at Madame Gu. Upon closer look, he found she looked even more beautiful than before, and she seemed to be getting younger. Who would believe she was already a grandmother? Madame Gu blushed at his compliment and playfully glared at him. She thought she might hear some gossip, but unexpectedly, she was served a big dose of sweet words. She silently sighed, then reached out to the wolf's chin, muttering, "Little White, luckily you came. You can keep me company while I eat this dog food. Otherwise, how would I get through the days?" Now, only they and second brother Lu were at home. But second brother Lu rarely stayed, often going to the farm. So, in the end, she was the only one left to enjoy the dog food. Sweet Bao quietly led Da Bai to the backyard. Near the chicks, she built a nest and also took out an unused quilt, carefully preparing a cozy spot for Xiao Bai. She made sure Xiao Bai could see if the nest was comfortable. Once Xiao Bai, a large dog, crawled in, the already big nest became just the right size. She was worried it might get rained on, so she placed the nest in the corner of the wall. She also introduced Xiao Bai to the chicks she was raising and warned him not to eat them. Looking at the chicks, which had grown several times bigger, she felt hungry herself. After finishing all her chores, Sweet Baby suddenly remembered she hadn't bought vegetable seeds when she went to the county town today. She had already planned where to plant the vegetables at home, but she forgot the most important seeds. Thinking about what happened today, Sweet Baby pondered for a moment and then went to the front yard to find her father and mother, who were sunbathing. Seeing her father smiling and joking, it was clear he didn't know someone was watching over his wife. She knew she had to tell her father to protect her mother. If her father had been with her today, he would have stayed close to her mother. Her father was skilled in martial arts and could surely fight off any troublemakers. Thinking of this, Sweet Baby decided to tell her father everything. She walked over to him, holding her little belly with both hands. Old Master Gu was still talking to Old Lady Gu. When he saw his daughter walking over angrily, he froze in place. He watched his angry daughter come up and stand in front of him. "Daughter, what's wrong?" he asked. Was she upset because of the earlier matter about not letting her raise a wolf? Was she trying to settle the score now? But no, that wasn't like his daughter. Sweet Baby didn't beat around the bush. She immediately said, "Father, today my mother was kidnapped inside Six Sisters restaurant." Hearing this, Old Master Gu was stunned like a thunderclap. He couldn't react for a moment. After a long pause, he finally said, "Yenji's restaurant?" His daughter had opened a restaurant? He didn't know. Last time, he said, he didn't agree. He hadn't even tried to argue again. How did she open a restaurant? His mind was filled with the thought of Yenji opening a restaurant, but he didn't know his daughter had done it. He was only now realizing it. He wondered, why were Xiao Yi and the others still going to school? Why were Yenji and Qingjie following along? Now he finally understood. Sweet Baby nodded. To make sure her father heard clearly, she repeated what she just said, emphasizing the word kidnapped. Old Master Gu, who was focused on the restaurant, suddenly turned his head to look at Old Lady Gu sitting nearby in the sun. After checking her limbs and seeing she had no injuries, he lowered his trembling hands and asked in a deep voice, "Good daughter, tell me carefully what happened." Sweet Baby explained the dangerous scene that happened inside the restaurant. Her mother occasionally added a comment. When both mother and daughter stopped speaking, they all looked at Old Master Gu, who had a pale face. "Wife, you've suffered today. Rest early tonight with Sweet Baby. Don't wait for me," he said with a serious face after hearing their story. Tonight, he plans to check the situation. If the person isn't dead, he must leave them with just enough breath to survive. When Grandma Gu heard this, she raised her eyebrows but didn't stop him. Instead, she got up immediately to prepare a hearty lunch for Grandpa Gu, so that after eating, he would have the strength to fight. That night, under a sky full of stars, the darkness was deep. The stars twinkled, and the crescent moon hung high, bringing a faint light to the silent night. Grandpa Gu, having tidied up, took advantage of the darkness to slip out several dozen meters, followed by the Dark Lord, who had been hiding in the shadows. In just a short time, he had gathered all the evidence against the Yin family. Grandpa Gu knew where the Yin family's farm outside the county was. Using light skills, he reached the farm in no time, with the Dark Lord following behind. Third Master. Xian, tomorrow you will lead people to watch a show. Our Lady has given the Yin family such a big gift. It must be known to everyone. Before leaving, Grandma Gu whispered some words not suitable for children. To Grandpa Gu, his wife had shown mercy, so he immediately came to see how things were going. Yes, Third Master. The Dark Lord received the order. Just as he was about to turn and give instructions, Grandpa Gu stopped him. "I heard the Yin family has a young daughter who's always thinking about our eldest, even causing him to lose his official position." He paused, seeming to mock with a light laugh, then continued, "She's just a little constable anyway. Losing her position now is no big deal. Since she likes men so much, why not give her a few? It can be our Gu family's way of saying thanks." Grandpa Gu looked up at the moonlight, feeling a bit cold, but his tone was casual as he gave orders. The Gu family always protected their own, especially now that his wife and son had been wronged. The Dark Lord looked coldly at the Third Master, feeling that today he was a bit more courageous. Maybe next time, he'd be less aggressive with him. After the Dark Lord left, Grandpa Gu took a step into the farm, but soon he returned, looking relaxed and happy. In a good mood, he went to visit the Yin family again to do a little something. After finishing his business, Grandpa Gu hurried back home, waiting for dawn to arrive so he could take his mother and daughter into the county together. Meanwhile, after sending the children to school early in the morning, the eldest Gu took his wife, sister-in-law, and little Six to Gu's restaurant. At this moment, the sky was bright. When a few people arrived at the restaurant, they happened to see Lu Shi driving a carriage. Old Gu was still thinking that his wife had come, So he took his wife and waited at the door. Unexpectedly, the person who first stepped down from the curtain was actually Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu looked at Old Gu and then snorted coldly. Clearly, he was the last to know about this. Thinking this way, he felt even more unhappy inside. He didn't want Sister Yen to run the tavern. He wasn't unable to support his daughter. It wasn't that he truly disagreed. Why did the whole family have to hide this from him? Thinking of this, he felt angry. When he got off the carriage and walked up to Old Gu, he snorted coldly again and went inside. Old Gu, standing nearby, clearly didn't guess his father's thoughts. Before he could think more, he saw his little sister pop out her round head. She looked at his position, smiled sweetly, and cheerfully called out, "Big brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Oh, little six, you're here too." Old Gu quickly walked forward, picked up his little sister, and gently rubbed her round little head before asking, "Why did you come so early today?" Sweet Bao lifted her chubby face, looked into her big brother's deep eyes, and recounted what their father had told them that morning. Daddy said he's here to watch a good show today. Hearing this, Old Gu knew that their father had already learned about this matter. He frowned, clearly puzzled about why his father was glaring at him. After talking a few more words with Sweet Bao, Old Gu let her run to his sisters-in-law. "Sisters-in-law, I miss you so much." A little chubby girl threw herself into Qin Shue's arms, almost making her step back. But once she steadied herself, she softly said, "Daddy said he's here to see a good show today." Her eyes were slightly red, and her second sister-in-law also looked a little teary. This was the first time they had been separated from their younger sister for so long. When they were at home, they didn't feel what it was like not to see each other. Now, because of their children's schooling, they had to come to the county town. But after living here, they weren't happy at all. If it weren't for their children's education, they would rather stay at home. "Older sister-in-law, we miss you too. Are you eating well at home? Are you kicking off the blankets at night? Recently, your sisters-in-law made a few more little clothes for you. I'll bring them to you later." "Little sister-in-law, why don't you stay in the county town for a while? Just a month, then come home for a few days. The rest of the time, stay in the county town." The eldest daughter-in-law thought more and more that her idea was good. The second daughter-in-law, standing nearby, also thought for a moment and agreed that her sister-in-law's plan might work. But for some reason, she felt a chill behind her back. "Good girl, don't go anywhere." Old Master Gu waited at the restaurant for a while but didn't see anyone coming in. Frustrated, he came out to see what was happening. To his surprise, he overheard two daughters-in-law trying to take his little daughter away. But he couldn't be too harsh on his daughters-in-law, so he simply kept this matter in mind and quietly said to the two of them. They looked at each other, afraid to challenge him directly, and quickly changed the subject. Old Master Gu nodded happily. As he glanced at Grandma Gu and Old Master Gu standing nearby, he suddenly turned and asked the two daughters-in-law, "Does seventh brother know about Yan's opening a restaurant?" Old Master Gu thought of an important point and wanted to see if he was the last to know. Since the fourth son was studying hard in the city, he probably wouldn't know. But seventh brother was studying at the county school, so he might be among the first to learn about it. The eldest daughter-in-law thought carefully, then looked cautiously at her excited father-in-law and said, "Seventh brother doesn't know about it, of course." After saying that, she forgot whether seventh brother knew or not that day, but she thought that claiming he didn't know might keep him safe. Old Master Gu was pleased with this answer. He nodded happily and turned to walk into the restaurant. Sweet Treasure stood in place, blinking her eyes. At this moment, she clearly felt her father was happy. She shook her head and looked away. Standing beside her, little Six gently tugged at her sleeve. Sweet Treasure quickly looked down and saw little Six with a helpless expression on his face, his shiny black eyes fixed on her as if making a decision. She heard him softly say, "Good auntie." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure smiled happily. She looked at little Six, noticing he looked healthier than before, with some flesh on his face. It seemed the spiritual spring water was still very effective. She thought she should give some to her sister-in-law later. "Little Six is very good. Have you been eating well lately?" Sweet Treasure placed her hands on her hips, straightened her back, and smiled warmly, showing concern. Hearing her question, Little Six looked shy and smiled timidly. He whispered, "Good Annie, Little Six has been very good and has been eating well." Next to them, Qin Shui also overheard their conversation and felt a bit emotional, with tears welling up in her eyes. Since Xiao Lu was born, she has been in poor health and had a small appetite. After my younger sister-in-law tried some method, Xiao Lu got better each day and became much stronger. She no longer needed to drink those bitter medicines. Sweet Bao watched Xiao Lu with a smile, a hint of relief in her eyes. She tiptoed and gently patted Xiao Lu's head with her chubby hand, saying, "The wind outside is strong. Let's go inside quickly." Second sister-in-law heard this and quickly held Xiao Lu's hand. After exchanging a few words with Sweet Bao, she led them into the restaurant. Qin Shui wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Sweet Bao first. "Big sister-in-law, Xiao Lu has just started to get better. Later, I will bring her some clean water. Just let her drink more water," she said. Then, she secretly took out a small, palm-sized spiritual mushroom from her sleeve and placed it in her stunned sister-in-law's hand. She whispered, "This is a wild mushroom I picked. Let's see if Xiao Lu can eat it." Qin Shui stood still, looking at the small mushroom in her palm. For a moment, fog seemed to gather around her eyes. She was stunned briefly, but quickly composed herself. Looking at her sister-in-law, she felt that she could never repay this kindness. After talking to the big sister-in-law a few more words, Sweet Bao ignored how her actions might seem to others. She then went to find her mother. She saw her mother standing at the restaurant entrance, talking to her elder brother. She had just taken a few steps when she overheard whispers from afar. "Did you hear? Yin Steward hurried out of the county this morning with people."
Oh,
"Do you know what happened?" "I know. I passed by there this morning and saw it." "You didn't see the scene." That usually arrogant and domineering young master, Yin looked helpless, furious enough to jump. The steward was so angry he was stomping his feet, threatening to find the culprit. With his son's attitude, it's uncertain whether he'll survive. "Tell us what happened. We're so curious we're biting our nails." "This isn't something to talk about openly. Come closer and listen." The curious young people leaned in, but after hearing only a few words, their faces turned pale and they ran to the side too.
Sweet Bao ga pet in wali.
She wondered what kind of method her father used that could make someone feel so sick. But she knew that the punishment for the Yin family was far from enough. As they walked, more and more people gathered, and everyone began to learn what had happened to the Yin family. Some said that Yin Steward was used to doing evil, and now the retribution was falling on his children. It is said that the main clerk Yin hurried home with his son to call a doctor, but was informed by the household servants that the back courtyard was on fire. It turned out that his daughter had once again caused trouble. When the main clerk Yin pushed open his daughter's door, he suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head. He pointed tremblingly inside, wanting to scold her, but he fainted from emotional excitement. The doctor who was called in was busy treating both sides. It was reported that young Master Yin was still unconscious, and the main clerk Yin showed signs of a. Sweet Bao didn't want this family to get off so easily. She secretly instructed the Dark Master to give them some medicine and spiritual spring water. She was determined not to let such wicked people escape so simply. The Gu family watched the scene with great interest. They all turned their eyes to old Master Gu, who looked proud and raised his head, as if waiting for praise. But after exchanging glances, everyone busily focused on opening the restaurant. Originally, they came to hear the news, but now the Yin family was too busy to care, so the Gu family could calmly open the doors. The Dark Master sent someone to present evidence to the city's government office. When the magistrate received the petition, he frowned deeply. After a servant whispered in his ear, his expression became more serious. He carefully examined the petition and the evidence, and by the end, he was furious. He immediately slammed the table and ordered people to arrest the Yin family in Fonlai County. It turned out that the evidence sent by the secret guards not only proved the guilt of Yin the main clerk and his son, but also involved his daughter and household servants. The only person who remained clean was Yin's wife, who had entered a Buddhist monastery many years ago. The magistrate frowned and sent someone to find Yin's wife at the temple to learn the situation. If she could testify as a witness, that would be excellent. Within a few days, the entire Yin family was imprisoned. The villagers who had been persecuted by the Yin family came to the county office to witness the trial. Even Yin's wife, who had entered the monastery years ago, appeared in court to accuse Yin Xian. Yin Xian wanted to defend himself, but the evidence presented by the magistrate proved him guilty, and his family's assets were confiscated. Some of the property was used as compensation for the women harmed by Yin Xiao. The Yin family was sentenced to exile to a harsh land, and their servants were sold to the lowest places. Everyone cheered at this news. The magistrate looked at the idle county magistrate and wrote a report about the Yin family's case and his inaction, then sent it to the capital. The Yin family's affairs have come to an end. When the Yin family was being taken away, Sweet Treasure stood on a stool, holding onto the second-floor window, carefully watching the family. They all wore iron chains on their hands and feet, and even had shackles on their necks. Every few steps, they were pelted with rotten vegetable leaves and stinky eggs. Only after they disappeared from sight did Sweet Treasure lower her gaze. She wondered how Tao's family was doing now. If Tao's family was also imprisoned, would Taoyang try to escape halfway? Thinking about this, Sweet Treasure couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Her whole body was filled with a cold sweat. After some thought, she decided to bring out the Dark Master. The Dark Master stood with his head bowed, occasionally glancing at the young lady, then quickly lowering his head again. This back and forth made Sweet Treasure feel a bit embarrassed. Her small, round face was fair and smooth, with a faint blush on her cheeks. She smiled, revealing a few tiny white teeth, and shyly asked, "Uncle, I keep bothering you. What is your name?" Feeling a little embarrassed for bothering him again, and not knowing his name, Sweet Treasure looked down nervously. The Dark Master respectfully replied, "Xian." Just one word. Sweet Treasure unconsciously fidgeted with her chubby hands and shyly asked, "Uncle Xian, could you please help me send a message to my eldest uncle?" Hearing this, the Dark Master didn't hesitate. He took out paper and a brush from his sleeve and coldly said, "Young lady, tell me what to write." Sweet Treasure nodded. She had already sensed that her eldest uncle was quite important. The man in front of her, Uncle Xian, was originally a guard invited here. Now he had been back in the city for a long time, secretly lurking in the shadows. She had seen him over dozens of times and even spoken with her father about him. If she hadn't secretly eavesdropped on their conversation through a space portal, she might not have known so much. "Dear eldest uncle, your little niece, Sweet Treasure, sends her respects. I wonder how Tao's family is doing now. Has Taoyang been cautious? If Tao's family is exiled, please make sure Taoyang doesn't escape." Signed, the most adorable Sweet Treasure. While listening carefully, the Dark Master wrote everything down word for word. He initially wanted to write another letter about recent events, but after some thought, he decided not to. After all, Third Master was just venting his anger for his family, which was natural. There was no need to tell the eldest master, and they probably wouldn't want to hear it either. "Young lady, is that all?" The Dark Lord said this, and handed the letter to Sweetie to look at. She tilted her head and pretended to examine it. She saw Uncle Xian's neat handwriting, which made her eager to learn more, but she couldn't recognize all the characters from this era. When she was in the mansion before, her fourth brother had taught her some, and when she grew older, she planned to find a teacher to learn more. Sweetie nodded happily. Even though she didn't understand many of the words, she still felt very satisfied. "Thank you, Uncle Xian." Hearing this, the Dark Lord's cold expression paused. He quickly replied, "Young miss, there's no need to thank me. It's what I should do." Sweetie nodded again. With her chubby little hands, she clasped her hands behind her back like an adult. Her face was slightly smiling, but the next moment, her smile faded a little. Softly, she asked, "I don't know why Uncle Xian calls me young miss?" She needed to clarify this. Hearing this, The Dark Lord froze in place, surprised that this small girl was not acting as expected. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Usually cold and emotionless, the Dark Lord was now a little flustered. He never expected that he would call her that naturally in his heart, and at this moment, he seemed to have no way to explain himself. Seeing the flustered Dark Lord, Sweetie's small lips curled into a smile. She thought he seemed honest, not trying to hide behind the mansion's rules. "Young miss, to tell the truth, I was sent by your eldest uncle to protect you, and to keep an eye on your father too." Sweetie nodded understandingly and signaled him to continue. Inside, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. The day her eldest uncle found her wasn't a coincidence. If he didn't have some strength, could he have avoided her father so easily? But she didn't know that her father's martial skills were no match for her eldest uncle. What she heard next shocked her deeply, though she kept a calm face, which made the Dark Lord admire her courage again. From what the other said, Sweetie learned that her grandfather, her paternal grandfather, had fought alongside the emperor in battles years ago, earning great credit. He was even granted the title of Guardian General by the current emperor. When the war settled down and the country's affairs grew more complex, her grandfather was summoned back to the capital, where he gave up some military power. He was also promoted to Guardian Marquis, a hereditary title. Her grandfather, due to his old age, handed the position of Guardian Marquis to her eldest uncle, Gu Xuanzong. Now, the new Guardian Marquis was her uncle, and her father was the third son. She was told she had 2 uncles and 4 uncles in total. Her great-uncle was also an outstanding person. At a young age, he took on the responsibility of protector of the nation. When barbarians invaded the border, he resolutely put on armor and led troops. Now, looking back, it has been many years. However, the other uncles, including Uncle Xian, did not say much. Instead, they casually mentioned, "You will see in time." Sweet Bao agreed wholeheartedly upon hearing this. If her 4th brother passed the imperial exam, she would definitely go with him. Whether or not she recognized him as family, she would at least prepare a place for her brother to stay. After hearing the Dark Master's words, Sweet Bao became even more certain that her suspicions were correct. She never expected her grandfather's family to hold such high official positions. If that's the case, Sweet Bao frowned more deeply, feeling the need to earn money faster. If she recognized her family later, and they remained so poor, wouldn't that embarrass her parents? Back in modern times, she often heard people say that wealthy families had poor relatives come to visit, and others looked down on those relatives. Now that she was one of those poor relatives, she naturally didn't want her parents to be looked down upon. Deciding firmly, Sweet Bao suddenly remembered that she hadn't yet bought the mountain behind her house. Now, the county magistrate had been dismissed and would soon receive official documents. Would she still be able to buy that mountain? Uncle Xian, is the county magistrate of Fenglai County going to be replaced? The governor's official document is on its way and will arrive in the capital soon. If everything proceeds normally, it will probably be less than half a month before there's news, said the county magistrate of Fenglai County, who had been dismissed. Even the official document was just about the new magistrate's appointment. "If I want to buy a mountain, can I still buy it?" Sweet Bao asked worriedly. The Dark Master looked up at the young lady, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Young lady wants to buy a mountain?" "Yes." Sweet Bao nodded, not mentioning the existence of raw stones on the mountain. She wasn't entirely sure herself, but she was willing to buy it and wouldn't miss any opportunity. "If you want to buy that mountain, after the new magistrate takes office, they will send people to survey the unclaimed mountains nearby. Once they confirm everything is fine, they will post a notice to sell again. Based on the timeline, it should take about a year." The Dark Master roughly calculated that it would be about that much time. Hearing it would take about a year, Sweet Bao felt a bit frustrated. If she had bought the tavern earlier and managed to acquire that mountain, it wouldn't have taken so long. But no amount of money can buy early knowledge. If they really discovered something, it could only mean that this hill does not belong to her. Still, thinking about this made her feel a bit discouraged. After all, this was the first hill she liked, and the animals on the mountain, like the little white one, were so adorable. The Dark Master saw how upset the young lady was and thought that now it might be possible to buy it. Young lady, it's not impossible to buy. He paused and continued. Currently, Phonlai County is under the supervision of the magistrate. The hills are also under his jurisdiction. These hills were surveyed and registered years ago, and they're allowed to be sold. If we can buy the hills from the magistrate, we wouldn't have to wait a whole year. The Dark Master's words made Tianbao instantly realize that he was teaching her how to find a way around the rules.
Great.
I'll ask my father about it tomorrow, she said. Hearing this, the Dark Master suddenly felt that the third master was a bit unreliable. But when he saw the bright eyes of the young lady, he didn't want to dampen her spirits. So he decided to go and gather some information first. Unaware of the Dark Master's thoughts, Tianbao finished her tasks and then reminded him a few times. She watched as the Dark Master, who had been standing by the window, suddenly disappeared in a flash, as if he had vanished into thin air. Tianbao yawned habitually. If she didn't dislike the hardships of practicing martial arts, she would definitely try the feat of water walking. Old Master Gu was pulled into the workforce and busy running around inside and outside the tavern. After sending off a few groups of customers, he sat down exhausted, panting, feeling surprised that just being a shop assistant could be so tiring. After resting for a while, he turned around to look for his little daughter. He called out to everyone inside, but when he saw that everyone was there except for his daughter, a big bead of sweat slipped down his forehead. If the Yin family hadn't been exiled, he would definitely go and check whether his daughter was at his house. Just as old Master Gu was anxiously wandering around, he looked up and saw his little daughter coming down from the second floor. His heart immediately eased. He had planned to put on a stern face and scold her, hoping she would learn a lesson.
But
Tianbao, after finishing her chores, stretched lazily and came downstairs. She rubbed her tired eyes and felt sleepy. She almost leaned against the wall to sleep, but then she looked up and saw her handsome father standing below. Originally feeling sleepy, Tianbao suddenly lost her tiredness. She hurriedly ran down from the upstairs, making old Master Gu feel distressed. He kept telling her to slow down. Sweetie eagerly threw herself into Grandpa Gu's arms, softly saying, "Daddy's sweetie is sleepy." Last night, she was so excited to watch the show that she stayed awake all night. Only when she couldn't hold on anymore did she fall asleep. This morning, while still dreaming, she was awakened by Grandpa Gu, who had already dressed her in her little clothes before she opened her eyes. When she fully woke up, she found herself in front of Gu's restaurant. Grandpa Gu originally wanted to scold his granddaughter, but after holding her in his arms, he couldn't bring himself to criticize her. Instead, he showed his concern. "Good girl, go back to sleep now. Grandpa will stay with you," he said, then skillfully comforted her to sleep. Once she was asleep, Grandpa Gu still held her tightly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the secret agent quickly delivered Sweetie's letter to Beijing. When the letter reached old Master Gu, he frowned deeply and said to his second son standing nearby, "Call your elder brother." Since the eldest son upset him last time, he had been obedient for a few days and hadn't secretly contacted his little granddaughter. But today, old Master Gu fought to contain his anger, almost grinding his teeth. When the second son got up to call someone, the other sons in the study looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was happening. But seeing old Master Gu so angry, they all fell silent. The head of the Gu family had just finished handling Tao Yang's matter. He planned to report to his father, but his second brother knocked on the door. He stood up, opened the door, and saw his second brother with a pale face. He frowned slightly, puzzled why his usually kind second brother was so angry today. "Second brother, is there something you can't tell me?" he asked with a furrowed brow. The Gu brothers all lived together in one residence, as their grandfather had chosen the largest estate when he claimed the land. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for everyone. The second master of the family said nothing but looked silently at his cunning eldest brother, gritting his teeth as he said, "Father called you over." After that, he didn't want to look at his elder brother anymore. In the past, he only knew that his eldest brother was cold and ruthless, acting decisively, but he never realized that his eldest brother was also very clever. Thinking of the words in the letter, He couldn't help but think.
Oh.
Suddenly, Gu's second master remembered that both his father and elder brother had secretly gone to see his little niece. Why couldn't he go too? Recently, the court sent some idle officials to him, saying that there was a big harvest in a certain area. They asked him to check the situation. If it was truly a good harvest, it could be promoted nationwide. Determined, Lord Gu suddenly stopped feeling sad. He hummed a little tune and walked to the study, showing no signs of his earlier distress. When Lord Gu reached the study, his smile faded. He lowered his head and entered the room, bowing to the stern-faced old master, saying, "Father, older brother will arrive soon." The old master only snorted coldly in response. After Lord Gu spoke, he stepped back and was pulled aside by his younger brothers, the fourth and fifth, who whispered quietly, "Second brother, what did the letter say?" The fourth old master was anxious and eager to find out. The fifth old master nodded quickly. Both their father and second brother had changed their expressions, but just as they wanted to see the letter, their father pressed it down. He didn't know that if the old master hadn't pressed the letter down, it might have just become a crumpled piece of paper. Lord Gu had his own thoughts. He looked at his two foolish younger brothers, and his face darkened slightly. After some consideration, he said cautiously, "It's related to the older brother." He didn't dare say more. After all, even fools can have their luck. If they thought the same way, would he still be able to meet his niece? The fourth and fifth younger brothers didn't understand Lord Gu's thoughts. Hearing his words, they also thought for a moment, but didn't ask further. After a while, the head of the Gu family slowly entered the study. As soon as he saw the old master's pale face, he looked a bit innocent, rubbing his nose. He clearly didn't expect the old master to be so angry, still upset about what happened a few days ago. He was not good at comforting people, but since his father was so angry, he decided to just let him be. He thought he'd better let it go. After thinking for a while, he took a few steps into the room and bowed to the old master, saying, "Father." "Father, what father?" Before he finished, he was interrupted by the old master. The head of the Gu family immediately lowered his head and stood quietly. The old master, looking upset, took out a letter from beside him and slapped it on the table with a loud bang. Everyone looked at the letter. Lord Gu, confused, picked it up and examined it carefully. His usually cold face showed a hint of warmth. After looking at the letter 3 times, he chuckled softly. The two older gentlemen, the fourth and fifth masters, had long been curious about the content of the letter. Now, seeing their eldest brother laugh foolishly, they couldn't hold back and quickly stepped forward to the letter from his hand, eager to read it. Behind them, the sixth and seventh masters also couldn't resist and took a few quick glances. Soon, their faces darkened visibly. The second master, standing nearby, saw the situation and immediately looked serious. The brothers all turned to look at their foolishly smiling eldest brother. When the old master saw his eldest son, he felt no regret and even smiled arrogantly. His face darkened instantly and he coldly asked, "Laugh all you want. What's so funny?" He felt heartache. His precious granddaughter. The old master felt very upset. He had planned everything well last time, first talking to his granddaughter. But somehow, his eldest son took advantage of the situation. Now, things were like this. His sweet granddaughter only knew her eldest uncle and didn't seem to remember her grandfather. How could he not feel hurt? He had sneaked into the city once, only to see her briefly. Before he could even call her granddaughter, he was caught and brought back. Unexpectedly, the person who caught him was recognized as a relative first. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The old master, with a cold face, pushed the prepared paper, ink, brush, and inkstone toward the head of the Gu family. Slightly lifting his chin, he pointed at the writing tools and said coldly, "Now, you write down the list of the Gu family members, their names, and their order, clearly marked." The head of the Gu family, hearing this, didn't move. He only looked at the paper pushed toward him and mumbled, "My little niece doesn't know how to read or write." Hearing this, the old master was about to get angry but quickly calmed down. His little granddaughter didn't know how to read? That was easy. He decided to find a good teacher to instruct her properly, teach her some music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If she was interested in anything, she could learn that. Having made up his mind, the old master's expression softened slightly, but he still didn't want to let this go easily. You're quite something. This letter shows you care deeply for her. What about the rest of us? Did you forget to tell your little granddaughter about our existence? The old master asked in a deep voice. His question made the other brothers look up with hopeful eyes toward the head of the Gu family. But upon hearing this, the Gu family head realized the old master was about to hold him accountable. After thinking for a moment, he calmly replied, "No, I haven't." The old master and the others were immediately annoyed and speechless. "Not yet? That's the reason?" The old master's face darkened as he ordered, "You have 1 day to organize the list of the family members. I want to see it tomorrow morning. If you can't produce it, don't expect to see your little granddaughter again." After speaking, he angrily leaned on his cane and left. He also wanted to hit him a few times, but he couldn't do that. He needed to take good care of his health so that when the third son's family returned to the capital, he could still see his granddaughter. Once the old master left, his brothers all gathered around. "Big brother, fourth brother feels that his martial skills have declined recently. Would you like to go to the training ground for a match?" "Big brother, fifth brother, and I also think so." "Big brother. Big brother." The head of the Gu family's forehead veins twitched as he looked at his older brothers, each eager and ready to fight. He knew he couldn't avoid this anymore. "Since you brothers are so enthusiastic, I, as the eldest, naturally can't refuse. Let's go to the training ground." He led the way, walking toward the training ground. The others exchanged glances and then followed, all full of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, old Master Gu, who had gone home earlier, hurriedly called the old lady into the house. Seeing old Master Gu's mysterious expression, the old lady looked somewhat displeased. Old Master Gu noticed her displeasure and frowned as he said, "Today, we received a letter from Shirtu village. It's from my granddaughter to Xuanzong." Hearing this, the old lady quickly looked at old Master Gu, seeming a bit doubtful, and asked, "To Xuanzong? Why would she only write to Xuanzong for no reason?" Old Master Gu saw the old lady's suspicion and didn't explain immediately. Instead, he sighed heavily. Under her eager gaze, he slowly said, "During the last trip to the city, Xuanzong secretly recognized my granddaughter as his wife. Now, she's written to him." The old lady looked shocked and turned to old Master Gu. She thought carefully and realized she hadn't heard Xuanzong mention this before. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes showed some displeasure. She whispered, "Why didn't Xuanzong tell us when he returned?" She cared deeply for her granddaughter, especially after learning about everything that happened in the city, being kidnapped, nearly turned into a lantern, and being bullied by the Tao family. All these events were too much for a 3-year-old girl to endure. Now she even heard that her eldest son had secretly recognized her as his wife. Judging by the current letter, it seemed Xuanzong hadn't told her about her grandparents. Thinking of this, old Lady Gu felt a surge of anger in her heart, but she couldn't vent it. She swallowed her frustration and immediately found old Master Gu somewhat displeasing. The old master didn't know what the person in front of him was thinking, but still looked helpless. He said, "Sai, I don't know what Xuanzong is thinking. If this letter hadn't accidentally fallen into my hands, I'm afraid we..." He paused and sighed again. Madame Gu thought about it and agreed.
"But
Xuanzong only went to the city to find you, and he was able to meet with his little granddaughter privately.
But you?
You've already been presented to her, yet you show no intention of recognizing her."
Honestly, I'm glad Xuanzong recognized her."
Madame Gu thought for a moment and spoke slowly. She still remembered how old Master Gu acted that day. He had already fallen at her granddaughter's feet, but didn't acknowledge her at all. Thinking about it now, she was glad Xuanzong recognized her, or else their trip might have been pointless. Whenever Madame Gu thought of the soft, white little ball she saw in the sunlight that day, her heart softened. The third family had raised the children very well, chubby and healthy. Old Master Gu innocently touched his nose, and didn't continue the topic. He was afraid that if he kept talking, he might end up apologizing to his son. Last time was an accident. This time, Xianzong recognizing her is also a blessing for our Gu family. And since the little granddaughter is already 3 years old, it's time to start her education. Old Master Gu shared his thoughts. The Gu family mainly had boys, and they believed in a relaxed approach to raising children. Boys weren't spoiled or overly pampered. But now, things were different. The third family had a girl. Yingjie had already married. Qingjie was engaged, and only Yanjie remained unmarried. There was also a little granddaughter waiting to be educated. As for the great-granddaughter, I heard her health was weak, so she needed careful nurturing. Thinking carefully now, the elderly couple felt their burden was heavy. Their biggest worries were Yanjie and the 2 young children. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. Yanjie is already of age for an engagement. We should find her a good match. I plan to review all the young men in Jing and find a suitable one for her, Madame Gu thought. She believed that the most important thing she could do for her granddaughters was to arrange marriages. But as soon as Madame Gu spoke, Old Master Gu stopped her. His tone was serious as he said, "Don't interfere with Yanjie's marriage." Madame Gu looked at Old Master Gu in surprise and asked, "Why?" Yanjie has always been used to her freedom. In a noble household like this, restrictions are strict. If everyone in the capital were as harmonious as our family, it might be worth considering. But looking at the entire capital, isn't there a lot of dirty dealings in those households? Old Lady Gu said this in a reserved way. Madame Gu listened silently, lowering her head in thought. She agreed that old Lord Gu was right. She couldn't push her granddaughter into danger. When she married into the Gu family, her goal was to find a loyal partner, and there was a family rule. Only one wife, no concubines. Violating this rule meant being disowned, and descendants would not be listed in the family tree. The Gu family was harmonious because of these principles. Madame Gu looked up at old Lord Gu and softly said, "Perhaps I was too careless. I was so focused on arranging my granddaughter's marriage that I forgot about this matter." Old Lord Gu waved his hand and replied, "It's okay. If you have free time, go find a good teacher for my little granddaughter. She needs proper guidance." Fearing Madame Gu might blame herself, old Lord Gu quickly gave her instructions. Madame Gu understood the importance of this task and immediately started to look for respected female teachers. Meanwhile, old Lord Gu, with his hands behind his back, turned and left the courtyard to find a famous doctor, hoping to help his great-granddaughter recover. Sweet Treasure's letter had been sent for several days without a reply. She wondered if something had happened to the Tao family, so she secretly summoned her Dark Master. She looked up at the cold-faced Dark Master, unbothered by his icy aura, and asked quickly, "Uncle Xian, has the letter reached the eldest uncle?" After bowing slightly, the Dark Master straightened up and was about to answer when he nearly fell. The young lady didn't know that the family head had been bedridden for 3 days because of this letter. It was said that on that day, several elders practiced martial arts with the family head. Everyone else left the training ground feeling refreshed, but the family head was carried out and had been resting for days. But he couldn't tell the young lady this. "Yes, young lady, the letter has been safely delivered to the family head. He's been busy with Tao family matters lately, so he hasn't had time to reply." Sweet Treasure nodded, understanding her eldest uncle's situation. She had heard that the Tao family was strong, but she didn't know how long it would take to turn the tide. She was anxious to know how Taoyang was dealing with things but could only wait quietly. A few days later, the Dark Master brought a letter to find the busy Sweet Treasure. When he pulled her out of the fields, he looked at the dark-skinned man in front of him with some helplessness. "Young lady, there's news from the capital." When Sweet Treasure received the letter from Jing, she immediately knew it was from her eldest uncle. She asked the Dark Master Xian to read it aloud while she covered her face with a black cloth. She continued watering the crops in the field with diluted spiritual spring water. As soon as she poured the water, the grains in the field seemed to come alive, looking lively and energetic. "Dear little niece, after many days apart, your eldest uncle misses you very much. The matter with the Tao family has been fully resolved, so do not worry. Do you know when you will come to the capital for a visit? When the Dark Master Xian looked at the last line of the letter, his brow furrowed slightly. He felt that the handwriting seemed a bit unusual for the head of the family. The Dark Master Xian examined the handwriting carefully, noticing it resembled that of the Old Master, perhaps imitated by the Old Master to include this line. But no one could answer his doubts. When Sweet Treasure heard that the Tao family's problem was solved, she felt relieved. She asked the Dark Master Xian to send a reply, saying that when her second brother's exam season arrived, she would visit the capital. She didn't say much else. Only before leaving, she asked him to bring a few baskets of fruit. She wanted to ask something but held back her words, perhaps overthinking herself. After the Dark Master Xian left, Sweet Treasure carried a small water bucket and headed to the fields. A few days ago, Old Master Gu visited the estate for inspection. The crops in the field grew very well, lush and green, swaying happily in the breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. However, Sweet Treasure noticed a small patch of land beside the path. The crops there looked sickly and weak. She realized it was an unplanted piece of land, probably accidentally scattered with seeds. She wanted to see if it could grow better, but it looked wilted and neglected, with no one taking care of it anymore. Seeing this patch of land, she felt pity. She knew only the spiritual spring water from her space could save it. She went to Old Master Gu and begged him to let her plant crops there. Old Master Gu loved his daughter very much. When he heard her request, he thought for a moment and then agreed to let her plant there for fun. He didn't want to agree at first, but when he saw her bright, hopeful eyes, he couldn't refuse. He nodded and made the decision. He thought Sweet Treasure would only be interested for a few days, but to his surprise, she persisted for over a month. To take care of this piece of land, Tian Bao stayed in the village for several days. Old Master Gu also moved in immediately, but Tian Bao's burden became much heavier. In the morning, after inspecting the small fields, she carried a tiny water bucket made by Old Master Gu to water the plants. When she returned, she also prepared breakfast for him. At noon, she cooked lunch for Old Master Gu and weeded the fields. In the evening, she made dinner again and relaxed in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Old Master Gu looked at his young daughter with guilt on his face, then lowered his head shyly.
Dein bao sai help her inside.
Since her father arrived at the village on the first day, he volunteered to cook, which made her 3 times. Reluctantly, she had to take on the task. Looking at her father, Tian Bao quietly sighed. She could only tolerate his kind actions. After all, her father was also driven back from the county town by her mother. Her mother went to a restaurant to help her 6th sister, and her father followed. But within half a day, her mother forced someone to send him back. She asked her father privately, but he refused to speak, only showing a lonely expression that revealed his feelings. Tian Bao guessed that her father was probably sent back because he unintentionally caused trouble. She didn't ask much about it, focusing instead on planting her small field. When the crops there grew surprisingly well, better than those in the main field, she and her family finally returned home. When they reached the Gu family's door, Old Master Gu carried his young daughter down from the carriage. He tidied his clothes and looked spirited, with a smile on his face and a graceful manner. Tian Bao blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes as if she couldn't believe the man in front of her was the same person who had just been on the carriage. While she was still puzzled, Old Master Gu held his head high, lifted his foot, and strode into the house confidently. Soon after, she heard her mother's familiar shouting, "Get out of here!"
All right.
And Old Master Gu's response. Tian Bao quickly turned around and saw Lu Shi, who was also stiff in place. She then said, "Second brother Lu, I want to see how the carriage is usually unloaded." Lu Shi snapped out of his daze and hurriedly replied, "Miss, let's go. I'll show you how they unload the carriage." With that, 2 figures, one big, one small, led a carriage around the front of the Gu house and headed toward the back. When Tian Bao returned home, everything was peaceful again. Sweet Treasure tugged at the door frame, sticking out her little head to look into the yard. Seeing that it was quiet inside, she gathered her courage and stepped out. Just as she reached the center of the yard, Madame Gu, who had been busy in the kitchen, came out. Seeing Sweet Treasure sneaking in from outside, she found it a bit funny and softly asked, "Little girl, what are you up to?" Sweet Treasure retracted her chubby little leg, turned her body to look at Madame Gu coming from the kitchen, and felt relieved when she heard her mother's words. "Mother, I haven't seen you for several days. I miss you so much." She said this and ran straight toward Madame Gu, who caught her in her arms. Madame Gu held her close, feeling the same longing after days apart. Madame Gu also missed Sweet Treasure very much. A few days ago, her sister Yen was busy, so she went to a restaurant. She wanted to take Sweet Treasure with her, but Old Master Gu stopped her. She thought Old Master Gu would take her daughter to the countryside for a walk, but instead, he left her in the countryside and hurried back to the restaurant. If she hadn't sent her daughter back again, she might have refused to leave. Unbeknownst to her, Old Master Gu had also been asked to leave the countryside once, but everyone kept it a secret. Sweet Treasure was acting spoiled in Madame Gu's arms. After chatting for a while, Madame Gu suddenly remembered she hadn't asked her daughter how she had been eating these days. "Good girl, how have you been eating these days?" As soon as she asked, Madame Gu felt worried. After all, someone was living in the countryside, and there was no problem with food and drink. But hearing this, Sweet Treasure felt sad when she thought about the hardships she had faced recently. She didn't want her father to worry, so she softly said, "Mother, my dad and I eat well every day. Our bellies are so full they're round." She patted her little belly confidently. Madame Gu nodded in response. As she reached out to touch Sweet Treasure's small belly, she said thoughtfully, "Your tummy really is much bigger than before." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure's eyes widened in disbelief, full of surprise. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Mother, am I getting fat again?" Tears seemed to well up in her eyes, and she was about to cry, but Madame Gu quickly changed her tone and said, "How could you be fat? Mother was just joking with you." Sweet Bao doesn't believe what her mother says. After pinching her small belly, her heart feels heavy, like a dark cloud has settled over it. She doesn't feel the joy of returning home at all. Unwilling to believe it, Sweet Bao pinched her chubby belly again, only to realize she hadn't lost any weight. She sighs helplessly. For the past few days, she had been eating less in the yard, since her mother wasn't there to remind her to eat. But surprisingly, she hadn't lost any weight. In fact, she had gained a little. Oh well, it's a time for growing, so she might as well be chubby. As she was thinking, she caught sight of a shadow sneaking around the door of the main hall. She opened her mouth to speak, but kept quiet when the person suddenly turned around. Carefully, she looked closer and saw it was her father. Seeing his face swollen and bruised, she silently looked away. Her mother, who normally never hits anyone, had actually slapped her father? It must be that her father made a big mistake. Just as Sweet Bao hesitated, wanting to speak up for him, she saw her mother's furrowed brow, which frightened her into silence. Old Lady Gu frowned as she looked at her father, who was sneaking out with a face full of bruises. Her anger, which hadn't fully subsided, flared up again. "Why are you acting so sneaky?" she asked. Her father, trying to sneak out, nearly twisted his ankle when he heard her voice. His awkward posture made Sweet Bao and the guards fear him even more. The secret master, hiding in the tree, watched everything with a cold eye. After thinking for a moment, he took out paper and pen from his sleeve and wrote freely. "Third master angered the lady, was sent back to the estate. He asked the young lady to take care of things. A 3-year-old child is cooking meals on a stool, preparing breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all done personally by the young lady. It's heartbreaking. The third master is so arrogant." At the end, the secret master frowned, his small note filled with words. He looked at the third master in the yard and decided not to write more. Maybe it was better to leave it as it was. He wouldn't admit it was because he didn't want to waste another sheet of paper on the third master. That night, a pure white dove quietly flew to the capital without disturbing anyone. Old Lady Gu never expected to be told about this again by the secret master. The scene shifted. Old Lady Gu smiled, her handsome face marked with blue bruises. Her smile was a little frightening, but when she saw her own daughter, she calmed down a bit and whispered, "I just want to play with a big cat for a while." Hearing this, Old Lady Gu chuckled. She could see through her husband's thoughts easily. She couldn't do anything about her on the left or right, so she could only vent her frustration on her daughter's pet. Sweet Bao heard Big Cat and knew that Big White had returned. Before going to the village, she had let Big White play in the mountains. Now that she was back home, Big White was also here. She was very happy and quickly got down from Grandma Gu's arms, rushing to the backyard. Old Master Gu wanted to call out loudly to attract his daughter's attention, but before he could, he saw her rush to the backyard like a gust of wind. He looked up, awkwardly smiled at Grandma Gu, and then turned to walk toward the kitchen. Sweet Bao ran into the backyard and immediately saw the tall and mighty Big White. Its silver fur shone brightly in the sunlight. At this moment, it was wandering back and forth in front of her little chicks. Suddenly, hearing familiar footsteps, it turned its head to look. When Big White saw it was Sweet Bao, it hurried over, pressing its big wolf head against her arm, asking for a pet. Seeing Big White like this, Sweet Bao couldn't help but giggle and reached out to its fur. Then she saw Big White searching her palm, and she knew it wanted to drink the spiritual spring water. She said, "Big White, you must listen carefully. During the day, stay in the backyard, and at night, patrol the yard. If anyone uninvited jumps in, just go ahead and bite them." She nodded her small head, then suddenly remembered something and quickly reminded, "And also, don't bite those hiding in the bushes on the roof, or standing in the trees. They are all familiar people." She patted Big White's front legs seriously and said. The people on the trees and hiding in the shadows trembled and dared not look. The Dark Lord looked at the young lady with confusion. The first and second time she found him, it was by chance. But this time, not only did she reveal his location, but she also accurately pointed out where his men were. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes with some admiration for the young lady. Unfortunately, she was a girl. If she weren't, with her cleverness and quick thinking, she would be a promising talent. Unaware of the Dark Lord's thoughts, Sweet Bao quietly took a small bucket of spiritual spring water from her space when no one was paying attention. Big White drank happily, and she gave the remaining water to the little chicks. The chicks in the cage had shed their fluffy down, and their feathers were gradually growing. These small chicks, only a month or two old, had grown very strong. Anyone looking at them would think they had been raised for several years. Sweet Bao looked at the chicken in front of her and swallowed hard. The small chicken raised with spiritual spring water not only grew quickly, but also had firmer meat. If used to make fried chicken, it would be even better. After feeding the chicks, she went to the vegetable garden. A month ago, Sixth Sister had brought her many seed varieties. Some she didn't know the names of, so she planted them all randomly. Now, they were growing well, thanks to the secret guards helping water the plants. Thinking about this, she went to the front yard and walked to the water well. She poured about a large bucket of spiritual spring water from her space and then left. She planned to use diluted spiritual spring water to water the vegetables. In a few days, she would harvest some and take them to Gu's restaurant for Sixth Sister to try. If the taste was good, she would grow vegetables herself in the future. Anyway, she had already harvested several batches of greens from her space, and each one was fresh and lively. She also kept some seeds for herself. Soon, her second brother would take the imperial exam in autumn, which was also in August, and it would be harvest time then. Sweet Bao looked up at the hot sky, wiped her sweat with her hand, and started to miss the days with air conditioning. Even without air conditioning, ice cubes would be enough. Her eyes brightened. If she could find some ice cubes, they could help cool down the summer heat and make her feel better. Mrs. Gu, coming out of the kitchen, looked up and saw her daughter smiling happily like a little fox. She looked at the hot summer day with a worried expression, her delicate eyebrows furrowing. She wondered if her daughter was getting too hot and might be losing her mind. "Sweet daughter, dinner is ready," Mrs. Gu called out, but she was also concerned. Hearing her mother's voice, Sweet Bao looked up and hurried to help her mother. In the past, her family rarely let her carry dishes, worried she might not be steady. Now she had improved. During her time on the farm, she had become very skilled at carrying trays. When she carried the tray into the house, old Master Gu, sitting at the main seat, glanced casually and felt his eyebrows twitch. It was as if he remembered something. He quickly stood up, walked over to Sweet Bao, took the plate from her hands and squatted down to ask, "Good girl, your mother doesn't know yet, right? Is there something you're hiding from me?" Sweet Bao had become so used to her father digging his own grave that she no longer paid attention. Grandma Gu walked in from behind Sweet Treasure, holding a small plate of green vegetables. Thinking about what she had just heard, she couldn't help but look up at Grandpa Gu, as if asking him what he meant by his words earlier. But Grandpa Gu was stiff and crouched in place, still stunned after hearing Grandma Gu's voice. Seeing that Grandpa Gu didn't move, Grandma Gu grew impatient and said, "Gu Xianchen, we've been married for years. Now you have a little secret?" Then she sneered coldly, walked to the table with her plate, and set it down heavily. The plate made a clear, ringing sound when it hit the table, making Grandpa Gu shiver with fright. Sweet Treasure sighed helplessly. When the older couple fought, it affected everyone around them. She patted her slightly hungry stomach, then looked up at her mother's stern face. After thinking for a moment, she ran to her mother's side, hugged her mother's leg softly, and said, "Mom, don't be angry. Being angry makes you look older." Hearing her daughter's voice, Grandma Gu's anger disappeared completely. But she had no good way to respond. She pretended to hold Sweet Treasure in her arms, stroked her rosy face, then looked down at the clothes Sweet Treasure was wearing. It was a hot day, and even a slight movement could make her sweat all over. Despite the heat, Sweet Treasure was wearing a long-sleeved light shirt. She frowned and asked, "Gu Xianchen, I gave you a bag, right? Why didn't you give anything to Sweet Treasure?" When she sent Grandpa Gu back home, she also asked him to bring a small bag, which contained some summer clothes that Sister Qing had made for Sweet Treasure. She thought Sweet Treasure had already worn them, but to her surprise, she was still in a long-sleeved outfit. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. If she had noticed the difference when they met, she would have made Sweet Treasure change her clothes earlier. Look at her obedient daughter's face, all red from the heat. "What bag?" Grandpa Gu heard this and casually replied, then recalled the situation from that day. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly ran toward the carriage. It turned out that when Grandma Gu sent him home that day, she had casually given him a small bag. He was feeling very uncomfortable at the time, so he simply used the bag as a cushion behind him. Now that Grandma Gu mentioned it, he remembered. Without delay, he rushed to the backyard. Grandma Gu, seeing old Master Gu's attitude, shook her head helplessly and turned to carry Sweet Bao into the bedroom. After settling Sweet Bao, she went to the kitchen to fetch the prepared bathwater. Fortunately, she had also boiled a pot of water for bathing while cooking dinner. After bathing Sweet Bao, Grandma Gu took a set of pink short-sleeve top and a matching small skirt from her bag. The collar and sleeves were embroidered with silver thread forming clouds, and the hem of the skirt had playful butterflies embroidered on it. Sweet Bao looked at the little clothes her mother brought out, and her eyes showed surprise. The embroidery was so vivid and skillful, it was truly impressive. Grandma Gu didn't notice Sweet Bao's surprise. She helped her put on the clothes quickly. Once everything was tidied up, mother and daughter left the room. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw old Master Gu walking back and forth anxiously. When he looked up at the sound of footsteps, he saw Grandma Gu leading Sweet Bao inside. He hurried forward and handed her a crumpled bundle, but didn't say a word. Grandma Gu simply glanced at him, took the bundle without speaking, and softly said, "Time to eat." Luckily, in summer, the food is usually served cold. In the following days, Sweet Bao clearly felt her parents were having a cold war. She felt very upset and lost her appetite due to the hot summer. Her father even planned to buy some ice, but ice was rare and expensive, only affordable for wealthy families who could spend hundreds of dollars on it. Their entire household relied on those few $100s worth of ice to survive the heat. Thinking about this, Sweet Bao decided that if she couldn't buy ice, she might as well make it herself by making ice with saltpeter. She thought about how she could produce ice, and late at night, while everyone was asleep, she sneaked into her space. She stayed inside until early morning, then came out. After stretching, she realized she had been inside for over 10 days. Through repeated experiments, she had become skilled at quickly making ice. However, her space's supply of saltpeter was limited, and she had used some up, so she would need to buy more later. That morning, looking at her silent parents, Sweet Bao secretly made a new plan. During the hottest part of the day, Grandma Gu was cooling off under a tree. Next to her stood Grandpa Gu, who was shielding her from the sun with a seemingly graceful gesture. Unbeknownst to him, Grandma Gu had already secretly shifted her position, making herself much cooler than his shade. Sweet Treasure took out small ice cubes and some fruit from her space. After washing the fruit, she arranged several plates, placing the ice cubes in each one. In the middle of each plate, she put a porcelain bowl. She cut the washed fruit into pieces and placed them inside the bowls. In just a short time, the fruit was steaming with a light mist. Sweet Treasure reached out and touched the edge of the porcelain bowl. Feeling the coldness on her fingertips, she carefully placed the plates into a lunchbox. Once everything was ready, she turned around and ran to her father, pulling him toward the kitchen. Grandpa Gu looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression and followed her into the kitchen. Soon, he heard her young voice. "Daddy, Sweet Treasure made some food for Mommy. Please hurry and take it to her, and be very careful." She pointed to the lunchbox as she spoke. Grandpa Gu looked up at the shiny black lunchbox. His eyes slightly reddened as he squatted down to look at Sweet Treasure. His heart felt more guilty. But just thinking about pleasing his wife, he pushed the guilt aside and stood up firmly. He turned and carried the lunchbox toward the shade under the tree where Grandma Gu was sitting. Sweet Treasure leaned against the doorframe, watching her father's back. She thought that everything else would be easy now, so she turned to do other things. In Beijing, a luxurious mansion with its gates tightly closed suddenly swung open. An elderly man, hurried and anxious, quickly entered the estate. After he stepped inside, the heavy gates were shut again. The old man moved confidently to a courtyard. There, a handsome young man stood under a tree with his arms behind his back. The young man looked up slightly, unsure whether he was admiring the lush leaves on the branches or looking through the leaves at the faint glow of light. The old man bowed and greeted the young man, saying, "Master, everything is arranged." Hearing this, the young man lowered his gaze, his cold eyes fixed on the visitor. After a sigh, he spoke loudly, "First, have someone tidy up the place. Split the shadows in the estate and send half to protect him. Yunner is always clever. This must be kept secret from him." The old man bowed slightly and whispered, "Yes, master." The location has already been chosen. It is a beautiful place with clear mountains and water. It looks like a good place to raise people and to stay away from noise. The man nodded, with a hint of worry in his eyes, and said, "Now the court is unpredictable. The crown prince is always cautious of me. Last time, Yuna was taken away, and it seemed to be the crown prince's doing." Hearing this, the old man looked shocked and quickly asked, "Was it an accident when the young master was taken last time?" The man's face darkened. The old man immediately understood what he meant and said nothing, only lowering his head in anger. "Make arrangements." The old man received the order and hurriedly left. The man still stood under the tree, looking at the cloudy sky, feeling that a storm was coming. The crown prince is bad and has angered the court. The emperor is focused on finding a way to achieve eternal life through alchemy. The Eastern Kingdom is about to change. The Gu family received a message from Shirtu village via messenger pigeon and was back in their familiar study. The old master sat behind his desk, eager to open the message. After reading a few lines, he almost fainted from anger. His brothers quickly stepped forward to comfort him, and the family head picked up the letter that had fallen nearby. After reading it, he also nearly lost control of his temper. Calming down, the old master's eyes turned red, and he shouted, "That wicked son! That wicked son!" Bring out the family tree. I want to clear out the troublemakers for our ancestors." He shouted loudly, and his sons hurried to hold him back as he tried to stand. Seeing how furious he was, they felt something was wrong. Could it be that the third son had bullied his young niece? The family had looked at the letter, endured for a moment, then restrained his desire to rush to Shertu village. He looked at his impulsive father and said coldly, "If you kick out the third son from the family tree, you might lose your granddaughter in the future." Not a single one. The family head didn't mean to insult the old master. He was just worried that if he angered him, something bad might happen. That's why he spoke more seriously. Sure enough, when the old master heard this, he immediately calmed down. He couldn't imagine living without a granddaughter. He could do without grandsons, but not without a granddaughter. But the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't swallow this anger. Feeling quite wronged, he said, "Where does Gu Xianchen get the nerve? Sending a 3-year-old girl to cook for him? I spit on that." The family head also felt ashamed of his third brother. He grew serious and started thinking of ways, but after considering, he realized that the other side was in Shertu village, and they had no power to intervene. "Father, now that the third son is not here, there's no way to teach him a lesson. Perhaps it's better to send someone to inform the younger sister-in-law. She probably doesn't know about this. If she finds out, she definitely wouldn't let the third son get away with this. It's also a small warning for him." The head of the Gu family spoke calmly. Others don't know the situation of the third son's family, but he knows very well. The third son is afraid of his wife. Given how much the wife loves her child, she definitely won't let the child suffer this injustice. Let the third sister-in-law handle it for now. When the third family comes to the capital later, they'll be under their watch. If they want to vent their anger, they can do so then. Grandpa Gu remembered the third daughter-in-law he saw last time. She was graceful and kind, with a gentle personality. He was a bit worried whether she could discipline his third son. Grandpa looked worried, as if concerned about this matter. He just opened his mouth to speak one word, but was stopped by the head of the Gu family. "Dad, you don't need to worry about this. The third son's taste isn't that bad." This sentence reassured Grandpa, who immediately asked the head of the family to write a letter about it and to send it urgently to the third daughter-in-law. After everything was arranged, Grandpa felt a little better and went to find the old lady, intending to tell her everything. The brothers all exchanged glances and then silently returned to the courtyard, letting Grandpa do as he pleased. When Grandma Gu received the letter, a few days had passed. She opened the envelope and saw what was written inside, then just smiled. She turned around and told Lu Shi to send the sweet child to the county seat to stay for a few days. When the child heard she was going to the county alone, she didn't think much. She just thought her parents' relationship had improved, and she wanted some quiet time. She turned around, carried a basket, and went to the backyard. She picked many vegetables and asked Lu Shi to help carry them to the cart. She also caught a chicken from the chicken coop and put it in her small basket, only showing its head as it looked around, not trying to escape at all. After finishing her chores, the child said a few words to her mother and then turned to leave, completely forgetting her father. When old Master Gu carried a small wild rabbit home, he called for the child to come out and see. He called for a long time but saw no one, so he muttered a few words. "Sweet child has gone to the county seat." A cold voice came from behind old Master Gu. He shivered, turned around, and saw Grandma Gu standing at the door with a half-smile. He swallowed nervously, feeling a bit tense and unsure of what to say. "Last time, with my daughter's help, I finally managed to soothe my wife. Now, I don't know what happened, but she's upset again."
Well.
"Wife, are you hungry? Maybe I should go cook something?"
Cook? Ha.
A light laugh made old Master Gu tense up. Old Lady Gu didn't say anything. She turned around, closed the door, and locked it with a chain she somehow had. Soon after, loud screams came from inside the Gu family courtyard. The villagers nearby trembled and quickly kept their distance from the Gu house, afraid old Lady Gu might come out angry. The men were scared of old Lady Gu's fierce temper. The women were jealous of her actions. They all complained and secretly envied her more. As they walked away, they scolded their own men or someone else. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao sat in the carriage, took out some fruit from her space, placed it under some greens, then closed her eyes to rest for a moment. The carriage moved quickly and soon arrived at Gu's restaurant. She stopped the carriage, knocked on the side, and whispered, "Miss, we've arrived at the restaurant." Hearing the sound, Sweet Bao yawned and stood up, reached for her small basket, which still held a chicken, and then walked out. She helped Sweet Bao down and placed her in front of the restaurant. After watching her walk inside with the basket, he drove straight to the back courtyard to unload the vegetables he brought from the carriage. Inside the restaurant, the young waiter saw Sweet Bao enter, smiled, and said, "Miss, the madam is upstairs settling accounts." Sweet Bao nodded, handed the small basket to the waiter, and said, "Take the chicken to the kitchen. Sister 6 will cook herself later." She paused and asked, "Is everything good lately?" Thinking she hadn't been here for a long time and unsure about the restaurant's current situation, she carefully considered that it had been open for several months. It was time to introduce new dishes. The waiter, hearing this, looked down with a sad expression. After a moment, he cautiously looked up at the staircase and whispered, "Miss, to be honest, business hasn't been good these days. The neighboring restaurant copied our dishes, though not perfectly, but their prices are very low. Many customers have been attracted away. Whenever I mention the little second, I feel a deep sense of anger. The other restaurant not only refuses to improve, but also often sends people to watch, claiming they are checking if they need help. Everyone is angry but dares not speak out about the behavior of the neighboring restaurant." After hearing this, Sweet Bao nodded understandingly, then gave a small reminder before turning to go upstairs. The shop assistant watched the small figure leave, feeling confused and shaking his head. He couldn't understand why he had told the young lady these things, especially since she was only a 3-year-old child. He couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head quietly and continued with his work nearby. After climbing the stairs, Sweet Bao saw a private room with the door slightly open. She tiptoed inside, intending to surprise Six's sister. However, she saw Six's sister with a worried look on her face. Sweet Bao was momentarily stunned, then remembered what the shop assistant had said earlier. She thought to herself, perhaps the neighboring restaurant was up to something again. Six's sister. Sweet Bao looked around a bit before speaking to interrupt Gu Yan's worried expression. Gu Yan was startled by the sudden voice. When she realized it was her little sister, she quickly stood up from her chair and looked toward the door. Sure enough, she saw a chubby girl wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a light skirt, with a bright smile on her smooth, white face. The smile grew even wider when she saw her. "Oh, little sister, why are you here? Have you eaten? Are you full? Never mind. Six's sister will go make you some more." Guyan knew her little sister's appetite well and also knew that Sweet Bao often spent time with their father at the farm. Since their father didn't cook, she probably hadn't eaten well these days. Seeing her normally plump face, she could faintly see a small chin forming. A faint feeling of tenderness arose in her heart. Sweet Bao's smile was adorable, especially when she was loved by her family, which made everyone feel warm. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Sweet Bao happily said, "Six's sister, I came to see you. I've already eaten at home and am full." She patted her little belly to show she truly was full. Gu Yan saw her sister's gesture and only smiled without saying anything. However, her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her feelings. Sweet Bao couldn't hide her words, especially after hearing what the shop assistant said. She immediately stepped forward, looked up at Gu Yan, and said seriously, "Six's sister, thank you for all your hard work these days. Since buying the restaurant, apart from participating in the initial decoration, Gu Yan has managed all other matters alone, handling everything very well." At first, she didn't realize this and thought that Six's sister was naturally skilled, but later she learned that all the sisters had been taught by their mother how to manage household affairs. It can be said that, besides poetry and songs, the noble daughters of high families learn quite a lot. Initially, Gu Yan still doubted her mother, but after learning about her father's background, she found it quite normal. Gu Yan shook her head, feeling she wasn't tired at all. Sixth sister isn't tired, but you are. I heard you went to the village with father and stayed for over a month. That must have been you. Gu Yan sighed, feeling that it was indeed a bit unfair for her little sister to go with their father. Tian Bao didn't respond to this, nor did she ask about the matter at the neighboring restaurant. Instead, when she remembered the vegetables and small chicken she brought, she quietly said, "Sixth sister, I dreamed about new dishes again last night." Hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Her face was no longer worried, but instead took a piece of yellow paper from the table, dipped her brush in dark ink, and said, "Little sister, let me write it down." Tian Bao nodded and explained carefully. Some dishes were common, while others she had never heard of before. She described the unfamiliar recipes in detail, repeating some parts to make sure Gu Yan understood. Gu Yan listened carefully and memorized everything. After Gu Yan finished writing, she looked at the several recipes on the table. Gently pointing at one, she asked with some confusion, "Little sister, aren't these just ordinary dishes? If we serve these at the restaurant, wouldn't that be?" Tian Bao followed Gu Yan's finger and saw which dishes she was referring to. She smiled mysteriously and said, "Sixth sister, did you remember these recipes?" These recipes were common and could be seen in ordinary households. The only difference was that they were paired with vegetables she grew herself. If they used regular vegetables, the taste would be ordinary, but her vegetables were special. They were irrigated with spiritual spring water, which she diluted for watering every few days. The vegetables had absorbed all the spiritual spring water, grew very well, and looked bright and fresh, completely different from ordinary vegetables. Moreover, if she often ate these greens, not only could they strengthen the body, but they could also help prolong life. However, she did not say this aloud, fearing it might scare Sixth sister. Aside from these greens, everyone in the Gu family drank water that she had added spiritual spring water to. The benefits brought by the spiritual spring water were obvious to all. For example, Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu looked much younger than their actual age of about 50. Sweet Treasure was afraid it was too unbelievable, so only a few drops of spiritual spring water were added to the family's water jar. Noted. Sixth sister, come with me. After Sixth sister responded, Sweet Treasure turned and led her downstairs. No one saw that inside an unclosed private room, a man's figure suddenly appeared. Inside the room, there was a handsome man with a refined face. His narrow eyes seemed to be examining something, and a beauty mark under his eye added a gentle charm to his appearance. His movements carried a lazy, noble air. He held a fan, tapping it occasionally. When his narrow eyes saw the paper on the table, he paused slightly in surprise. After a moment, he let out a light laugh and shook his head, seeming not to care much about the recipe written on the paper. He thought the other person was desperate, so he made a solitary gesture of giving up. The man then looked down at the writing on the paper and sighed quietly. He was indeed skilled at calligraphy. He shook his head and, just as he had come, disappeared silently from the private room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gu Yan followed Sweet Treasure downstairs and went straight to the backyard. She saw that Lu Shi had just finished unloading the things brought from the carriage and was then instructed by Sweet Treasure to carry the vegetables to the kitchen. The rest were temporarily placed in the storage room. Once the vegetables entered the kitchen, Sweet Treasure found a wooden basin, took some greens, and started sorting them nearby. During this, Gu Yan wanted to help, but Sweet Treasure refused, saying it was better to focus on following the recipe. Although young, Sweet Treasure was quick and efficient, as she often sorted vegetables. After the vegetables were sorted, someone stepped forward and took the greens to wash them. Sweet Treasure didn't stop her and then turned to ask the chef, "Uncle, are the little chickens I brought already prepared?" The person called Uncle was surnamed Li, a man who had stayed on from the previous owner of this restaurant. After Gu Yan checked his skills, she approved, and he stayed. The man called Uncle Li had the given name Quan. "I've spent many years at this restaurant and have developed strong feelings for it. When I heard that the previous owner sold the restaurant, I couldn't accept it. Fortunately, the current owner is a kind-hearted person who not only doesn't mind but also allowed me to stay. Miss, the little chicken has already been taken away by Xiao Wu for processing. It will be ready soon. Tianbao nodded. Just as the vegetables had been washed, she turned to Gu Yan and said, "Sixth sister, try making a dish now." Gu Yan nodded, rolled up her sleeves, and followed the first recipe written by Tianbao, carefully preparing the dish step by step. When the dish was ready, Gu Yan smelled the fragrant aroma filling the room and no longer doubted her skills. The first recipe only explained how to stir-fry vegetables. When everyone saw the finished dish, they couldn't help but be surprised. It was a simple stir-fried vegetable dish, something an ordinary family could make. Some people felt a little disappointed. Tianbao looked around and observed everyone's expressions without saying anything. Instead, she turned and picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, handed them to Gu Yan, and sighed softly. She said, "Sixth sister, try it." No matter how much she explained, nothing beats tasting it herself. After all, she only had half confidence. Gu Yan took the chopsticks, looked down at the freshly cooked vegetables, and then picked up a piece, slowly bringing it to her mouth. At that moment, a few people in the kitchen held their breath, all watching Gu Yan closely, afraid of missing anything. As Gu Yan bit into the vegetable, a wonderful aroma flooded her senses. The vegetables were crisp and fresh. After eating one, she picked up another. The deliciousness of this vegetable surprised Gu Yan. She looked at Tianbao in amazement and asked, "This vegetable tastes different from usual. If it were a regular way of cooking vegetables, they would become mushy and lose their crispness and freshness. It wouldn't make people want to keep eating." Gu Yan's words made the other chefs nearby feel eager and curious. They tilted their heads to look at the half-eaten plate, their eyes showing a desire to try it too. "Everyone, give it a try," Tianbao said after noticing their reactions. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone grabbed their chopsticks and hurried to the plate of vegetables. After tasting it, they looked at the empty plate with disbelief. The slower ones looked at Gu Yan with a hint of envy, as if wishing she would make another plate. Gu Yan was eager to know the reason, so she picked up Sweet Treasure and ran upstairs to the second floor. After entering the private room, she gently set Sweet Treasure down and asked softly, "Little sister, what's going on?" It was just ordinary vegetables, so why did it taste different? Sweet Treasure stood still, head lowered, seeming to think deeply. She wanted to explain her planting process, but was afraid someone might overhear through the wall. After thinking for a moment, she leaned close to Six Sister's ear and whispered something before letting her go. When she first heard this, Gu Yan almost couldn't stand steadily. Once again, she felt that her little sister was truly lucky. She also couldn't hide her shock. It seemed her sister had received guidance from a fairy, which explained why she often dreamed of recipes. "Sixth sister, these recipes, only one dish is made each day, and there's a limit on supply." Sweet Treasure thought for a moment and came up with this idea. Gu Yan had never heard of limited supply before, but she didn't know how to manage it, so she asked, "What does limited supply mean?" "Only 10 servings sold each day, first come, first served. As for the price, it's set a bit higher." Sweet Treasure wasn't worried about the vegetables not selling well. Everyone who tasted them would still remember. But the meat dishes were a bit tricky. There were only a few chickens at home, not enough to supply every day. It seemed they needed to open another area to raise more chicks. Gu Yan had also tasted the vegetables and agreed that the price should be higher. After discussing, they decided to set the vegetables at 1 coin per dish, and the meat dishes at 10 taels of silver each. Gu Yan was surprised and wondered if the meat prices were too high. Sweet Treasure simply replied that all these chickens had grown up eating those vegetables. When she said this, her heart was bleeding. She didn't feel sad when feeding the chickens with spiritual spring water, but when she thought about her father giving her a look when he saw the chicks, and how he had pulled her vegetables to feed the chickens, she realized it was her Uncle Xian's kind advice. That was when she started asking her secret guards to help water the plants. Gu Yan frowned and remembered the chickens her sister mentioned earlier. She asked, "How do those chickens taste?" "Just wait and see." Guguyan nodded and, after chatting with Sweet Treasure for a while, finally agreed on the high prices. Vegetables are priced at 1 coin per dish, limited to 1 recipe per day, and meat dishes are limited to once a month, each costing 10 taels of silver. When she asked why her sister was making such few dishes, her sister simply said casually, "I can't grow that many for now. Not enough to grow for now." So, these vegetables were actually grown by my younger sister? Guyen, for the first time in her life, began to wonder what exactly set her apart from her sister. She now felt that the previous pressure from the neighboring restaurant was nothing compared to this realization. Guyen was worried that the prices of these vegetables might be too high, but Tian Bao confidently said, "These are priceless treasures. Ordinary vegetables can only fill your stomach, but our family's vegetables can also improve your appearance and promote longevity." Guyen nodded, listening carefully to what was said. After a little more discussion, they finally made a decision. Once the chicken brought by Tian Bao was cleaned and prepared, someone came to call her. "Miss, the chicken is ready." Guyen turned her head to look at Tian Bao, who also looked directly into her eyes. She then heard a soft, gentle voice. "Sick sister, just cook it casually." Guyen's mind moved slightly. She nodded and told Tian Bao not to run around before she got up and followed the voice into the kitchen. In the kitchen, she immediately saw the small chicken on the chopping board. She stepped forward and looked at it carefully for a long time. The chefs standing nearby also lowered their heads to look. What they saw was an ordinary little chicken, just a bit plump. Li Quan looked at it for a while but couldn't figure out anything special. He quietly asked, "Master, is this chicken not washed properly?" After that, he continued to observe. The chicken was very clean. Even the tiny feathers had been carefully plucked. "It's very clean," Guyen replied. She straightened up, took the apron handed to her, tied it around her waist, which made her slender waist look even more delicate. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering her small waist, and her small face carried a look of concentration. After washing her hands, Guyen focused on preparing the chicken. She initially planned to follow the recipe, but after some thought, she decided to improvise herself. The people in the kitchen were originally just curious, but when the chicken went into the pot and sizzled with hot oil, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The smell was a mix of the chicken's natural flavor and a sweet, inviting scent. The combination of these two aromas made everyone feel even hungrier. Guyen quickly finished cooking the dish. After plating it, she left the rest for the group in front of her. "Try some. This chicken was raised by my younger sister," she said with a smile. The people in the kitchen hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Mississippi." "Thank you, young lady," they said. Guyen nodded and turned to leave the kitchen. After a few people left, they looked at each other and then all ran back in to eat the freshly cooked fried chicken. Meanwhile, Guyen carried the hot chicken upstairs to the private room. When she pushed open the slightly open door, she saw Tian Bao focused intently on the table, holding a brush, the same one she had used earlier. Tian Bao's fair face showed a serious expression she had never shown before. She was holding a thin brush and seemed to be drawing or writing something on paper. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she smiled, and it looked like she was under a spell. Guyen brought a tray into the room. Tian Bao, who was busy drawing, didn't notice anyone entering and kept focused. Curious, Guyen looked at Tian Bao, then placed her tray on the table and lowered her head to peek. She saw that on the yellowed paper, there was a drawing of a hairpin. The shape of the hairpin looked a bit like a jade hairpin. Guyen pointed at the sketch in surprise and asked in disbelief, "Little sister, are these drawings of the fairy teachers from your dreams?" Hearing her sixth sister's voice, Tian Bao looked up slightly and realized she hadn't noticed her sister standing there. She hadn't known when Guyen arrived. She looked down at the rough sketch in her hand. The drawing of the jade hairpin was inspired by her free time and sudden thoughts. She had casually sketched it, planning to work on it more when the group of people arrived later. She had already planned the jade jewelry business. When the artisans came to Phonglai County, she wanted to rent a shop and set up a workshop. They would start by making small items, which could later be sold in her sister Wu's clothing shop along with other products. Beautiful clothes paired with lovely jewelry, Who wouldn't be tempted? But Phonlai County wasn't very wealthy, so she could only make simple jewelry. Her best hope was in the capital city, where the richest people lived. Yes, sixth sister. These are all from the old fairy teachers in my dreams. They also taught me to draw many clothes, but I can't remember them now. When I do, I'll draw them all and send them to Sister Wu. Guyan called the old fairy teachers in Tianbao's story a way to tease her. It was also her excuse for learning these skills, as she had many more things to show in the future. As for the simple sketches in her hand, she already had dozens stored in her space, not counting the designs for clothes. These designs were based on styles she had seen in her past life, and some she had come up with herself. Guyan heard this and looked at Tianbao with pride in her eyes. She also remembered the dishes she had just cooked and quickly said, "Are they ready?" "I've already cooked the dishes. Come and try them." Tianbao put down the brush she was holding, turned around, slipped off her chair, and went to wash her hands in a wooden basin behind the door. After drying her hands with a clean silk cloth, she climbed back onto the chair. She reached out to take the chopsticks Guyan handed her, then looked at the plate of chicken cooked by Sixth Sister. The chicken was cut into evenly sized pieces, with a few sprigs of Sichuan peppercorns on top, and she could faintly smell the fragrant aroma after stir-frying the peppercorns. Seeing this, Tianbao nodded with satisfaction. The dish was simple, made with basic ingredients, and if cooked with chili peppers, it could become spicy chicken. She preferred the hot chili peppers. Those were the best for flavor. She used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of chicken, slowly chewing it in her mouth. Maybe because she often drank spiritual spring water, she felt that dishes cooked with spring water and chickens raised with it had a clear, sweet taste, like a fragrant sweetness. She wondered how others found the taste. If it was just average, she was afraid it might ruin her reputation. Sixth Sister, next time try making chicken soup, she suggested. Since it was a health-boosting dish, it definitely needed ginseng. The smallest ginseng in the space was about a year old. If she grew more in the space, she could harvest it in about 10 days. The ginseng grown in the space, combined with the small chickens fed with spring water, would make the soup even more delicious. If they made enough, the whole family could enjoy a bowl without any problem. Tianbao was worried someone might find fault with this, but she was never concerned about the neighbor copying her recipes. After all, recipes were easy to learn, but the dishes she made were unique to her. Guyan was eating the chicken and, strangely, felt that the chicken raised by her little sister tasted even better than the ones she bought. While eating, she remembered her sister's suggestion, and her eyes flickered with curiosity. Could it be that this chicken was also raised by a divine being? If she cooked it like this, wouldn't she be wasting this little chicken? After dinner, Tianbao took advantage of Guyan not paying attention and took out several design drawings from her pocket. She placed them on the table. When Guyan came in, Tianbao pointed at the drawings and sweetly said, "Sixth Sister, these are for Fifth Sister. Let her try to make them first, but don't tell Fifth Sister. They're from me." Sister Wu Guqing has always been clever. If this picture was given by her, the other person would definitely want to find out why. She is also afraid that Sister Wu might see her as strange. Since she left home at a young age, Sister Wu went to learn embroidery and stayed there for 7 or 8 years. Because of her presence these years, Sister Wu has become more diligent in visiting home. She always feels a bit cautious around her.
Sweet Bao Sai Helper.
She is not a porcelain doll. Guyan nodded, took the design drawing from the table, and put it away. After chatting for a while, Guyan started to busy herself. Feeling bored in the restaurant, Sweet Bao called Brother Liu Er to go shopping together. Phonlai County is not very rich, but it's a beautiful place with clear mountains and waters. As the two figures left the restaurant, they headed straight for the East Street alley. West Street is full of shops and is relatively wealthier, while East Street is different. It's full of snack stalls and street vendors, all kinds of goods. Sweet Bao has a deep impression of East Street. Last time, she almost was kidnapped by human traffickers right on the street. If it weren't for her father.
Sigh.
She misses her father a little. Thinking of her parents, her face looked uninterested. She wandered left and right, but nothing caught her interest. Just as she was about to leave with Lu Shi, She heard a loud shout behind her.
Stop.
Don't run. Someone, quickly catch the thief. Along with the shout, there was a muffled groan. When Sweet Bao turned her head to look, she saw a wooden stick about the size of a bowl hitting a teenage boy. The boy's face changed color, but he still tightly hugged the item in his arms. Sweet Bao frowned as she looked at the boy. He had delicate features, young but already showing some charm. His thin lips pressed slightly, and his eyes held a cold look. Even with the stick hitting him, he only let out a muffled groan and didn't beg for mercy. Feeling pity in her heart, Sweet Bao took out some copper coins from her small pouch and was about to step forward toward the group. Just as Lu Shi wanted to stop her, a clear, melodious voice like a oriole interrupted everyone.
Stop.
Everyone looked toward the voice and saw, unexpectedly, a luxurious carriage parked by the roadside. The curtain was lifted, and a girl about 11 or 12 years old stepped out from inside. A young girl stepped down from the carriage, wearing a pink dress. Her features looked a bit childish, with eyebrows shaped like crescent moons. Her bright eyes held a slight smile, and her small lips looked delicate under her high nose. When she smiled softly, she appeared gentle and fragile. Everyone saw that she was a little girl, and their voices softened. It seemed she was a young lady out for a walk, passing by and suddenly getting involved in this matter. Sweet Bao saw someone standing up for the boy, so she put the copper coins back into her wallet and carefully patted her slightly empty purse. She didn't have much money left now, as she had already spent most of her savings at the tavern, which had just opened. Many things had been exchanged, and her monthly wages were also a significant expense.
Miss?
Are you trying to get involved in this? The angry man asked when the girl approached. When the girl reached him, she looked at the boy with a swollen face, and then said slowly, "Did you hit him?" The man and his companions exchanged glances, then said impatiently, "Yes, we did." "So what?" "This kid's hands are not clean. Stealing deserves a beating." His words sounded angry, as if the boy had really done something wrong. But the boy still tightly held what was in his arms, with a cold expression on his face. After glancing at the girl with a frown, he lowered his head and ignored everything around him. Seeing the boy like this, the girl felt pity. She no longer hesitated with the big man and immediately said, "Tell me, how much are these worth? I'll pay for him." The big man smiled when he heard this. Since someone was willing to pay for the boy, he didn't hesitate and said, "This kid stole a big bun from my brothers. It's not much, just 10 coins. As soon as he spoke, there was a stir. Just 10 coins? They were going to beat the boy to death over such a small amount? Those who knew the situation might think it was a matter of life and death. The girl sneered softly. She took out 10 copper coins from her pocket and said to the men, "Here's the money. Let him go, and I'll pay you." The boy, who had been silent and looking down, suddenly looked up. His cold eyes showed a hint of disgust, and this quick glance was caught by Sweet Bao. Generally, if someone steps in to help, the other person would surely be grateful. But when the young boy heard someone wanted to pay him, he didn't feel thankful. Instead, he seemed annoyed, as if someone was meddling too much. Could there be a hidden reason behind this? After thinking for a moment, Tianbao looked up in surprise at the boy. She had a faint guess in her mind. Seeing this, she took the chance while Lu Shi wasn't paying attention and quickly ran over to the boy. The boy stood still, full of suspicion. He tightly hugged his bun but didn't dare to press too hard, afraid he might crush it. When Tianbao reached him, she stretched out her chubby little hand and hugged his leg, crying and asking, "Big brother, little sister is hungry. Why does it take so long to buy a bun?" Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the chubby kid. They looked at him, and then at the boy. Both looked very handsome, one chubby like a ball, the other thin like a stick.
Could it be?
Are they really siblings? The brother can't bear to eat or wear nice things, all just to take care of his chubby little sister? In an instant, everyone imagined a big story unfolding. But the boy just stared blankly at the suddenly appearing chubby kid. His brows, which were tightly knit, slightly loosened. Before he could react, he saw the chubby hand withdraw and then place on his waist, glaring at the big man with a look of discontent. Are you saying my big brother stole your bun? Do you have proof? If you can't show proof, I will report to the authorities and say you are bullying us. The big man had almost grabbed the bun and money when a little chubby kid suddenly appeared and stopped him. The kid then confidently said he would report to the officials for being bullied. The big man hesitated when he heard about going to the officials. His eyes showed a hint of guilt. But when he looked at the two people in front of him, he felt they wouldn't cause much trouble. Besides, who could be sure he took money from this little beggar? Even if he did, could they prove it? What's wrong? Doesn't your brother tell you he's freeloading? Stealing is stealing. Don't try to scare me with the officials. If you're unhappy, go see the county magistrate.
I want to see what he says.
If you eat for free and don't pay, and then get caught, you'll just say you paid.
Buffed.
Such a young kid, and all you do is learn to steal and cheat. The big man spoke confidently. The onlookers around nodded in agreement, thinking he made sense. When they looked at Tian Bao and the others again, their eyes showed disgust, as if they believed the girls were just making things up. The boy seemed to be used to this treatment, but when he heard the rough man speak so harshly, he looked up and glanced at the chubby little boy who had opened his arms to protect him. The little boy was young but looked quite caring, like a protective chick. Sweet Bao saw the rough man speak and then took a few steps forward. She was worried he might attack suddenly, so she instinctively stepped in front of the boy. When the rough man and his companions looked at her with proud, arrogant smiles, she continued, "In that case, let's go to the Yamen, official office. I want to see whether it's because we are young and mischievous or because you are older and full of lies. I wonder if, when the truth is revealed in the future, your bun shop will still have the face to stay open?" Seeing the rough man's tense expression, as if he was thinking hard, Sweet Bao took the opportunity to press on. "My older brother marked the coins he gave you. Our family is very poor, and we only have a few copper coins. We made marks on them just for fun. We can go to the Yamen and the county magistrate can verify it." The rough man hesitated at first, but after hearing Sweet Bao's words, he lost all hesitation. He looked somewhat righteous and said casually, "Child, I was just joking with you. I need to go back and check on my buns." After saying this, as he turned to leave, he glared fiercely at Sweet Bao and the boy. Sweet Bao looked back fearlessly. If he dared to attack, she would call Uncle Xian to come and fight. The onlookers didn't expect such an ending. When they saw the rough man hurriedly leave, they felt embarrassed. In a short while, the crowd that had gathered dispersed. After everyone had gone, Sweet Bao lowered her arms, which had been feeling sour. Suddenly, she heard a tiny voice say, "Thank you." She looked at the boy with wide eyes, feeling a bit surprised. Before she could speak, a girl who had been watching all along came over. She walked straight to the boy and stood in front of him. "Hey, are you all right?" The girl's bright eyes showed some concern, but she looked at the boy carefully, as if worried about frightening him. Sweet Bao looked at her strangely. She felt the girl's attitude was odd, but couldn't quite figure out what was strange. The boy only cast a cold glance at her before turning to nod at Sweet Bao. Then he stepped into a dark alley. The girl behind wanted to say something, but could only stomp her foot in frustration. She looked back at the chubby little boy standing still, staring at her. Her brows furrowed slightly. She remembered that this little boy said he was the boy's sister. The girl was about to speak, but Sweet Treasure saw her stance and quickly turned to chase after the boy. Lu Shi, who was watching nearby, also hurriedly followed behind. The girl stomped her foot, a hint of frustration flashing in her eyes, and her expression showed some displeasure. A maid waiting by the carriage took the opportunity to step forward, bowing her head quietly and saying, "Miss, it's time to go back." The girl looked at the dark alley and could only helplessly turn and get into the carriage. When the curtain fell, the once innocent and harmless girl changed her face. Her innocent expression turned into one of anger. She was a bit confused. According to her past life's plan, she found this boy first to save him before that person appeared, so she could use him.
But now...
Oh well, there will be another chance. The girl took a deep breath, then put on her innocent and harmless look again. The carriage slowly moved forward. Meanwhile, Sweet Treasure hurriedly ran toward the boy ahead. After a few steps, she saw the boy stop and look at her chubby little body with some confusion in his eyes. "Big brother, let's go together." Sweet Treasure ran up, saw the boy stop, and thought he was waiting for her. She quickly reached him, smiling happily. "Thank you just now." The boy's voice was a bit hoarse. Sweet Treasure's smile froze for a moment, then changed to a surprised look. She softly said, "Big brother, wasn't it you who asked me to come earlier?" She knew the boy hadn't called her, but at this moment, she was pretending to be silly. The boy shook his head, looking confused. "I didn't call you." Hearing this, Sweet Treasure shook her head, her little face serious. She said earnestly, "You called me just now. You nodded at me and then walked over here. That means you want me to follow you. Are you trying to trick me?" As she spoke, her big, bright eyes immediately filled with tears, as if she believed that if the other person said no, tears would fall like water beads. The boy, who was meeting this kind of little girl for the first time, sighed helplessly. He then stuffed the bun in his arms, making sure it was still warm, and slowly said, "Come with me." He turned around and walked ahead, as if leading the way for the two behind him. He didn't know why this little girl was so kind to help him, but her actions were much better than the girl earlier. Moreover, he had already paid for the bun, but after she took the money and wrapped the bun for him, she suddenly called a group of people to beat him, accusing him of stealing the bun. He clearly had given money before. The boy led the two people to a small, old house. The walls were broken and damaged, and from outside the door, you could see inside the yard. But only Sweet Bao couldn't see anything. Sweet Bao stood outside the door, acting as if he didn't see anything, and said to the boy, "I have some healing ointment." Then he took out a small bottle of ointment from his sleeve, which he had hidden earlier. The tiny, delicate little jade bottle rested quietly in a chubby little hand. When it was held out in front of the boy, his eyes flickered slightly, but he only pressed his lips together and said, "I don't need it." Sweet Bao glanced at the old wooden door, covered in rust and stains, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. He looked away, still smiling softly, and whispered, "You don't need it, but someone else does." After thinking for a moment, Sweet Bao pulled Lu Shi to the side and whispered, "Second brother Lu, bring a table of food from the restaurant, and also some gauze." Lu Shi didn't want to leave Sweet Bao alone here, but he couldn't resist her persistence. He looked at the person in front of him, then remembered the people in the shadows, and finally relaxed. After giving a few instructions, he quickly returned to Gu Ji restaurant. The boy, who had not spoken before, looked up at Sweet Bao after the person left. He moved his lips slightly and softly said, "Come with me." Then he turned around and pushed open the half-open door. Because the door had been damaged over the years, it no longer closed tightly. It was just slightly ajar, but that was enough. No one would come here to steal anything since the place looked very poor. The boy pushed the door open, then slightly shifted to the side and followed Sweet Bao into the yard. Once inside, Sweet Bao immediately smelled a strong medicinal scent in the yard, mixed with a faint smell of blood in the air. The two smells filled his nose. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if he didn't understand what was happening, and he continued to follow the boy into the house. In this dilapidated small yard, there was only one house. Sweet Bao didn't bother to look around and hurried inside after the boy. As soon as the boy pushed open the door, he heard a few low coughs from inside. Hearing this, he quickly went in, looking a little anxious. Seeing the serious expression on the boy's face, Sweet Bao also realized that the situation inside might have worsened. Without hesitation, he followed the boy inside. As soon as she entered the room, Sweet Treasure was surprised by what she saw. In a small to medium-sized room, there were dozens of children who looked about her age, and a few were even the same size as her. Her eyes quickly caught sight of an old, worn wooden bed, on which a very thin child was lying. The child looked about her age, but judging by how weak she was, she seemed even smaller. Because Sweet Treasure often drank the spiritual spring water and was nourished by the space, she appeared chubby and cute on the outside, but in reality, she was taller than other children her age by a head. However, When she looked again at the girl lying on the bed, her heart felt a faint pain. The young boy had now come to the bed. Seeing the pale-faced girl, he quickly took a warm, large bun from his pocket and gently placed it beside her pillow. He spoke softly, "Yaya, open your eyes and see what this is. It's the big bun Yaya wants to eat." When he said this, several children nearby wiped their tears, trying hard not to cry, but their tears fell even more fiercely. Seeing this, Sweet Treasure frowned but didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, whispered a few words to the boy, and then her eyes brightened with a hint of excitement. It seemed she was unsure how to speak, but she didn't have time to chat with the boy. She waved her hand, signaling the others to take the children outside. The boy looked around and said softly, "You all wait outside first." The children didn't argue and followed his instructions, walking out in unison. The last to leave was the boy himself. When the children saw the boy also come out, they looked excited and said, "Big brother, why did you come out? Is little Yaya inside alone?" The boy calmly replied, "Yaya will be fine," while reaching out to steady his trembling legs. He didn't know why, but when she said she could save her, he chose to believe her. At that moment, he felt he had no other choice. Besides trusting her, he had no other way. After everyone left, Sweet Treasure went to the small girl's bedside. When she looked at the girl, she just happened to see her big, watery eyes looking at her, and her heart softened instantly. "Don't be afraid. Sister will heal you." Sweet Bao said this as she took out a bowl of spiritual spring water from the space. The rich water emitted a faint aura. The little girl just sniffed it and felt as if she had regained some strength. Seeing this, Sweet Bao quickly brought the water to the girl's mouth. After drinking a sip, she had the energy to sit up. At this moment, Sweet Bao continued to feed the entire bowl of water to her. After finishing the water, the girl's stomach was quite full. Although Sweet Bao wasn't a master of traditional medicine, she knew some basics. In her past life, she was a person who often stayed in a laboratory. Even when sick or catching a cold, she would check her pulse and find medicine herself. Over time, she learned a bit about healing. She reached out to feel the girl's pulse. The pulse was strong. Besides being very weak physically, there were no major issues.
But
where did the smell of blood she just detected outside come from? At first, she thought someone inside the house was injured. But after bravely entering, she found no one was hurt. The girl's condition was caused by long-term malnutrition and not eating enough for many days. How could she be healthy? After drinking the spiritual spring water, the girl's face turned slightly red and soon she fell into a deep sleep. Sweet Bao took the opportunity to enter the space, took out several bottles of her special wound medicine, and placed them by the bed. Even if these people had injuries, they needed treatment. After finishing her work, Sweet Bao stood up and went to the door. She opened the slightly ajar door. The people waiting outside saw the door open and looked over with disbelief. Was it really just a short while? And the girl was already cured? But the group of children had doubts in their hearts and dared not ask aloud. They all tilted their heads cautiously, watching the young boy standing at the door. The boy pursed his lips tightly, looked deeply at the small girl standing at the door, then quickly stepped forward. Behind him, a group of children hurriedly ran into the room, looking worried. The boy reached the bed and immediately saw the sleeping girl. Her face was faintly flushed, and she had a slight smile on her lips. She was sleeping sweetly, perhaps dreaming of something, with a constant smile on her face. Seeing this, the boy felt relieved. He stood up and went to the door to find Sweet Bao. The children behind him, when he left, all rushed forward to check on her carefully. Sweet Bao sat quietly by the doorframe, watching the young boy walk over. For some reason, at that moment, she sensed a noble air about him. She shook her head silently, thinking perhaps she was seeing things. Sweet Bao didn't take this matter to heart. When the boy reached her and bowed politely, she finally spoke. "Thank you, kind sir." Her words were few, but her sincerity was clear. As for her true feelings, she wasn't helping for nothing. Maybe the girl who saved him had a clear purpose. The boy was wrongly accused, and the girl even offered money to settle the matter. Wasn't that a sign to everyone that the boy had stolen a bun? How could a proud young man accept such an accusation? How could he carry an unjust blame? Sweet Bao nodded, accepting his bow to ease his worries. When she saw the boy breathe a sigh of relief, she pretended to look away. But when she saw the group of children, she felt curious and didn't know how to ask. The boy saw the little girl's gaze on the children and guessed she was confused. He didn't hide it and spoke honestly. It turned out the children in his house were all unfortunate. The boy was not local. He had wandered here by accident while fleeing hardship. He wanted to find his family, but in the vast crowd, how could he? He was kind-hearted and had helped many others who had lost their families along the way. These children had nowhere to go, so they followed him. Only Yaya, lying on the bed, was different. He had saved her from her cruel stepmother. He didn't say exactly how he rescued her, perhaps because he didn't want to recall those painful memories. Sweet Bao opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. When she saw the boy's calm expression, she felt a bit dazed. His face was peaceful, with a faint smile, as if he had forgotten the past. She didn't understand, but from his expression, she knew he wasn't seeking comfort or sympathy. His calm words showed he had truly let go of the past. Once she wakes up, give her some light food. When she feels better, she can eat meat, Sweet Bao said softly, shifting the topic as she looked at the little girl guarded by the children. The boy nodded, indicating he understood. At the same time, Lu Shi hurriedly ran towards the restaurant. She quickly arranged a table of dishes in the kitchen and asked someone to prepare some bowls and chopsticks. This busy activity surprised Gu Yan. When Gu Yan arrived, she saw Lu Shi carrying dishes and about to leave. She noticed that Sweet Bao was not with her, which made her feel uneasy. She quickly stepped forward to stop Lu Shi. Lu Shi, where is my younger sister? Lu Shi, anxious, was about to return to the dark alley, but was suddenly stopped. When she saw it was Miss Lu, she hurriedly said, Miss Ba is in the dark alley. Miss Lu, come with me. Lu Shi didn't have time to explain much. She could only call Gu Yan to go together. Gu Yan looked at Lu Shi's anxious face and, seeing it was real, nodded after giving a few instructions. Then she followed Lu Shi toward the East Street. As they walked side by side, passing by the neighboring restaurant, they saw a handsome man looking out from the slightly open second-floor window. His eyes followed the two women as they walked away, lingering on the charming figure of the girl until she disappeared from sight. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. The man was playing with a ghost mask in his hand, his narrow eyes slightly squinting as if lost in thought. After a moment, he let out a faint, cold laugh. She truly doesn't remember him. Sighing, he closed the window again. At this moment, his thoughts drifted far away. Their first meeting was 3 years ago. At that time, he was young and impulsive. After a disagreement with his family, he and a friend came to this beautiful mountain area. He had heard that there were many wild animals on a certain mountain peak, and few villagers dared to go near it. He only scoffed at this rumor, thinking it was exaggerated. He didn't take it seriously. A few days later, he went to that mountain. On the way, everything seemed fine. He didn't see the wild animals the villagers spoke of. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly felt the mountain shake violently. In an instant, it was as if the wild animals on the mountain had been summoned, rushing down in a swarm. To avoid the beasts, he got separated from his friend. He was knocked into a tree by a wild wolf and rolled down the mountain. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a pretty young girl crouched on the ground, poking his face with a stick. When she saw he was awake, she smiled foolishly and said, "Oh, you're alive. If you're okay, I'll leave now." After saying that, she turned and left mercilessly, leaving him lying on the ground, watching the sky. At that moment, he felt strangely at peace. Just thinking about that young girl, he couldn't help but curse her silently for being a heartless little girl. Perhaps it was that the heavens heard his heartfelt words. The young girl who had left suddenly returned, carrying a wild animal. Her face was full of a bright smile. When she reached him, She threw the animal onto the ground and said in a clear voice, "I didn't plan to bother you, but unfortunately, these wild animals just attacked our village. Here, I caught a few while they were fresh. You can make do with eating them. I also left you a fire starter and some salt. The pile of dry wood nearby is what I just picked up, so you can light a fire and roast something tonight." After saying this, the girl was about to leave. But after walking a few steps, she stopped, turned around, and looked at him again. She then said, "If you are alive tomorrow, I will come back to bandage your wounds." This time, the girl left decisively. What she didn't know was that shortly after she left, his friend came looking for him. But he remembered what the girl had said, and for some reason, he felt it was better to wait for her. In the following days, during the daytime, the girl came to take care of him and talked endlessly about many things. She also mentioned her newly born younger sister. When she talked about her sister, her eyes shone brightly, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Later, he left without saying a word. When they met again, it was in Phonglai County. Unlike in his memory, the girl, who used to be carefree, had become gentle and virtuous. She arranged everything carefully and no longer showed her previous carefree attitude. At the same time, she didn't recognize him. The man, lost in thought, put on the ghost mask he held and then got up to leave from the second floor. When he reached downstairs, a gentle breeze blew, carrying a strong heat that seemed to scatter people away. He turned his steps and headed to East Street. Meanwhile, Lu Shi, with Gu Yan, entered a dark alley and headed straight to the young man's house. When they arrived, they saw two figures in the yard, one tall, one small, standing and chatting casually, one daring to ask, the other daring to speak. They seemed to get along well. Seeing that Tianbao was safe and sound, they also relaxed. Lu Shi and Gu Yan then went inside one after the other. Gu Yan looked at Tianbao for a moment, then carefully examined the young man in front of her. She felt that he looked a bit thin, though his face was quite handsome. However, she also sensed a faintly feminine aura around him. "Little sister," Gu Yan withdrew her gaze and smiled as she called out to Tianbao. Tianbao looked up at the sound, saw that second brother Lu had returned, and that sixth sister was with him. Without much thought, he hurried over to sixth sister, tilted his head, and cheerfully called out, "Sixth sister." Gu Yan smiled as she gently patted her younger sister's head, then looked up and nodded politely at the young man. The young man showed no emotion, bowed slightly to the woman in front of him, then lowered his head. Gu Yan didn't know what had happened. On the way here, Lu Shi only told her a little. She only knew that her younger sister had helped the young man in front of her out of trouble. But when she thought about the owner of the bun shop, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. That person was difficult to deal with. She had only heard some rumors and knew what kind of person the bun shop owner was, someone who often overestimated himself and liked to show off. When the restaurant first opened, her mother had gone back home, and everyone was busy all day. She wanted to improve everyone's meals, so she bought some buns from the shop. While still asking for the price, the shop owner looked at her with a frown and suddenly asked, "Do you have money to buy?" She looked at her patched-up clothes and blushed instantly. Recently, she had been helping in the kitchen, wearing clothes that others didn't want anymore. She didn't expect that her clothes would become a reason for others to look down on her. She glared angrily at the shop owner, sneered, then turned and left. That night, she washed her hands and made meat buns for everyone. Pure meat. Gu Yan thought for a moment, then looked up at the young man and asked carefully, "That bun shop owner isn't easy to deal with. How are you planning to handle this?" She knew she shouldn't interfere, but this matter involved Tianbao, so she had to be cautious. You can't trust a gentleman in front of people, but beware of villains behind their backs. The young man, hearing this, frowned as he looked inside the house. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He didn't know where to go next, but Ye's body could no longer handle the travel. Seeing the young man shake his head, Gu Yan's bright eyes lit up. Suddenly, she thought of an idea, though she wasn't sure if it would work. The young man seemed to sense that the person in front of him had something to say. Perhaps feeling hesitant, he immediately asked, "Miss, do you have a way?" When he spoke, Tianbao and Lu Shi also looked at Gu Yan. She cleared her throat and said clearly, "Yes, I have a way. It can save your lives and let you eat properly. Isn't that person selling buns? Then we can sell buns too. We'll compete with him, set the same price as his, but guarantee our taste is better." "Sixth sister, I want to eat steamed soup dumplings," Tianbao said happily. Gu Yan nodded and waved her hand, saying everything was arranged. She had already planned it all. The stall would be set up at the entrance of the restaurant, making it easier for customers to buy buns. Sweet Bao admired Gu Yan's idea. It could solve many problems and keep the group under watch, so there was no fear of the bun shop owner coming to seek revenge. Even if the bun shop owner caused trouble later, they would have to think carefully. Only a few small vendors dared offend someone who could run a restaurant in the county town. Maybe a rich young master was behind it, with nothing better to do. Lu Shi, standing nearby, felt that the topic wasn't suitable for him to hear, so he carried some vegetables into the house. He found a somewhat old but decent table, cleaned it, and then placed the food on it. He wanted to invite some children to eat, but when he saw them huddled together, all looking at him cautiously, he swallowed his words and turned to speak to a young man outside. The young man turned around and went inside, telling the children to eat first. At that moment, he agreed with the other's suggestion. No matter what, the most important thing was to make sure the children ate. "Thank you, benefactor and miss," the young man bowed slightly and continued, "Thank you for saving us. I, Su Jiuding, will not let you down." This matter was now settled. Gu Yan discussed some details with the young man again. Under Sweet Bao's hint, she suggested they all move to a different place, which would also help Ye recover. At first, the young man was reluctant to change locations, but as soon as Ye was mentioned, he agreed immediately. They arranged for him to come tomorrow to pick them up and take them to the restaurant, so they could tidy up and see what they needed to bring. Gu Yan also planned to go inside the restaurant to tidy up. Luckily, the backyard was large enough to accommodate these people comfortably. On the way back, Lu Shi mainly took on the task of buying blankets. Originally, Sweet Bao wanted to visit a fabric shop, but Gu Yan forced her to leave. No matter how much she begged or acted cute, it didn't work. Sweet Bao sighed and obediently followed Sixth Sister. When they returned to the restaurant, Sweet Bao realized that Sixth Sister was holding her back to have her draw a stall. She thought about the movable stalls she had seen in her past life. But in ancient times, they weren't very practical. She could only make some improvements, like 2 small stoves mainly for warming buns. The small kitchen in the backyard could be used for steaming buns. This would mean they needed to hire workers. A few images appeared in her mind, and after thinking for a moment, she started to draw. She also sketched some small objects, like an old-fashioned hot pot. She spent about half an hour sketching everything, then rubbed her sore wrist and sighed, realizing she hadn't done this kind of activity in a long time. Gu Yan estimated that it was about time. She carried the pastries she made for her little sister, stepped quietly up the stairs, and just as she pushed open the door, she saw her little sister massaging her wrist. She quickly walked over, placed the snacks in front of her sister, and sat beside her, carefully massaging her wrist. "Why don't you rest a bit before drawing again?" she asked, turning her head and looking at her sister with some surprise. "How come you finished so quickly? And so many drawings?" Could it be that her little sister had learned something new? Her sister, holding a snack in her hand, replied casually upon hearing her sister's words. "It felt simple, so I drew everything. Later, I'll find a carpenter and a blacksmith to see if this pot can be made of copper. That would be the best." She then picked out her drawing of an old-fashioned copper stove from her sketchpad, which was later used for hot pot. The small ears on each side had wooden handles to prevent burns. She also wanted to study the hot pot more. The beef tallow in the broth wasn't easy to get. Nowadays, cattle are used as labor, and even normal life and death events must be reported to the authorities. Private slaughtering is not allowed. Only after official approval can they process the meat. She hadn't seen anyone selling beef, and if she could buy some beef fat, that would be great. She could then extract beef tallow. She already had all the other ingredients, but the beef tallow was a tricky problem. Guyen tilted her head slightly to look at her sister's sketch. The pot in the drawing looked strange, even with a leg, strange, but interesting. Carefully, she stored the sketch away, planning to look for someone skilled tomorrow. Take your time eating. I'll go to the backyard and see if the room is tidied up. Her sister nodded, casually picked up a piece of snack, and went to the window. She wanted to see outside, but couldn't even with her tiptoes. Frustrated, she could only hold the snack in her mouth and pull a chair to the window. Climbing onto the chair, she leaned against the window and ate her snack while watching downstairs. She saw a man wearing a mask, acting sneaky and suspicious. Her sister's bright eyes glanced at the masked man downstairs. Surprisingly, the man didn't look embarrassed about being caught. Instead, he nodded slightly at her. At that moment, she almost felt that there was a smile behind his mask. This feeling made Sweet Bao feel confused. She looked at the man a few more times but then looked away, because he soon left. Watching his back as he walked away, she felt a strange sense of loneliness. Sweet Bao shook her head, wondering if she was going crazy for noticing something about a stranger. She quickly pushed this thought aside. For several days, Guyen was busy and disappeared. Sweet Bao and Lu Shi also vanished. The boy in the alley was secretly taken to a restaurant by Guyen. Within 3 days, his original home was in chaos. Nothing was left, not even the broken stool with one leg. The remaining 3 legs were gone too, and other things were destroyed. They found out his home was broken into because the boy went back to retrieve a few items. Guyen didn't want him to go alone, so Sweet Bao volunteered to go with Lu Shi and the boy.
They saw the mess when they arrived.
The boy looked pale and shaky but forced himself to stay steady. He was relieved they moved out. If they hadn't, he thought they might be in serious danger. This made the boy more determined to stay with Sweet Bao and the others. But when Sweet Bao saw the group of young men in front of her, she started to think carefully. As night fell, she quietly caught the hidden leader on the roof again. Uncle Xian, did you look carefully at the kids in the backyard? The leader, Xian, nodded expressionlessly. Then he felt he wasn't being respectful enough and said coldly, as the young lady asked, I did look. Besides the smallest girl, the others are all good martial arts prospects. Xian found it hard to believe himself. The young lady's luck was incredible. Good martial arts prospects weren't common. Out of 100 people, maybe 10 would be good, which was already quite good. The group she helped was at least a dozen people. Except for the youngest and weakest, everyone else was a good martial artist. If only. Xian narrowed his eyes, thinking about how the third master's family had many children, but none had their own secret guards. Other young masters' children were trained from birth with young secret guards who served them when they grew older. Now, the third master's family. The Dark Lord sighed helplessly but privately reported this matter kindly to the head of the family. Unexpectedly, this increased the hatred others felt toward the third master. That is a story for another time. I won't mention it now. After the sweet treasure received confirmation from the Dark Lord, she nodded, her mind growing more eager for these people to learn martial arts. It's not necessary for them to learn martial arts. If someone is willing to study, she is also willing to support them. This can be seen as an investment. However, the imperial exams are very harsh for children from poor families. If they have other options, she hopes they will choose better ones. In the future, if they develop skills, they could even aim to become top martial scholars. Uncle Xian, do we have special teachers for martial arts? Are the conditions very strict? Sweet Treasure asked carefully because that's how it's shown in TV dramas. The Dark Lord nodded, thought for a moment, then said, practicing martial arts is not something you can do overnight. It requires strong patience, endurance, and willingness to endure hardships. It's unavoidable to suffer some pain. After all, they're very brutal training processes. He didn't tell Sweet Treasure about these because he was afraid it would scare the young lady. Sweet Treasure nodded, understanding what she needed to do. After chatting a few more words with the Dark Lord, she returned to her room. It was getting late. Over the past few days, Sweet Treasure had been sleeping at the restaurant with Guyen. Because she was busy with the young man's affairs and launching a new dish at her bun shop, she had put that on hold. During these busy days, she finally set up the bun shop. In the first few days after opening, Guyen made the buns herself. The selling of buns was entrusted entirely to the young man, who was responsible for dividing the earnings. The earnings depended on sales. The more sold, the more earned. The less sold, the less earned. The initial profits, after deducting the costs of tools and ingredients, were split between the two families. Originally, Sweet Treasure planned to split the profits equally, 50-50, but the young man disagreed, so it was changed to 60-40, with the young man getting 40 and Sweet Treasure 60. According to the young man, even his 40 share was quite a lot. He had thought they'd only earn a few copper coins, but now he was starting to look forward to the future. When the bun shop opened, Guyen prepared 10 trays of buns and 5 trays of small steamed buns. Freshly steamed buns smelled so good that people passing by were attracted by the aroma. In no time, all the buns were sold out. Guyen didn't expect her buns to sell so well, better than her restaurant's business. This made her start to doubt herself. Sweet Bao saw the opportunity and quickly asked Guyen to announce the new dish during the busy time, inviting all diners to try it, and brought out a sign prepared quietly earlier. Originally, customers who couldn't get buns were about to leave, but then heard that Guji restaurant had a new dish. They immediately looked at the sign. It said in large characters health food, with a white paper below. Clearly written on it were the words stir-fried green crisp. Behind that, there were additional words, limited to 10 servings per day, 1 qian each. The onlookers, upon seeing the price on the sign, couldn't help but curse loudly.
Bah!
Guji restaurant is so greedy. What are they selling? 1 qian? I can buy a plate of meat from the next shop for just a few hundred won, and this green vegetable is only about 10 won a plate. Exactly. 10 won for something, and they still dare to ask for a qian? Why not just go and rob? That's too greedy. Let's eat somewhere else. The spectators stepped back a few paces, worried that the staff might go crazy and start grabbing money. But some wanted to try anyway, since Guji restaurant's food was still quite good. Although the new dish was expensive, they believed there must be a reason, and only 10 servings were available. Thinking of this, some customers couldn't hold back and were the first to walk into the restaurant, loudly saying, 1 stir-fried green crisp, please. Afterward, they hurried inside to find seats. Seeing someone run in, the onlookers, noticing the 10 servings had become 9, quickly followed and shouted. In an instant, all 10 servings were sold out. The crowd watching the scene gathered around the 10 people who went inside one after another, becoming more interested in the spectacle. They stopped waiting and gathered in front of Guji restaurant, hoping that if any hot-tempered customers came out, they might cause a scene and even damage the restaurant. Thinking this way, everyone's interest grew, and they no longer felt the summer sun was too hot. Sweet Bao and Guyen ignored the crowd outside. After selling out today's buns, they let the young boy take the staff to rest. Guyen rolled up her sleeves, planning to cook the health dish herself. Sweet Bao wanted to help, but after looking at her small body, she gave up. She didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for Sixth Sister before finishing her work. Luckily, she changed her course and went to the front hall to serve tea and water. Unfortunately, after going to the front hall, the shop assistant had already completed everything and was waiting nearby to serve. Sweet Bao saw this. His eyes flickered with a new idea. He immediately ran to the tea room, where someone was specially boiling water and making tea. Taking advantage of the person's distraction, Sweet Bao took out a packet of tea leaves and handed it to the person serving in the tea room, saying, "Put this tea in a separate place. If someone orders the health-preserving vegetables, you can serve this tea along with them. If anyone asks, say it's a special tea for health-preserving dishes. If someone wants to order it alone, do not sell it." The tea server nodded and carefully took the tea leaves from Sweet Bao, placing them properly. Thinking about what the shop assistant had just said, he started boiling water again. At this moment, Sweet Bao left the tea room. Guyen had finished cooking the first plate of health-preserving vegetables. The shop assistant carried it over to the first customer who ordered this dish. Everywhere the shop assistant went, the aroma was enticing. People wondered why such a small dish of greens could have such magic. The fragrant aroma of the health-preserving vegetables made the other customers restless, all urging to be served quickly. The first customer had just eaten the freshly cooked vegetables. They were crisp and refreshing, even more delicious than usual small dishes. Soon, the dish was finished and the shop assistant brought a cup of tea, which the customer drank in one gulp. After drinking, the customer's eyes lit up. He felt his originally tired body suddenly become energized, full of strength. He was surprised. This health-preserving dish truly worked instantly. Unbeknownst to him, the real instant effect was from the tea leaves Sweet Bao had brought out. These tea leaves were grown in the space. At some point, the space had expanded a bit, revealing a few old tea trees. She didn't need to worry about them. They had learned to pick and dry themselves. The tea she used was from the warehouse, already harvested. Sweet Bao couldn't help but marvel at how the space had become almost alive. The praise for the health-preserving vegetables was expected, as her family had already started drinking spiritual spring water, which had obvious benefits. Outside the restaurant, a crowd was waiting to see the show. When they saw the first customer walk out with a satisfied look, everyone was stunned. Shouldn't they think the food was bad or too expensive and ruin the place? Why does he look so satisfied? Everyone was curious. Some couldn't wait and stopped a customer just leaving to ask, "Brother, how does the health-preserving vegetable taste?" "Delicious. Extremely delicious. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted," the customer replied. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, waiting for the next person to come out. After 5 or 6 more people came out and gave the same answer, the onlookers couldn't stay any longer. They all ran toward Gu's restaurant, only to be told that today's health-preserving vegetables were sold out. For those eager to try, they should come early tomorrow. Every day, one new type of health-preserving vegetable would be available, but only 10 portions. Hearing this, many started queuing before dawn the next day, eager to taste the flavor. Seeing the vegetables selling so well, Sweet Treasure thought about buying some seeds. But since there was no special seed shop, he had to try his luck at a general store. At the end of the West Street, there was a small general store. During the busy hours at the restaurant, Sweet Treasure quietly went alone to the shop. The store was quiet, with only a young man in plain clothes wiping the shelves. Hearing some movement behind him, he turned around and saw a chubby little girl walk in. She had big, bright eyes that looked at him, making him feel soft-hearted. He thought of his little sister at home. "Little guest, where is your family?" the young man asked. He also looked behind her, as if searching for her family, worried she might have wandered off by accident. Sweet Treasure shook his head and softly said, "Little brother, I want to buy some seeds." The young man frowned, hesitant to sell because she was so young. Seeing his hesitation, Sweet Treasure seemed to understand and said, "My family asked me to buy seeds to plant at home," while gesturing with his hands. The young man noticed how skillfully Sweet Treasure was acting and felt a little pity. He didn't ask more questions but inquired, "What kind of seeds do you want?" "All kinds of seeds," Sweet Treasure replied. "Which ones?" "Some cucumber seeds, some common small green vegetable seeds, and today I also received some seeds from foreign places. But I don't know what some of them are," the young man explained, scratching his head and looking a bit embarrassed. Hearing that some seeds were from foreign places, Sweet Treasure immediately said, "I want all the foreign seeds, and I want some of the others too." He then took a silver ingot from his small cloth bag, weighing it about 10 taels. Stretching her chubby little hand, she moved the silver coins in her hand closer to the young man and said, "Here, look and see if it's enough. If not, I have more." The young man in plain clothes was startled by the boldness of the small girl, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "I'll go bring out the seeds." He was about to turn around, but after just a few steps, he turned back and whispered, "Young lady, wealth should not be shown openly. It's better to keep it safe." Sweet Bao's eyes sparkled slightly. She thought to herself that there are still many good people. After giving her advice, the young man hurried toward the backyard, moving faster to bring out the seeds. Soon, he had all the seeds brought out. Sweet Bao bought all these vegetable seeds and separated the foreign seeds from others. She spent 12 taels of silver, paid immediately, and agreed that in the future, any new foreign seeds could be sent directly to Gu's restaurant. The young man in plain clothes was surprised and quickly agreed. He couldn't believe it even after holding the silver in his hand. He looked at the hot silver in his palm, pinched himself secretly, and finally felt that this was not a dream. The young man in plain clothes pushed a small cart behind Sweet Bao as they headed toward the restaurant's backyard. It was a familiar route. When they arrived, someone ran out into the yard. Seeing that Sweet Bao had returned, the person hurriedly called out, "Miss, the master was looking for you just now." Sweet Bao nodded and pointed behind her, saying, "This is from the general store. From now on, just accept the seeds they send and let your master settle the bill." The person who came to meet her exchanged a glance with the young man in plain clothes, getting to know each other a bit, then helped him unload the seeds. Only then did the young man in plain clothes stop doubting that he had made a deal with such a young child. Usually, it took months to sell these seeds, but today they were all sold out in one go. He felt a faint excitement inside. After saying goodbye to the young man, Sweet Bao headed toward the front hall. She saw that the hall was full of diners, which surprised her. When she left earlier, only a few scattered people were there. Now, so many were seated. Before she could marvel at this, she was caught by Gu Yan, who was worried about the crowd downstairs and afraid to take Sweet Bao away. Gu Yan led her to the second floor, where the private rooms were silent. "Little sister, in the future, you should tell Sixth Sister before going out," Gu Yan said softly. Her worries seemed to vanish at that moment. Sweet Treasure lowered her head in guilt after hearing this and admitted, "Sixth Sister, it was my fault." Gu Yan gently patted Sweet Treasure's head and sighed. Even at such a young age, Sweet Treasure had already experienced many things. She only hoped her younger sister would stay safe, which made her a little nervous. "It's not your fault, Sweet Treasure. It's because Sixth Sister was too nervous and afraid you would encounter the same thing as last time." About the incident at the medical clinic, Sweet Treasure understood that the event at the clinic had left a shadow on Sixth Sister. For several days, Sixth Sister had been haunted by nightmares. She felt responsible for her sister's anxiety. She carefully comforted Sixth Sister. When Guyan's expression improved slightly, she couldn't help but smile. "With your little face, if I didn't know I was older than you, I might think you're the older sister." At this moment, Guyan crouched down, being hugged by Sweet Treasure. The chubby little hand couldn't help but pat her back. When Guyan spoke, she lifted her head, but Sweet Treasure immediately pressed it back down. "Sixth Sister, be good and listen. Sigh, it's a bit hard to manage the adults these days." In the afternoon, the restaurant wasn't as busy, so Sweet Treasure asked to go home and check on her family. She wondered if her father was doing well during these days away from home. She was eager to go back and give him some spiritual spring water. Guyan didn't stop her. After a few days out, she also thought it was time to visit home. The seeds Sweet Treasure had bought were already moved into the carriage. She climbed inside, waved goodbye to Guyan, and the carriage slowly started to move. Looking at the full carriage of seeds, Sweet Treasure began to sort through them. Inside, the seeds were carefully categorized and packed in small cloth bags, mostly of the same type. She also looked at the foreign seeds she had brought in. When she saw a bag labeled cold melon, she seemed to remember something and quickly opened the bag, leaning down to look inside. Sure enough, this cold melon was actually a watermelon. Nowadays, few people plant watermelons because there hasn't been much effort to introduce the crop. Even if someone wanted to plant it, they wouldn't understand its nature and wouldn't dare to grow it extensively, fearing poor harvests. Furthermore, planting watermelons at this time is already late. Sweet Treasure thought that she could grow the watermelons inside her space. The time inside the space passes faster than outside, so when they ripen, she could leave them unharvested and still keep them fresh. There was no need to worry about them spoiling. Thinking about it, Sweet Treasure found some foreign seeds and some small vegetable seeds. Then she turned to her space. Inside the space, she used her mind to turn the soil automatically. After planting the seeds, she carried a small bucket to fetch some spiritual spring water and watered the newly planted watermelons. Once she finished, She harvested some vegetables, replanted new seeds, including the foreign ones, and marked each spot carefully so she wouldn't forget. After finishing her work, Sweet Treasure came out of the space. At that moment, the horse-drawn carriage had stopped. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw that they had arrived at the Gu family's gate. Lucy stopped the horse, opened the curtain, and saw Sweet Treasure curled up among vegetable seeds, with a little sweat on her forehead. Lucy didn't think much, assuming it was too hot inside, and immediately carried her out of the carriage. Sweet Treasure got off and ran straight home. The Gu family's door was wide open. She ran into the yard. It was quiet inside. Grandma Gu was sitting under a tree cooling off, and Grandpa Gu was sitting nearby. Grandpa Gu was the first to notice Sweet Treasure entering. He wanted to rush over and hug her, but after seeing Grandma Gu lying in the shade, he suddenly stood up quickly, grabbed his walking stick leaning against the wall, and limped over to Sweet Treasure. Sweet Treasure paused, silently glanced at Grandma Gu, who had opened her eyes and was watching everything, and then looked at Grandpa Gu with sympathy. Bad luck. Maybe that's what Grandpa Gu was experiencing. Good girl, you're back? Do you miss Dad? Did you eat well outside? Sleep well? Did you kick off the blanket at night? Grandpa Gu, leaning on his walking stick, approached Sweet Treasure as he spoke. Sweet Treasure looked at her mother, noticing her obvious low mood. She felt she should remind her father.
Dad. Mom.
She started to speak, but was interrupted by Grandpa Gu. Don't call her Mom yet. She's not awake. Grandpa Gu hurriedly covered Sweet Treasure's mouth to prevent her from waking Grandma Gu. He didn't dare look back, afraid to wake her. He quickly moved closer and covered her mouth with his hand. Seeing her bright, lively eyes, he listened carefully behind her to make sure no one was around, then whispered, "Sweetheart, I miss you so much. I was afraid I wouldn't see you if you came back late." Old Master Gu was seriously pretending to complain to his daughter, not realizing that the person he called asleep was quietly standing behind him. Madame Gu frowned and signaled to Sweet Bao to keep asking, wanting to see what grievances there were. After receiving the signal, Sweet Bao swallowed hard and carefully asked, "Father, what's wrong?" "You don't know," he said. "Since you went to the county town, your mother has been different to me."
Sigh.
He didn't know how his wife found out that it was their daughter who had been cooking for him these days. He was puzzled. "Look at my leg. Your mother hit it," he said. Sweet Bao was shocked. She had just seen her father run over to grab his cane, and her leg was clearly fine. When old Master Gu said this shameless thing, Madame Gu was standing behind him, especially after hearing him complain. She was so angry she almost lost her temper and really wanted to break his leg. That day, after sending Sweet Bao away, she truly wanted to use force, but unexpectedly, old Master Gu ran off directly. He accidentally woke up Dabai, who was sleeping soundly, and scared him so much that he twisted his ankle. Then, he found a cane from somewhere and started leaning on it every day, either wandering in front of her or running to complain to Dabai. Dabai, annoyed by him, ran back to the mountain at night. Since Dabai left, he had been pretending to be like this every day in front of her. She thought he had hurt his bones and even planned to find someone at the village entrance to check, but she never expected that he had been lying to her all along. Madame Gu originally wanted to grab his ear and question him thoroughly, but after thinking about it, she changed her mind. She covered her face and started crying softly. Old Master Gu, who had been planning to continue bragging about his daughter, froze in place when he heard the crying behind him. He recognized the voice. He was very familiar with it, but he couldn't believe his ears. Until old Master Gu stiffly turned around and saw Madame Gu, who had woken up and was standing behind him, quietly crying. He had only seen her like this on their wedding day. Since then, she had never made her wife cry. Now, he didn't know what he had done to upset her, and he was completely panicked. "Madam, why are you crying?" Madame Gu only kept crying softly, not answering anything old Master Gu said. Seeing the situation with old Master Gu, he was truly panicked. He threw his cane aside and hurried forward to softly comfort Grandma Gu. But in the next moment, Grandma Gu suddenly kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. She coldly said, Go back to your room and write a remorse letter for me. Such deceitful behavior cannot be tolerated. Old Master Gu, who had fallen, was stunned first. When he saw that Grandma Gu didn't seem truly upset, he happily stood up and was about to walk into the study. But after taking a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and headed toward Tianbao's spot. He squatted down, looked directly at Tianbao, and said, "Dad's earlier actions were lies. Good girl, you must not learn from him." After saying that, he gently rubbed Tianbao's soft black hair and then turned to walk into the study. Grandma Gu was a bit angry at first, but after seeing old Master Gu's actions, she lost all her temper. She just shook her head with a smile, then turned to her daughter. Looking at her daughter's dirty little face, she couldn't help but find it amusing. She quickly fetched a basin of clean water from the well, carried it over, and carefully washed Tianbao's face and hands. Soon, Tianbao's skin returned to its usual whiteness. After finishing, Grandma Gu held Tianbao's hand and led her to the shade of a tree. She carefully asked if anything fun had happened these days. Tianbao recounted all the interesting things that had happened in the town. When she mentioned the steamed bun shop on East Street, Grandma Gu frowned, clearly knowing the shop owner's temper. When she heard about the young man moving to the restaurant, her brow relaxed slightly. It wasn't until she heard Gu Yan suggest opening a steamed bun shop that her face lit up with a smile. She praised the sisters for being clever. Finally, when she heard Gu Yan had created a new dish, she pretended to be surprised and asked about it. She knew well enough that Tianbao had taken most of the vegetables from their home to the restaurant. Now that she heard about her sister developing a new recipe, she suspected Tianbao was involved. She felt a little sorry for her little girl again. Before she could act, she saw Lu Shi carrying several bags of burlap sacks into the yard. Grandma Gu looked at the bags in shock, her hand trembling as she asked, "Lu Shi, what are these? Weren't all the vegetables already taken to the restaurant? Could they have been brought back?" But that didn't seem right either. Lu Shi respectfully replied, "Madam, these are seeds that the young lady bought." Once the words were spoken, Grandma Gu became even more surprised. She wondered what vegetables to buy and how many bags were needed. Sweet Treasure didn't have time to explain much. Now that the seeds were bought, they needed to be planted quickly. The restaurant had just introduced a new health-boosting dish, which was genuinely effective. Soon, people would come to ask about it. If they had a good attitude, it might be okay. If they were rude and powerful, they wouldn't reveal the source of the vegetables. That would cause trouble. For now, offering health-boosting vegetables was just a temporary plan. Her ultimate goal was to supply these vegetables to the wealthy in the capital. By then, she needed a large vegetable garden to grow them herself. "Mother, tell father to come help plant vegetables behind the house," she said. There was an empty patch in the backyard, originally fenced off by Grandpa Gu to farm, but it was never used and had been left idle. Now that the seeds were bought, they naturally wanted to plant them at home first. Grandma Gu nodded, looking at her daughter's serious face. She couldn't help feeling nervous herself. She immediately turned and went to the study to call Grandpa Gu, who was deep in thought. At the same time, Sweet Treasure asked Lu Shi to bring some seeds to the back room. Then she turned around and quietly called out the hidden guards one by one. Carefully, she looked at the cold-faced Dark Master Xianhou. She nervously wriggled her chubby fingers and said softly, "Uncle Xian, help plant the vegetables. Sweet Treasure will go too." To show she was serious, she quickly ran under the eaves and carried her small wooden bucket. Seeing her like this, the usually cold-hearted Dark Master's heart softened a little. He waved his hand, and the guards, who were used to fighting and killing, rolled up their sleeves, grabbed their tools, and began working smoothly. Sweet Treasure couldn't help but smile and praise, "Uncle Xian is the best." Then she carried her bucket and followed along. No one noticed the Dark Master standing silently behind, his ears slightly red. Inside, he sighed. No wonder old Master Gu liked the little girl so much. He was starting to like her too. Girls are really the best. When Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu went behind the house, they were almost stunned by what they saw. The usually serious Dark Master was being directed by a small child. He showed no displeasure and even seemed happy. What was going on? Old Mr. Gu and Old Lady Gu exchanged a surprised look, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. However, they were far more amazed by the sight of a group of secret guards working hard in the fields than by the fact that the Dark Master was working alone. Sweet Baby saw her parents arrive, placed her small bucket aside, and ran toward old Mr. Gu. Before he could warmly call her good girl, she pulled him to find the Dark Master. "Dad, you and Uncle Xian are turning the soil here," she said, then turned to find old Lady Gu. She pulled her to a shady spot under a tree, where a bag of vegetable seeds was placed. "Mother, you sort the seeds here. Later, we'll plant them in the order of the seeds," she said. Old Lady Gu nodded, thinking to herself that her daughter truly understood how to care for her. She glanced at old Mr. Gu, who was struggling with the Dark Master under the sunlight, and suddenly felt that her daughter loved only her. She decided to skip asking old Mr. Gu to apologize. Sweet Baby wandered around, checking if anything was done poorly. She patiently guided them, knowing a bit about farming from her space garden. When the secret guards finished turning the soil and brought water over, Sweet Baby looked and saw it was water from the well. She felt a little relieved, but she worried that planting seeds in such hot weather might not work well. She pretended the small bucket of water was from the well, but it was actually filled with spiritual spring water from her space. She then asked the guards to rest for a while. Turning around, she went to see how Uncle Xian and her father were doing. She saw a large piece of land divided into two parts, with each working hard to turn the soil. Soon, they had turned over most of it. Sweet Baby nodded, thinking her father was a good farmer. She felt very happy at that moment. Meanwhile, after the guards rested, Sweet Baby demonstrated her plan. She ordered someone to dig a long trench along the turned soil, with about 2 feet of space between each trench. In this way, she had already dug more than 10 trenches across the field. Seeing the trenches all about the same size, she nodded in approval. She carefully divided her space spring water into each small bucket, unaware that Old Lady Gu was watching her closely. At this moment, Old Lady Gu looked serious, glancing around. She was slightly relieved when she saw no one notice Sweet Baby's actions. After pouring the spring water into the wooden buckets, Sweet Bao asked the guards to each carry a bucket and evenly pour the water over the freshly dug holes. Once the soil absorbed the water, she took a small cloth bag of seeds and evenly scattered them into the trenches. She then guided the guards to use farming tools to cover the seeds with soil again. Next to her, Grandma Gu also felt she couldn't stay idle. She picked up a bag of seeds and started scattering them like Sweet Bao did. While spreading the seeds, she felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that at her age, she was not as perceptive as her young daughter. Mother and daughter worked together to plant the seeds, and in no time, they finished planting the entire field. Sweet Bao then asked the hardworking guards and Lu Shi to go back and rest. She turned and headed toward Old Master Gu's place. Under their quiet competition, they had already tilled the land and started making trenches. Luckily, there were a few buckets of water left, so they didn't need to fetch more. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao sat beside Grandma Gu, resting her chin on her hands, watching the two men's quiet contest. It took a whole hour to finish planting the field. Initially, Grandma Gu had a slightly better impression of Old Master Gu and planned not to make him write an apology letter. But now, she felt that every word in the apology letter must be written. In the evening, after a busy day, the guards sat in the courtyard drinking the cooling fruit tea made by Grandma Gu. They held bowls of tea, slowly sipping. Sweet Bao ran to the Dark Master and handed him a cup of fruit tea with a little spring water added. Softly, she said, "Uncle Xian, have some more. Mother will prepare the meal soon." After speaking, she took the empty bowl from him and handed him her own cup of tea. Then she turned and ran toward the kitchen. The Dark Master looked surprised, carefully lowering his head to look at the tea in his hand. His heart was filled with excitement, like a storm inside. This was the first time the young lady had served him water, a feeling even the old master and the head of the family had never experienced. In that moment, he secretly decided not to tell the old master about this. Unaware of the dark master's thoughts, Sweet Bao went to find Grandma Gu. Just then, old Master Gu came out of the study, standing tall and proud, looking very impressive. Sweet Bao saw this and had some new ideas in her mind. It is the hottest time of summer now. Although these dark guards have been through tough times, they don't need to hide in the bushes every day. If they could stand in front of people, her vegetable garden would be taken care of. This way, she can help Sister Five start her clothing shop. She has already drafted a lot for Sister Five these past few days, but she doesn't know if Sister Five has made anything. She isn't worried about whether Sister Five has enough fabric to make clothes. After all, Sister Five also came from the embroidery house and probably knows a few fabric shops. If she really doesn't have suitable fabric, she can secretly keep an eye out. Now, counting the days, fourth brother will take the college entrance exam soon. She also needs to go to the county town. She's still thinking about those artisans. During her days in the county town, she went out every day to explore and found a place very close to her eldest sister-in-law's family home.
It was a small shop with a backyard.
The backyard was large enough for 10 or more people to live in. There was a small kitchen where she could cook some food and a big alley that could be turned into a workshop. The backyard could be a workshop, and the small shop in front could sell jewelry and some rouge. When she was in the city, she already studied many cosmetics. In the next few days, she planned to make some lipstick. When fourth brother brings the people back, she can open the shop first and start earning money. Otherwise, how can she develop other side businesses? The more she thought about it, the more motivated she felt. She believed the future was full of hope.
But
old Master Gu had been out of the study for a while. He saw with his own eyes that his daughter was serving tea and water to the Dark Lord. He had never experienced such treatment himself. Old Master Gu clearly forgot that he would get beaten if he made his daughter cook for him. He looked unhappy as he walked over to the Dark Lord, his eyes slightly darkening as he stared fixedly at the fruit tea in the Dark Lord's hand, thinking secretly about how to take it back. Unaware, before old Master Gu could make his move, the Dark Lord finished the fruit tea in one gulp. Old Master Gu was silent for a moment. After giving the Dark Lord a sharp look that said he found nothing wrong, he happily ran toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, Sweet Treasure was helping Grandma Gu and quietly asked, "Mother, why does Uncle Xian hide in the bushes every day?" Hearing this, Grandma Gu was in a difficult spot. How should she explain? She could only vaguely say, maybe he just likes it. Sweet Treasure heard this answer, and she fought to keep a smile from spreading on her face, trying not to laugh. "Mother, do you think it's good to let Uncle Xian farm the land? That way, they can stay in my older brother fourth and seventh brother's rooms. Although there are quite a few secret guards, some can be assigned to the farm. As the crops are slowly maturing, someone needs to watch over them." Grandmother Gu listened and hesitated. She originally thought that after returning from the city, these people would leave. But now, after so long, they show no intention of leaving. Instead, they seem to be secretly protecting their family. Could it be that they have the approval of her parents-in-law? But she didn't know for sure. The person who would know best is probably old Master Gu. Thinking for a moment, she squatted down and gently poked her daughter's soft face with her slender finger. Her voice became even gentler. "You need to ask your father. It's the wisest choice to ask old Master Gu first." Old Master Gu, who had just run inside, didn't hear the mother and daughter's conversation, but he did hear the last part. "Ask your father?" He became excited and called out loudly, "What does my good girl want to ask her father?" Sweet Bao turned to look at her father. For some reason, at this moment, she suddenly lost hope in her father but still asked, "Father, can Uncle Xian and them farm the land?" Her chubby hand twisted her clothes as she stood there feeling unsure. Before he could think carefully, old Master Gu agreed immediately because it was his daughter asking him. But after agreeing, he started to regret it. What exactly had he just agreed to? Letting the secret master go farm the land? That's like pulling hair from a tiger's mouth. He knew Uncle Xian very well, young but already the leader of the secret guards. His strength wasn't the only reason. He was also cold and unfeeling, which was why his older brother liked him. If asked to have him call the old master and his brothers to farm, he could do that. But to let the secret master farm the land. Suddenly, he felt like slapping himself. But when he saw his daughter's bright, sparkling eyes, he felt a wave of warmth rush through his head. What's so hard about asking? Even if he had to fight him, he could do it. For his daughter, it's not a big deal at all. After making up his mind, old Master Gu said a few words to Sweet Bao, then turned around to find the secret master. Until dinner time, old Master Gu hadn't returned. It wasn't until Sweet Bao finished eating and was feeling sleepy that old Master Gu, looking refreshed and energetic, came in. When Grandpa Gu came in, he was carried in by a cool breeze, looking a little tired. But as soon as he saw Sweet Treasure, that tired look disappeared completely. Sweet Treasure was feeling sleepy at first, but after seeing her father return, she no longer felt tired. When Grandpa Gu sat down, she quickly handed him the prepared spring water. Grandpa Gu was happy and drank it all, in one gulp, feeling very relaxed. After drinking, he said happily, "Good girl, everything is ready. Starting tomorrow, they will help with farming." He didn't say much more. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure praised Grandpa Gu enthusiastically, making him laugh and say that his girl was very sweet-tongued. Quietly watching Grandpa Gu, who was holding back his feelings, she couldn't help but shake her head. She looked at her yawning girl and quickly took her back to her small room. After Sweet Treasure fell asleep, she turned and headed to the main hall. At this moment, Grandpa Gu had finished eating and was quietly tidying up the table. When he heard a sound, he looked up at the door. He saw Grandma Gu walking in under the moonlight, her body bathed in a layer of pure white moonlight. She looked peaceful, and her calmness made him feel a bit surprised. In a panic, dishes and porcelain bowls clanged, making a clear sound. "Go rest now." "I'll do it," Grandma Gu said quietly. She didn't ask many questions and just looked at Grandpa Gu, taking the half-clean dishes from his hands. Grandpa Gu sat down on a chair, feeling uneasy, and looked at Grandma Gu busy with her work. He turned his head and started mumbling to himself. It turned out that when Grandpa Gu went to find the Dark Lord, he was rejected without a word. But when he thought about his daughter's request, he patiently explained everything again. Unexpectedly, the Dark Lord not only refused but also fought with him. Of course, Grandpa Gu didn't say he almost lost, but during their break, he muttered that if it weren't for Sweet Treasure, he wouldn't have come to find the Dark Lord. Just this sentence made the cold person he had just met suddenly change his face. He only said that arrangements would be made the next day, and then left. Deeply disappointed, Grandpa Gu blew some cold air and then returned home. After Grandma Gu listened, she looked at Grandpa Gu with sympathy, as if he was not as good as her daughter. She remembered the scene of the secret guards working during the day. Although she didn't know the details, she guessed it was related to her daughter. Now, after hearing what old Master Gu said, what was once only a 30% certainty is now a full 100% sure. This is good, as she no longer worries about her little daughter not fitting in later. The two finished tidying up and went to bed early. The next day, Sweet Baby woke up early. She was still thinking about going to the city yesterday. Since fourth brother's exam was coming soon, she felt uneasy if she didn't go cheer him on. So, early in the morning, she went to her parents' room to wait. Fortunately, not long after, Grandma Gu got up. Just about to go out to cook breakfast, she saw the chubby little girl waiting at the door. "Good daughter. Waiting so early? Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll make you some food." She rolled up her sleeves and headed to the kitchen. But just as she took a step, a pair of chubby hands grabbed the hem of her dress. Looking up, she saw those clear eyes as if they had something to say. She hurriedly asked, "What's the matter?" "Mom, fourth brother's exam is coming soon. Sweet Baby is worried and wants to see him." Hearing this, Grandma Gu was momentarily stunned. Then she came back to herself. Oh, she still had a son taking an exam outside.
How could she forget about that?
This is a small matter. In a few days, we'll pack up and leave. Grandma Gu quickly agreed. She didn't dare admit she had forgotten about fourth brother's exam. Besides such a big thing, She really had been careless. After her mother promised, Sweet Baby immediately let go of the chubby little hand, smiling happily. "Mom, I'll go prepare first." As soon as she finished speaking, the chubby girl ran out like a ball. Grandma Gu didn't get a chance to say anything and just shook her head with a smile, thinking about the plan for that day. It couldn't be late. If it was, it wouldn't be good. Sweet Baby ran back to her room, closed the door, and went straight into her space. She first checked the food and fruit. The storeroom was full. The fragrant smell of fruit lingered in her nose, reminding her of the fruit recipes from her past life. She thought silently that there was no rush. These would eventually see the light of day again. She turned around and went to the medicinal field to check on the ginseng and lingji. Their growth was as good as ever. The seeds she had planted earlier had now sprouted leaves. Carefully examining them, she found some of the herbs were long-lost medicinal plants. She couldn't help but feel excited. She was more excited than when she first gained her space. She planned to nurture these herbs carefully. Once they matured, she would take some seeds and plant more, aiming to develop a whole patch. After visiting the medicinal field, I arrived at the vegetable garden. The vegetables there had been harvested many times, and the ones grown inside the space were much fresher and crisper than those outside. Seeing the lush, vibrant garden, Sweet's treasure felt very happy. She turned and headed toward the watermelon patch. The watermelon vines covered the ground, and some small watermelons, about the size of her fist, were already growing. Sweet's treasure carefully picked off the small watermelons from each vine. She initially planned to leave only one per plant, but then thought, since this was a space garden, she didn't need to be so precise. If she were planting outside, she would only leave one small watermelon on each vine. After tidying everything up, Sweet's treasure was about to leave when she caught sight of a flash of red out of the corner of her eye. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered something. Excited, she ran toward the red spot. Next to the watermelon field, there was a strawberry garden that she hadn't noticed before. She thought about how she had never planted strawberries herself, but now, seeing the field full of ripe strawberries, she felt a bit hesitant to move. The sweet smell of strawberries filled the air. She looked around and remembered that this area used to be foggy and unclear. She didn't know when it had cleared up, but it was a wonderful surprise for her. Her mind moved quickly. All the ripe strawberries in the garden seemed to have learned how to pick themselves and flew into the fruit storage. Just then, a small white figure dashed out from the strawberry bushes, as if trying to stop the ripe strawberries from flying into the storage. Sweet's treasure focused her eyes and realized that the white figure was the fox she had previously released. She was a bit surprised. Could the fox change color? Why was it now white? Seeing that it couldn't stop the strawberries from leaving, the little white fox gracefully walked over to her. It sat down with its little bottom, looking a bit unhappy. Sweet's treasure scratched her head in frustration. How could she tell that the fox was unhappy? She frowned and said, "Don't look at me with such a sad face. You eat my food, stay in my house, sleep in my bed, and now you're giving me that look?" She was a little annoyed, especially seeing the fox's expression, which seemed almost like a question. Besides, she hadn't even seen it eating any strawberries. Just as she finished speaking, the little fox seemed to understand. Its previous questioning expression instantly disappeared. It hung its small head, carefully looked at Tianbao, then quickly lowered it again. After a moment, it stood up from the ground, cautiously walked to Tianbao's leg, and wagged its fluffy tail back and forth. Its small head seemed to be trying to please, as it gently nuzzled Tianbao's calf. Seeing the little fox's actions, Tianbao suddenly understood a little more. She asked, "Can you understand what I say? If you can, go back and sit properly." After her words, the little fox stopped and obediently sat back in its original position, looking very compliant, with its head hanging down again. Tianbao took a few steps back in shock. Could this little fox understand human speech? She thought for a moment, then quickly calmed down. She looked around. The space was filled with spiritual energy. For humans, this energy makes one feel refreshed, but for animals it might be different. The little fox had been in this space for a long time and had grown to the size of an adult fox. Without spiritual intelligence, it might need to be supplemented mentally. She remembered that White, who only ran up the mountain, could be placed in the space. Wouldn't that be better than just running up the mountain? White was also quite clever. If the spiritual energy in the space made it even more nourished, it would become even smarter. Deciding firmly, Tianbao planned to throw White into the space when she went to the city. But for now, she needed to teach this little fox properly. Tianbao stepped forward a few steps, crouched down to look at the small fox with its head hanging, and suddenly said softly, "Although I don't know why you're so white, at least you have some recognition. I'll call you Little White. Oh, and you have a half-brother named White too. You'll see him in a few days. No, in a few months. Never mind, you'll find out then." Tianbao mumbled a lot. The little white fox listened very attentively until she waved her hand. The little fox seemed to snap out of it, but Tianbao noticed that it had been sleeping just now. She didn't disturb the little fox. Instead, she went to the warehouse, picked some strawberries, and placed them not far from the little fox. Luckily, there were still many strawberries in the garden, and they would be ripe in a few days. After finishing everything, she went to the creek to wash her face. She used spiritual spring water, feeling a bit reluctant, then packed up and left the space. After returning to the familiar room, I hurriedly packed a few clothes, wrapped everything up, and placed the bundle by the bed. I tidied up the clothes before opening the door and stepping out. At this moment, old Master Gu had just gotten up and was stretching in the yard. He was thinking about how to exercise his body since seventh brother hadn't come home recently, and he couldn't practice his fists and kicks. Sweet Bao came out and saw her father standing in the yard, lost in thought. "Dad," she called softly. A small, chubby hand ran into old Master Gu's arms. Feeling a bit distressed, she patted her father gently. Old Master Gu looked at his daughter rushing over, confused at first, but his joy quickly dispelled his thoughts. He immediately picked up Sweet Bao, treating it as a practice session. Unaware that she was being used as a tool, Sweet Bao, held in her grandfather's arms, touched his head with her small, tender hands as if to comfort him. Before old Master Gu noticed, she quickly withdrew her hands and didn't mention going to the capital city. After all, decisions made by Grandma Gu couldn't be changed by Grandpa Gu. But decisions made by Grandpa Gu could be changed by Grandma Gu, depending on her mood. At breakfast that morning, Grandma Gu announced her plan to go to the capital in 3 days. Grandpa Gu was surprised but only glanced at Grandma Gu, moved his lips without asking questions, and accepted it silently. Grandma Gu wasn't worried about anything at home. She would bring along her secret guards, and a few people would stay behind to watch the house and water the vegetables. She arranged everything carefully, and before long, the 3rd day arrived. Early in the morning, Grandma Gu packed everything, including Sweet Bao's small bundle. While waiting outside for Lu Shi to bring the carriage, Sweet Bao's gaze was drawn to the neighbor's house. She looked up and saw the neighbor's gate wide open, with people coming and going, carrying farm tools. She frowned. Since she was born, she had heard stories about the neighbor, a mother who became a widow at a young age, raising her child alone. When life became too hard, she packed her belongings and returned to her family home. It had been several years since then, and she hadn't heard any news. But seeing the scene now, could it be? Has she returned? Has she come back to her hometown? Just as Sweet Bao was full of questions and wanted to get closer to see better, she heard a familiar, simple voice behind her. "Little sister? Are you waiting here, specifically for 7th brother? Strange. How you know that Brother 7 is coming back today?" Old Master Gu saw his younger sister's figure from afar and quickly walked closer, calling out anxiously. Hearing Brother 7's voice, Sweet Treasure froze slightly, seeming surprised to see him, as it had been several months since they last met. When old Master Gu approached, Sweet Treasure saw that he looked a bit thinner, dressed in a light-colored shirt, with a gentle scholarly air in his movements. His tall figure seemed graceful in the sunlight, giving off a charming vibe. But as soon as he spoke, he unintentionally spoiled this delicate appearance. "Brother 7? Why are you back today? Could it be that he guessed they were going to the county seat? Old Master Goose scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and said, "The academy has a break these days, so I haven't seen my younger sister for a while. I missed her, so I came back." Actually, he had been thinking about going around the time of his second brother's imperial exam, wanting to experience the atmosphere of the autumn exams.
But
He didn't know how to bring it up. Sweet Treasure nodded without exposing Brother Seven's true thoughts. After thinking for a moment, she ran into the house, told her mother a few words, then came back out. Old Master Gu was still feeling embarrassed, hesitating to speak. He didn't want to tell his younger sister because if he told his father, he would have started talking already.
But now,
His eyes half-lidded, showing a lonely expression. Seeing this, Sweet Treasure felt a small pang of guilt. "Brother Seven, I raised some chicks. Come and see," she said, eager to surprise him. She ran up to him, grabbing his hand with her chubby little hand, and headed to the backyard. Her enthusiasm made Old Master Gu forget about speaking again. He followed Sweet Treasure to the backyard, where the previously empty space was now fenced off. Inside, several plump chicks were walking around, searching for food. Seeing this, Old Master Gu was stunned. He trembled and pointed at the chicken coop, asking in disbelief, "Little sister, are these the chicks you raised?"
they're so fat.
Sweet Treasure looked at her chicks and nodded seriously, confirming they were her own. Now, Old Master Gu was speechless. He looked at an empty pen nearby, noticing a small door. Its size made him glance at his younger sister, wondering,
Could it be?
this pen was where she lived? He had doubts in his heart, but dared not ask aloud. He could only look again at the empty space inside the enclosure. His eyes caught a faint grayish-white glow. Before he could look more closely, he saw a figure running quickly toward him. The next moment, when he realized what was rushing toward him, Old Seven's heart nearly jumped into his throat. He immediately turned around with his little sister and flew down to the ground. Sweet Bao was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Is this the legendary light skill? The ability to fly swiftly with someone? When Old Seven was on the roof, he finally saw what was coming, an ordinary gray-white wild wolf. His muscles tensed up, and he dared not relax his watch. The wolf was pacing back and forth on the ground and even growled at him with some displeasure, making Old Seven even more nervous. Sweet Bao curled up in Old Seven's arms, feeling very uncomfortable. She wanted to stretch out, but Old Seven held her back, worried she might get hurt. Seeing how serious he looked, if she didn't speak up, she knew he would fight with the white wolf. Suddenly, she remembered how her father had fought with White last time. She quickly reached out and hugged Old Seven, speaking fast. "Brother Seven, this is White. It's family." As soon as she finished, she stuck her head out and told White under the eaves. White, sit down. This is Brother Seven. You can't growl at him anymore." Hearing her words, Old Seven frowned. He peeked out to see the obedient wolf sitting under the eaves. For a moment, he felt a bit awkward, but he still carefully carried his sister and flew down. When White saw Sweet Bao come down, its face showed a hint of sadness. Seeing this, Sweet Bao immediately broke free from Old Seven and went over to comfort White. Seeing the wolf's sad face, she thought of the little cat she raised in her past life, who also looked full of grievance waiting for her to return from the laboratory. Old Seven wanted to hold his sister back, but in his carelessness, she ran over. He frowned but didn't dare to be careless. After calming White, Sweet Bao introduced the wolf and herself to someone else, feeling a bit more at ease. But she was also afraid that Brother Seven might do something like her father. After Grandma Gua finished tidying up, she called everyone to the backyard to leave together, ignoring Old Seven the whole time. Old Seven was confused and walked beside Grandma Gua, asking questions nonstop. Taking this chance, Sweet Bao fell behind a few steps, quietly moved the wolf into the space, and then happily caught up with the others. Until they returned to the main hall, Old Seven Gu only learned from his mother's words that his parents planned to take his younger sister to the city. It was really a lucky coincidence that he was back. He immediately said he wanted to pack some clothes, But before Old Lady Goo could finish saying she had already packed, Old Master Goo, who had come in from outside, interrupted him. Old 7 is back.
Perfect.
These days you stay at home and review your lessons. Your mother, sister, and I will go out for a walk. Old 7 Goo's brow twitched, and he asked through clenched teeth, Father, where are you going? I want to go see the outside world, his father replied. Old 7 Goo was so angry that his teeth hurt. He looked at his father, who was talking nonsense seriously, feeling helpless. Just as he was about to speak up and expose his father, Sweet Treasure, who was walking out from behind, interrupted him. Brother Chi, don't listen to Dad. We're going to the city, and Mother has already packed your luggage, she said, then looked at Old Lady Goo with a raised eyebrow and asked, Isn't that right, Mother? Old Lady Goo nodded, confirming that Sweet Treasure's words were true. She then turned her head and shot a sharp look at Old Master Goo, seeming to think that he clearly didn't want to take Old 7 along. After being openly exposed by Old Lady Goo, Old Master Goo silently stood to the side, looking somewhat guilty. Only after being glared at by Old Lady Goo did he finally behave himself. When Old 7 Goo heard he could go to the city, he didn't mind that his father didn't want him to go. After all, he had his younger sister with him. However, Old Master Goo clearly couldn't swallow this insult, but because of Old Lady Goo's authority, he could only hold his tongue and say, Don't just be happy. Remember to thank your sister. If she hadn't been worried about you, you wouldn't have been able to go. In the future, remember to love your younger sister. Even after you get married, teach your children to be kind to your little aunt. Did you hear that? Your father is right, Old Lady Goo chimed in. Hearing this, Old 7 Goo and Sweet Treasure both twitched their mouths. It was familiar words again. Since going to the city, they had heard these words less often. They didn't expect their father to bring out this classic line again. Sweet Treasure also had to admire her father and mother. Old 7 Goo responded, I will follow my parents' teachings. At this moment, Lu Shi had also prepared the carriage and arrived. Because the trip to the city was hurried this time, they didn't tell others, so everything was kept simple. There was no grand procession like last time, and the secret guards followed secretly. One carriage was driven by Lu Shi and Old 7 Goo together. Inside the carriage, there was a cotton cushion that Grandma Goo had prepared early in the morning. Sitting on it felt softer and more comfortable. Since they didn't plan to take 3 or 4 days like last time, the cushion was made to be more comfortable. After packing everything, a few people got into the carriage. As soon as they stepped inside, Grandma Goo noticed a large box that had appeared somehow. It was covered with black cloth, and she couldn't tell what was inside, but she could faintly smell a fruity scent. The carriage moved slowly. Old Master Goo also caught the sweet fruit smell. The more he smelled, the hungrier he felt. He turned to Grandma Goo and asked, Wife, did you buy some snacks? Why does it smell so sweet? Grandma Goo had already noticed the smell, but she knew only her young daughter could have made it. She didn't ask directly because she was afraid her daughter wouldn't be able to explain. To her surprise, Old Master Goo asked about it himself. No, Grandma Goo replied quickly and firmly, giving Old Master Goo a look that showed she was hiding something. Her gaze was sharp and a little threatening. Old Master Goo, however, was slow to realize and didn't get the answer from Grandma Goo. Instead, he mumbled quietly to himself. If it's not wife's doing, then where did this come from? It's even in our carriage? Sweet Treasure, who was nestled between the two, felt her whole body freeze as soon as she heard Old Master Goo's first question. She couldn't move at all. She wanted to explain, but the reasons she had thought of earlier suddenly seemed weak. She looked up and glanced around, then whispered, Father, this is something I made.
It's...
Before she could finish, Grandma Goo suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. Sweet Treasure looked at her mother in confusion, wondering if she wasn't supposed to speak. Grandma Goo lowered her head and winked at Sweet Treasure. When she looked up at Old Master Goo, her eyes were sharp. She gave a faint glance and said impatiently, If you think it's a bother, then go home and mind the house. She didn't really want to take Old Master Goo along either. She used to be very clever when she was young, but now that she's older, she seems more simple-minded. She finally understood who Old Master Gu was close to. Old Master Gu blinked and didn't dare ask any more questions. He also gave up on trying to find out from his daughter privately, worried that Grandma Gu might find out. He shivered slightly, feeling that although it was hot outside, there was a chill in the morning air. The rest of the journey was quiet. The carriage was speeding along smoothly. As they approached the canal, they noticed many carriages coming from all directions, all heading toward the city. Sweet Baby carefully lifted the small curtain of her carriage and looked outside. Just then, a fast-moving carriage nearby dazzled her, almost causing her to eat a mouthful of dust. She quickly pulled her head back, pretending she saw nothing. City of the Government Office. Old Gu, after returning from the academy, paused at the entrance of his house. Then he withdrew his foot and turned to leave. With the imperial exams approaching, many students were studying late into the night. Old Gu was no exception. Even though he understood all the content in the books, he still reviewed them carefully, not missing a single detail. He planned to go home, but then remembered his good friend inviting him to the bookstore. He had ignored the invitation earlier, but now, thinking about it, he felt a bit guilty. Thinking of Old Gu in this way, he quickened his pace toward the bookstore. The sun was blazing overhead, and the afternoon sunlight made him sweat heavily, making it hard to breathe. Luckily, the bookstore was nearby. Inside the bookstore, the manager organizing the shelves saw him and hurried over. When he recognized Old Gu, he turned sideways and pointed inside a private room, saying, "Young Master Zhou, and the others are already waiting inside." Old Gu nodded slightly in thanks and then headed over. When he reached the door of the private room and pushed it open, he saw 4 people inside. After glancing around, he recognized everyone and raised an eyebrow. He smoothed his clothes and walked in. Inside the room were 4 of Old Gu's classmates. Old Gu took a seat, thinking only Zhou Ziyu was coming. To his surprise, everyone was there. Seeing their expressions, he was confused. He lowered his eyes to hide his curiosity, waiting for someone to speak. After Zhou Ziyu saw everyone was present, he cleared his throat and said, "Since the imperial exams are coming soon and the academy has been on holiday these days, we have nothing to do. Why don't we go out and relax together?" Zhou Ziyu's words were met with no objections from Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin, who nodded in agreement. Chun Qing also frowned slightly. He had wanted to study more, but as the exams drew near, he felt restless. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and agreed. Old Gu, however, looked at Zhou Ziyu with indifference and asked softly, "Tell me, which sister are you accompanying this time?" Old Gu's words surprised the other 3. They all looked at Zhou Ziyu, clearly expecting him to give an explanation. Now that the scientific expedition is about to begin, how could they have any personal feelings? Zhou Ziyu lowered his head, touched his nose, and after carefully glancing at the 4 people, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's my younger sister." If it weren't for those 4 visiting his house last time and accidentally seeing his mischievous sister, he wouldn't have the nerve to do this. But he carefully looked at the calm expression of Old 4th Gu, furrowing his brows, unable to read the man's true feelings. "Rest assured, everyone, we're just here to have fun and relax. We won't interfere with the ladies," Zhou Ziyu promised. Hearing this, the others also relaxed a bit. It's not that they disliked Zhou Ziyu's sister, but with the imperial exams coming up, they had no interest in personal relationships. Jiang Tong said, "Zhou Ziyu, you must protect us all." There was an underlying meaning in his words. He had heard rumors about Zhou Ziyu's sisters, but he hadn't seen or heard anything directly, so he didn't want to jump to conclusions. Still, he was somewhat afraid. The faces of these people were all good-looking, but Old 4th Gu stood out the most. At this moment, he looked indifferent, as if he had no interest in going out to play. Zhou Ziyu heard Jiang Tong's words and quickly assured him, feeling relieved inside. As long as they were willing to go, his sisters probably wouldn't cause trouble every day, and he could focus on studying. They chatted for a while longer before dispersing, agreeing to meet early the next morning at the academy gate, where he would lead everyone. After setting the time, they all left. Old 4th Gu walked steadily toward his home. Soon, he reached the mansion gate, knocked lightly, and after a moment, the gatekeeper opened the door. "Young Master 4. Old Fourth Gu nodded slightly and stepped inside. In the courtyard, servants and maids were cleaning, and a faint scent of fresh grass filled the air. He was about to return to his room when he saw a beautiful figure inside, busy cleaning the house. When he caught a glimpse of her slender waist, he seemed to feel a warm breath on his palm. After thinking for a moment, he turned and headed to the back courtyard. These days, he had been studying hard every day, neglecting his martial arts practice. When Old Fourth Gu finished his training and returned, the room was already empty, spotless, and filled with a faint, refreshing scent, probably her scent. He shook his head and walked straight to the study. The next day, Sweet Bao had entered the city last night. The bumpy journey made her usually rosy face look pale. Madame Gu watched with concern and felt very sad. She was worried that Sweet Treasure's appearance might cause Old Fourth Gu to see her differently, so she decided to stay at the inn for one night and visit Old Fourth Gu's place the next morning. Sweet Treasure woke up early, and Madame Gu finished packing and went downstairs. She saw the two men waiting for her to come down for breakfast. After breakfast, she tidied up briefly before heading toward Old Fourth Gu's house. When they reached the door, Sweet Treasure opened the car curtain to jump out, but saw Fourth Brother walking ahead, heading toward the academy. Old Seventh Gu also saw Fourth Brother, frowned slightly, and looked puzzled. He said, "Huh?" The teacher said Fourth Brother's academy was closed for a few days. Why is he going there? Sweet Treasure, listening carefully, saw a hint of a smile in her bright eyes. She patted Seventh Brother's shoulder softly and whispered a few words into his ear. Old Master Gu, who was walking behind Sweet Treasure, looked at Old Seventh Gu with a serious expression, thinking it was time to start practicing martial arts. Hearing his sister's words, Old Seventh Gu's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to Madame Gu in the carriage and said, "Mother, I saw Fourth Brother. I'm going to find him with my little sister." As he spoke, little Fatty turned around inside the carriage, took out a small basket filled with snacks, most of which she had stored in her space. Last time at the academy, she had nothing to do, so this time she brought some food. Madame Gu came out of the carriage, didn't object to Old Seventh Gu's plan, and nodded, saying, "Go ahead, but be careful on the way." Old Master Gu also added, "If your sister loses even a strand of hair, you won't get your hair back." Old Seventh Gu, hearing this, pouted. If he didn't look so much like his father, he'd almost think he was adopted. "Don't worry, father and mother. Sweet Treasure will take care of herself," he said, then waved to the two of them. He picked up his little sister, and they headed toward Old Fourth Gu's place. Although they couldn't see his figure, they could roughly guess where he was. Madame Gu and Old Master Gu watched Old Seventh Gu and Sweet Treasure leave before entering the courtyard. A young servant nearby recognized the lady and master and quickly stepped forward to bow. Madame Gu waved her hand, telling the servants to get up, then continued walking to the back courtyard with Old Master Gu. Meanwhile, Lu Dong, who had been busy, heard the news from the servant. He told the guards to continue training and went to find Madame Gu. Madame Gu came to the city not only for her fourth son's exam, but also mainly to see what would happen to the group of servants here. When Lu Dong arrived, he simply bowed and, under Old Master Gu's questioning, recounted everything that had happened during this time. Most of it was ordinary news. Hearing this, Madame Gu said, "Lu Dong, later you gather everyone and ask them. After the fourth son's exam, he will return to Shirtu village. We are all villagers. If anyone wants to stay and follow us, they can. If they want to live their own lives, we will give them a severance pay and return their contracts." This decision was made after Madame Gu discussed it last night with Tian Bao. Tian Bao wanted to give everyone their contracts, but Madame Gu did not agree. The maids are different from the servants. If their families find out they are free, they might become very angry. It's better to bring them back to Shirtu village first, and then give back their contracts later. After thinking it over, they decided to leave the choice to the servants. Their future depends on what they decide. Lu Dong received the order and turned to leave. Soon he gathered everyone in the yard. After passing on Madame Gu's words, everyone looked at each other, surprised that the master was so kind. Some of them, clever and quick-witted, thought about it. After all, being a servant is shameful. Now that there is a chance to become free, how could they not be tempted? At this moment, Old Master Gu and Madame Gu came out and watched the people's choices quietly. Soon some people raised their hands. A few more followed, and Lu Dong recorded their names on the list. Lu Dong handed the completed list to Madame Gu. She looked it over, nodded, and then addressed everyone. Anyone who wants to leave voluntarily after the exam, go to Steward Lu. We will give each of you the severance pay according to the names on the list. As for others, you can follow us back to Phone Lai County. If you change your mind later, you can take back your contracts. When Madame Gu finished speaking, those who were afraid and hadn't dared to raise their hands finally relaxed. Their worries disappeared, and they looked excited, as if they were looking forward to a new place. After saying a few more words, Madame Gu waved her hand to dismiss everyone. Sweet Bao and Old Seven Gu followed to the entrance of the academy. Before entering, they saw fourth brother get into a luxurious carriage, with large pearls hanging on the outside tassels, shining even brighter in the sunlight. Sweet Bao swallowed hard and silently looked at seventh brother, as if asking what to do next. Old Seven Gu, rarely thinking before speaking, glanced at the nearby parked carriage and decided to go over with Sweet Bao. Big brother, is this carriage available for rent? There were often rental carriages at the academy entrance, but since the imperial exam was approaching, few people were returning home. Most just made do. The coachman waited for a while, but saw no passengers. He was about to head back home when a handsome young boy carrying a baby approached. He quickly snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly got off the carriage, saying, "Rent, rent. Please, both of you, get in." Old Seven Gu didn't hesitate. He carried Sweet Bao into the carriage. Once the coachman was seated, he pushed aside the curtain and pointed at the luxurious carriage's shadow, saying, "Please follow the carriage in front, big brother."
Got it.
"Please sit comfortably, sir." The coachman saw the young boy's noble demeanor and didn't ask many questions. He pulled the reins, waved the whip, and slowly started moving the carriage. The luxurious carriage moved slowly, and Old Seven Gu's carriage was also slow. Inside, the carriage swayed gently. Just as Sweet Bao was about to fall asleep from yawning, they heard a soft stop.
Whoosh.
"Little sir, miss, we've arrived," the coachman announced. As soon as he finished, Old Seven Gu pushed aside the curtain from inside, held Sweet Bao in his arms, and stepped out of the carriage. Sweet Bao, still in his arms, took out a small coin purse and asked softly, "How much is the fare?" The coachman was surprised, not expecting a baby to pay. After a moment of surprise, he quickly said 15 coins. Sweet Bao poured out coins from the purse, counted them, and handed 3 5-coins to the coachman. The coachman was stunned and quickly pushed the small hand back, saying, "That's wrong. It's 15 coins. "No, it's right, big brother. The round trip costs 30 coins, and the extra 5 coins are for your hard work." "Please wait a moment," Sweet Bao said seriously, calling him big brother too. He couldn't call him uncle or older brother. The coachman was pleased to hear this. He took the coins and, feeling a bit shy, promised, "Don't worry. I'll wait here until you come back." He hasn't been open for business much these days. Now, after walking a short distance, he has earned over 30 coins. What's wrong with waiting a little longer? Waiting a whole day is fine. He immediately thanked them and watched the two leave before realizing why the young girl called him big brother. He scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. Gu Laochi and Tianbao looked around and saw they were in a very quiet place, surrounded by green trees and tall ancient woods. They could hear birds singing faintly, and a few people were nearby, playing and walking around. Tianbao felt curious. How did fourth brother come here with others? Could it be for spring outing? But in this hot summer, what's the point of going out for fun? Tianbao didn't understand, but didn't ask much. She mainly wanted to ask Chigo, but he couldn't give an answer, so she chose not to ask. Her bright eyes looked around carefully and finally spotted a pavilion ahead along a winding path. Inside the pavilion, 4 or 5 people were gathered. On the small path leading to it, 3 or 4 young women were talking, their cheerful voices drifting over. Gu Laochi saw the women heading straight for the pavilion and widened his eyes in surprise. He silently raised his hand to cover Tianbao's eyes. Tianbao was a bit helpless and brushed away Qi Ji's hand. She had already seen everything. Besides, it was just a simple meeting. Why hide her eyes? "Chigo, let's go," she said, wanting to see what they were talking about near the pavilion. Gu Laochi heard her and nodded. He knew they shouldn't stay long in this scene, so he decided to leave. He turned around and was about to walk away. Tianbao, who had been watching the pavilion, suddenly saw a flash of movement. She changed direction quickly. Just as Chigo was about to leave, she hurriedly said, "Chigo, let's go to the pavilion." Gu Laochi stood still, hesitating. He didn't really want to take Tianbao there. He said, "Little sister, since fourth brother has something to do, let's not bother him and just leave." Tianbao didn't want to interfere with fourth brother's social interactions, but when she thought about what she saw in her dream, she felt scared. She wanted to prevent anything bad from happening to fourth brother. "Chigo, if you're scared, you can go back to the carriage and wait for me," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, she tried to slip down from Gu Laochi's arms. It was hot in August, especially when holding someone in her arms. But Tianbao didn't feel very hot, perhaps because she had a space of her own. She always felt cool on her body, only feeling warm in winter. Sweet Bao struggled and fell to the ground. Old Seven Gu only felt that the small, chubby ball in his arms had disappeared. The hot air around almost enveloped him tightly. He quickly stepped forward and held the chubby ball back in his arms, feeling a bit more comfortable. Old Seven Gu hurriedly comforted her, saying, "Brother Qi didn't say I wouldn't take you along. There are many snakes, insects, and mosquitoes on the way, so I need to protect you." Sweet Bao didn't resist and was carried back into his arms. Old Seven Gu didn't really comfort her. Instead, he immediately headed toward the cool pavilion. When they reached near the pavilion, the two hid behind a tree, listening carefully to the conversation of a few people. "Brother Gu is one of the best students in our academy. He will definitely be on the list this time. Yes, my fourth brother is the best. He will surely pass the exam. Brother Gu, this is my legitimate sister, and these two are my younger sisters. The girl next to me is my cousin. My fourth brother also has a sister, and she's very cute. My sisters have admired you for a long time. They've been talking about wanting to meet you, so I took a little time to come. It seems you're not here to see us, but for Brother Gu, right? Brother Ziyu, are you using us as cover?" Sweet Bao frowned, pulling aside some leaves to look. She saw that the women looked decent, but if judged by the eyes of someone choosing a wife, they were not suitable at all. Sweet Bao pulled aside some leaves and listened carefully to her fourth brother's reply. After a while, she didn't hear any movement. The little chubby girl couldn't help but move forward a few steps, leaning her small body closer. Unexpectedly, the ground beneath her was a bit soft. She accidentally rolled out. With a thud, she fell to the ground. Sweet Bao pressed her face firmly with her small hands, silently trying to hide her face, feeling a bit embarrassed by her funny entrance. Behind Sweet Bao, Old Seven Gu was holding her small basket. Before he could react, his little sister rolled out like a ball. He had overlooked this. At that moment, the people inside the pavilion suddenly stopped talking. Then Sweet Bao heard a surprised cry. "Aw, what is that thing that rolled out?" Her tender, white face, covered by her chubby little hands, instantly turned red, and even her ears showed a pinkish hue. When Old Forgu heard the noise, he turned his head to look. He saw what looked like a small, round ball of flesh rolling out. He frowned. Before he could get up to go over, he heard an unpleasant voice, and his expression grew colder and more intimidating. If this trip was to protect Zhou Ziyu's reputation, he now deeply regretted coming. Seeing his familiar chubby little sister's body, he shivered and coldly glanced at the woman who had spoken disrespectfully earlier. Then, he quickly walked out of the pavilion to his younger sister's side. The people behind him, unaware of the situation, were surprised to see that the usually cold Gu Yunqi was so caring. Even Zhou Ziyu's younger sisters blushed as they looked at Gu Yunqi. Gu's fourth son stepped down from the pavilion, picked up the sweet little treasure, held her in his arms, and gently brushed off the grass from her. Luckily, the place was covered with a layer of grass, or else, after her tumble, she might have been hurt again. Don't be so reckless next time. What if you get hurt? Gu's fourth son said seriously. Sweet little treasure wiped her hands happily when she saw her fourth brother. She immediately held his handsome face and looked at him carefully. Unexpectedly, this made the person behind her unhappy. Whose child is this? She's already helped up. Why is she still holding on? Said Zhou Yayu's younger sister, Zhou Yayu. Because there were many young men around, she kept her tone restrained, but it still sounded unpleasant to others. When sweet little treasure turned her head, she saw a woman dressed in greenish-blue clothes reach out and tug at the speaker's sleeve. But the speaker ignored her and instead gave a provocative look. Sweet little treasure frowned, then relaxed her brows and looked at the woman who had spoken with a teasing expression. Her small chubby hands slowly moved from her fourth brother's face, then gently wrapped around his neck under everyone's watch. She acted out a scene. Big brother, sweet treasure's hands hurt, and her legs hurt too. Only a kiss from Big Brother will make her better. She pretended to be sad. Who knew she had thought for a long time before coming up with this line? The success or failure depended on this moment. Gu's fourth son frowned when he heard her words. He wanted to explain, but then he heard his younger sister say her hands and legs hurt. Before he could speak, he hurriedly asked, "Did you hurt anywhere? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Forget it, I'll take you to see the doctor." Brother Zhou, I'm really sorry. I need to take my younger sister to the clinic. As soon as Gu's fourth son finished speaking, Qin Xing, who had been watching sweet little treasure intently from the side, suddenly realized. He thought the little girl looked familiar and finally understood she was Gu Yunqi's adorable younger sister. Gu's fourth son immediately wanted to leave with sweet little treasure, but after a quick whisper from her, he stopped and looked at her with a helpless yet loving gaze. The old man Gu, who had been hiding in the shadows, also came back to his senses. He immediately picked up a small box and walked out, with a slightly displeased look on his usually elegant face. After glancing coldly at the woman who had just spoken, he withdrew his gaze and went to stand in front of fourth brother. Fourth brother, Gu Old 7 said. Gu Old 4 looked at Gu Old 7 with a serious face, then nodded after a long pause. Everyone was stunned, watching the boy who seemed to appear out of nowhere. The boy was tall and slender, standing next to Gu Old 4, and their heights seemed almost the same. Zhou Ziyu, seeing the sudden change, quickly regained his composure. His expression turned cold, and after giving Zhouya a sharp look of disapproval, he went over to Gu Old 4 and began to apologize. Sweet baby pouted. She hadn't even started playing, and it was already over. Sweet baby said, "Brother Zhou doesn't need to be like that. I think Sister Zhou didn't mean to do it on purpose. After all, no grown-up would usually pick on a little kid." When she said this, Gu Old 4 nodded in agreement. Zhou Ziyu, who was usually clever, looked at the little girl in front of him and then at Gu Old 4, whose eyes held a gentle warmth. Suddenly, he understood everything. He knew Gu Yunqi had a sister, but he had never seen what she looked like. Now, seeing Gu Yunqi's cautious manner, he instantly realized. This was Gu's youngest daughter, and also Gu Yunqi's little sister. Once he figured it out, Zhou Ziyu broke out in a cold sweat. He almost made a big mistake. Frowning, Zhou Ziyu looked at Zhouya and said, "Zhou Ru, take your sisters back to the carriage." Zhou Ru, Zhou Ziyu's younger sister, nodded when she heard her brother's words. She led her sisters away from the pavilion. At first, Zhouya didn't want to leave. Their father had once said he wanted her to marry Gu Yunqi. After all, Gu Yunqi was just a commoner, and if she could use this to connect with the Zhou family, it would be very helpful. But now, Zhou Ziyu had interfered. She stomped her foot in frustration, thinking she would tell her father at home that her brother was not truly her brother and hadn't really cared for her. Zhouya was filled with resentment as she followed the others. Her anger was directed at her older brother. After they left, Zhou Ziyu apologized to Gu Old 4. However, Gu Old 4 shifted his body slightly, clearly indicating that the person who should be apologized to was not him, but the little ball of flesh in his arms. Zhou Ziyu didn't hesitate. He immediately bowed to Sweet Baby and said, "My half-sister was rude. As her older brother, I apologize on her behalf." Sweet Bao waved her hand upon hearing this. She didn't dare to ask the other person for an apology, since she was the one who fell and hurt herself, not her sister pushing her. At most, she had spoken harsh words, but it wasn't a big deal. Still, when she saw the hatred in the woman's eyes as she turned around, she felt she should remind him. "Big brother, you don't need to be so polite. Sweet Bao is fine now. Look, she's perfectly okay. It's just, your sister seems upset. Maybe you should go comfort her? Her look is really scary." Sweet Bao pretended not to understand and turned away, careful to hint that his sister's expression was unusual. She wondered if he could understand what she meant. Sweet Bao's words made Zhou Ziyu think for a moment. When he looked up again, his eyes held a smile, but there was a cold feeling behind it. Sweet Bao pretended not to understand and looked away. After all, this was someone else's family matter. The gathering ended quickly after that. The others came forward to praise Sweet Bao. Some even reached out to touch her cheek, but Gu Laosi dodged away. He said calmly, "My sister's shy." Shy? The others looked at each other. She was lively, so how did Gu Yunqi call her shy? They also had sisters at home, but none of them were as loved as Gu Yunqi loved her sister. Seeing how much Gu Yunqi cared for his sister, they couldn't sit still anymore. At this moment, they also wanted to go home and care for their own younger sisters. Gu Laosi hugged Sweet Bao, with Gu Qi following behind. Under Gu Qi's guidance, the three of them went to the carriage. When the coachman saw them approaching, he couldn't help but think, "Wow, they're even more beautiful than I thought." He had thought the two looked good, but now they brought back someone even more beautiful. The coachman got off the carriage, quickly made space, and let them board. Then, he carefully drove the carriage away from the place. Inside the carriage, Sweet Bao pouted and said in a cute voice, "Fourth brother, the exam is coming soon. Why are you out playing?" She remembered how she had treasured every moment during her college entrance exams, never relaxing for a second. Gu Laosi looked at his upset little sister and just smiled warmly. He replied softly, "It was my mistake. Thank you for your advice, little sister." A faint smile flashed in his deep eyes. "By the way, to thank you for your guidance, I've found a teacher for you. After the exam, she will come home with us." When he said this, some people were happy, while others looked unhappy. Old Seven Gu was very happy when he heard this and quickly said, "Brother For has thought everything through. I really should start learning now." Sweet Treasure looked unhappy, raised her head to glance at Brother 4, who was smiling, and Brother 7, who was happily grinning. She didn't feel any joy herself. If she had known earlier, she would have spoken more gently. She sighed and said, "Brother 4, you're so clever." Suddenly, she remembered that Brother 4 had said he had already found a teacher. Maybe he had found one long ago, just waiting to mention it today. Thinking this way, she felt more at ease. She needed to learn the writing of this era anyway, as she would have to use it in the future. If possible, she had many things she wanted to learn. The carriage shook as it headed to the estate gate. The three siblings got out, and the coachman drove the carriage away, still shaking. Back inside the estate, Old Seven Gu was called to the backyard by Old Master Gu. What he did there was a secret. Old Fourth Gu returned and noticed the atmosphere was a bit different. He frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention. At noon, Old Lady Gu decided to cook herself, with the cook helping. The dishes she made were all from the vegetables Sweet Treasure grew at home. Since she brought a lot, she also wanted the servants and maids in the estate to try something new. Old Fourth Gu looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, then turned and left the main hall for the backyard. Sweet Treasure watched him leave with a puzzled look. She looked again at the 4 green dishes and the soup. Could it be that Brother 4 wanted to eat meat? Thinking this way, Sweet Treasure hurried to the kitchen. There was still fire in the stove. She added some wood, and suddenly, the noise of crackling fire started. A passing cook girl was startled and quickly came in. She saw it was Miss 8. "Oh, my young lady, why are you in the kitchen? It's so hot here. What if you catch a heat stroke? You should go outside to cool down." The cook girl wiped sweat from her forehead and looked red-faced. Sweet Treasure pursed her lips, obediently came out, not wanting to trouble anyone. Besides, she suddenly thought she could make some cooling treats for Brother 4 and everyone else. With this idea, she thanked the cook girl and turned to look for Old Lady Goo. Finally, she saw Old Lady Goo in the front hall, arranging bowls and chopsticks. Sweet Treasure ran over quickly, hugged her mother's leg, and said softly, "Mother, come with me." Grandma Goo watched Tianbao rush out suddenly, but before she could react, Tianbao pulled her away. They only stopped when they reached the back room of the main house's east wing, then entered the space together. Last night, she slept with her mother. Grandpa Goo was forced to sleep in a separate room because he had upset Grandma Goo again. At Grandma Goo's strong request, he arranged a room next door. While the mother and daughter were in the room, Grandma Goo explained Tianbao's strange behavior over the past few days. She also noticed that the small ball of flesh in her arms was stiff. She sighed, knowing her daughter well. She wondered what kind of opportunity had happened to her daughter, but she didn't know the details. She planned to visit her maiden home in Stone Village to find out more. Tianbao felt her body stiffen. She thought she was careful about everything, but she didn't expect her mother to see through her. At this moment, she revealed everything to her mother, except for one thing. She was from another world. She kept the secret because it was too shocking. She only said she had recently discovered this place and that the timeline of her discovery was when she first climbed the mountain. Grandma Goo also understood a little more, but didn't say much. Instead, she held Tianbao tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. She felt she had been careless. If she had noticed her daughter's strange behavior earlier, she wouldn't have let her face everything alone. She couldn't imagine how scared her daughter must have been at that moment, and her heart ached. Seeing her grandmother's pain, Tianbao felt guilty. She thought to herself that she had done wrong. Coming here made her happier than her previous life. She had family and friends, and although her days were busy, they were fulfilling. Unlike her past life, which was just labs and home, she had never experienced such happiness and joy. For her, coming here was a gain. Her lonely past was gone forever, and her life was only getting better. After comforting her mother, Tianbao tried to make her happy by taking her into the space. To her surprise, she succeeded on the first try. Once inside, Grandma Goo couldn't help but exclaim at the vibrant, lively scene before her. With Tianbao's explanation, Grandma Goo learned everything like a child. She wanted to share her daughter's burden. When they reached the spiritual spring water, Tianbao simply said, "Drink this water often." Grandma Goo saw an introduction about a special spring water again. When she reached out to touch the corner of her eye, which had no wrinkles, she suddenly understood something. After Grandma Goo left the space, she kept telling her sweet girl not to tell others about what happened. She also promised to keep her daughter's secret. As for what would happen next, they would think about it later. Sweet girl nodded and agreed with her mother's way. Her worries from before eased a little. She rubbed her small head against Grandma Goo's embrace and then discussed with her mother about the servants in the city. Only after that did she go to sleep slowly. Grandma Goo was a bit confused. She didn't understand why her obedient daughter suddenly wanted to bring her into some space. Before she could ask, her daughter spoke first. "Mom, pick some cold melons." The watermelons were growing well now, big and ripe. It would take some effort for her to pick a watermelon herself. If her mother went to pick, she could make ice to cool the watermelons quickly. Summer and watermelons go perfectly together. Last night, Grandma Goo entered the space and saw where the cold melons were. She nodded and rolled up her sleeves to go to the watermelon field and pick some. She suddenly guessed her daughter's thoughts and started to pick with focus. Soon, she picked about 10 cold melons. When she finished and looked back, her old face was slightly red. She wondered if she had picked too many. It was her first time picking cold melons. At first, it was difficult and awkward, but after picking 2 or 3, she got better. She didn't notice at first, but gradually, she was picking more and more. When Sweet Girl brought over the prepared ice blocks, she saw her mother's legs surrounded by more than 10 watermelons. Her little face was full of surprise. She didn't realize her mother was so skilled. In just a short time, she had picked so many. She immediately praised, "Mom, you're so amazing. You picked so many." Since so many were picked, she wouldn't need to pick often anymore. Grandma Goose smiled shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed because she lost control while picking. Her smile slightly faded as she saw Sweet Girl pulling a basket of ice blocks behind her. She was a little surprised and asked quickly, "Sweet Girl, where did all these ice blocks come from?" Ice blocks were rare. Not everyone in Phonlai County could buy them. Seeing her daughter dragging a big basket of ice, she was surprised. She wondered how they had so much ice. Sweet Bao looked at the basket of ice behind her and casually mentioned that she had accidentally discovered it in the space. Grandma Gu nodded, but didn't ask further. Instead, she helped Sweet Bao put the watermelon into the ice, leaving half of it in the small creek to slowly chill. Since it wouldn't spoil, she wasn't worried about finishing it. Mother and daughter took the chance while the watermelon was cooling to go to the strawberry garden and pick strawberries, experiencing a family activity firsthand. Once the watermelon felt cool, they hurriedly carried it out of the space. After 3 trips back and forth, they finally brought out the chilled watermelon and washed the freshly picked strawberries. They divided some of the watermelon and strawberries, giving a servant to take the watermelon to the backyard to share with everyone. They also gave a large watermelon to brothers Lu Dong and Lu Shi. Grandma Gu took the remaining 2 watermelons to the kitchen, accompanied by Sweet Bao, who was carrying strawberries. Following Sweet Bao's instructions, they cut the 2 watermelons in half. Sweet Bao remembered there was an iron spoon in the space, so she hurried inside to get it. She also packed the washed strawberries into a plate. Only then did she return to the front hall. Not long after sitting down, Old Master Gu and Old 7th Gu came back together. As they entered, they immediately noticed a strong, pleasant aroma. Looking closer, they saw a familiar fruit on the table, winter melon, a rare and expensive foreign fruit seldom seen here. After sitting down, Old Master Gu was surprised and pointed at the 4 halves of watermelon on the table. He struggled to find the right words and finally managed to say, "Madam, did you steal someone's melon?" Grandma Gu, who had been smiling gently, almost lost her composure when she heard this. She looked at Old Master Gu with displeasure, but remembered that 4th brother was about to take the imperial exams and shouldn't be distracted. She thought about settling this later, but Old Master Gu was stubborn and wouldn't let it go. Seeing Grandma Gu ignoring him, Old Master Gu grew anxious and asked Sweet Bao, who was sitting in the middle, in a very soft voice, "Good girl, tell Dad, where did this winter melon come from? Did someone bully you?" Old Master Gu clearly believed the melon was stolen. Sweet Bao looked carefully at Grandma Gu, who was smiling but clearly furious, and softly said, "Dad, do you really want us to be bullied? That's mean of you." Sweet Bao didn't explain how she came about her name, but she knew that even if she did, her father wouldn't believe her. He was now certain that the item was stolen. Gu Lao Si, who had just left the front hall to get something from his room, heard his younger sister say that their father was mean. His deep eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope, and his usually cold face showed a hint of happiness, but he quickly suppressed all his emotions. Grandmother Gu saw Gu Lao Si enter and, after clearing her throat softly, said gently, "Si, you're here. Let's start eating." Hearing this, Gu Lao Chi obediently sat down, though he still felt some pain. His father had been rough and harsh, almost like venting his anger, not treating him like a person at all. Gu Lao Si nodded slightly, walked to their grandfather, and picked up Sweet Bao. After placing her on Grandmother Gu's right side, he sat close to her. When their grandfather looked over in surprise, Gu Lao Si lifted his lips slowly and explained calmly, "We shouldn't let bad papa affect my little sister's appetite." Grandfather Gu looked displeased and was about to speak up, but Gu Lao Si changed the subject. He turned to Grandmother Gu and said, "Mother, these are the earnings from my recent writing. It's not much, but enough to help support the family. He then took the money pouch from his room and placed it in front of his mother. Grandmother Gu was visibly surprised, not expecting Lao Si to do this. She immediately tried to return the money, but Sweet Bao, sitting in the middle, blinked her eyes as if she misunderstood something. In the end, Grandmother Gu didn't accept the money, thinking that Lao Si must have some silver on him since he had a banquet after his exams. She wondered if he had been to the moneylender's shop, as his silver wasn't much. She suppressed her thoughts and started talking about the dishes and fruits on the table. When she mentioned that the vegetables were grown by Sweet Bao herself, her two older brothers' eyes sparkled with surprise. They hadn't expected their little sister to be so capable and to grow her own vegetables. However, soon, Gu Lao Si felt a twinge of sourness in his heart. While other families' little sisters spent their days loving beauty, his sister was always thinking about helping the family financially. Sweet Bao noticed Gu Lao Si's low mood and didn't understand why her older brother suddenly felt down. But she knew that the only way to cheer him up was to eat. After Sweet Treasure divided the 4-segment watermelon, she naturally handed a large spoon to fourth brother. This made Old Master Gu very unhappy, but because Grandma Gu was nearby, he couldn't openly show his displeasure. He could only shift his gaze to the very calm 7th brother Gu, whose expression seemed thoughtful. After a moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. 7th brother Gu, who was busy eating, seemed to notice Old Master Gu's gaze. He couldn't help but look up. He saw that Old Master Gu's eyes were calm, as if he thought he was imagining things. Frowning, 7th brother Gu continued eating the cold melon in front of him. It was fragrant and sweet, and after eating it, he felt like his wounds didn't hurt anymore. Old 4th Gu took the cold melon and the large spoon handed over by Sweet Treasure. Only then did he look at the melon in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly, hiding a hint of surprise. Some things didn't need to be asked too clearly. While eating fruit, Old 4th Gu watched as Sweet Treasure diligently served dishes. Throughout the meal, Old Master Gu was quite unhappy with how things were going, but felt helpless about Old 4th Gu. After all, the imperial exams were coming soon. Old Master Gu narrowed his eyes, seeming to dislike the stressful exams for the first time. It kept him from practicing with Old 4th Gu, and he wondered if Old 4th Gu had regressed. The children in the family had been taught martial arts since they were young, including the grandchildren. The Gu family had very few who didn't know martial arts. Grandma Gu seemed to sense Old Master Gu's thoughts. She glared at him briefly before getting up to clear the table. After Old 7th Gu finished eating, he had already grabbed his little sister and slipped away. He still hadn't had enough fun. Sweet Treasure curled up in Old 7th Gu's arms, sighing helplessly. She wondered why her father and 7th brother seemed a bit childish. "Fourth brother, where are you taking me?" she asked. After leaving the front hall, Old 7th Gu found a quiet spot where no one passed by. He whispered softly, "7th brother wants to take you out to play." Sweet Treasure didn't speak. She just looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, feeling a bit dizzy from the heat. But after hearing 7th brother's explanation, she secretly doubted him. 7th brother didn't have many friends in the city, and he usually just attended the academy. She wondered what he really wanted to do. She nodded in agreement, accepting the idea of going out with Old 7th Gu. Old Man Gu saw that Sweet Treasure nodded in agreement and couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately took out all the money he had and pulled his little sister's chubby hand, placing the coins into her palm. He cheerfully said, "Little sister, Brother Chi only has this much money. I want to buy some vegetables you grew yourself, so I can send them to the teacher." The teacher he mentioned is from Yishuan Academy. He was able to attend as an auditor because a teacher from Fenglai County wrote him a letter of recommendation, giving him the chance to listen in. Sweet Treasure blinked and looked at the warm coins in her hand. She nodded and put the coins into her money pouch, patting it to make sure there was enough. Noticing Brother Chi's gaze, she raised her little head seriously and said, "Brother Chi, wait for me. I'll go find some things to give you." She then broke free from Old Man Gu's embrace and happily ran toward the kitchen. Sweet Treasure found a medium-sized basket. She filled the bottom with fruits from the space, then layered fresh vegetables on top. She nodded in satisfaction and then pulled over another empty basket nearby to fill it as well. Sweet Treasure remembered that Brother Chi bought vegetables with money from Brother Chi. Since Brother Chi wanted to see the teacher, fourth brother would probably go too. If the teachers later enjoyed these vegetables, they would surely be impressed, and that would be her business opportunity. Although fourth brother would return to Phonlai County after exams, there are still acquaintances at Yishuan Academy, like some of fourth brother's close friends. Sweet Treasure's plan was going well. Soon, she finished preparing the 2 baskets for delivery. She also took out 2 chilled watermelons from the small creek, one for each teacher, just right. At that moment, the cook came back from the backyard. When she entered the kitchen and saw Sweet Treasure busy inside, she was stunned. She looked at the large basket beside her and saw sweat on Sweet Treasure's face. She realized that the girl had done everything herself and stepped forward to ask, "Miss, do you have any other instructions?" Although the cook didn't understand what Sweet Treasure was doing, she thought it was better to ask. Sweet Treasure waved her hand, indicating she didn't need help. But then she remembered she couldn't move the baskets alone and quickly said, "Yes. Prepare a carriage and load all these things onto it. Later, find a young servant to go with us." After giving the orders, she turned back to the front hall to tell fourth brother about it. The cook, having received her instructions, hurried to the backyard to call someone. After Sweet Treasure arrived in the front hall, she realized that fourth brother was not inside. Luckily, a maid was sweeping at the door. She quickly approached and asked a few questions before heading toward fourth brother's room. The path was silent, with only the occasional sound of insects, but it did not disturb the peaceful atmosphere. Following her memory, Sweet Treasure walked toward the house. When she was close, she heard a cold voice from inside saying, "Go out."
Go out?
As soon as Sweet Treasure lifted her chubby leg to step onto the stairs, she heard someone inside say this. She quietly pulled her leg back, looking confused, unsure how fourth brother knew she was there. Before she could think more, she heard the door creak open and a pink figure appeared. Standing below the stairs, Sweet Treasure carefully looked at the woman in front of her. With just one glance, she recognized her immediately. This was clearly the person she had arranged in fourth brother's room before she left, hoping to find someone attentive to help him.
But now...
Sweet Treasure frowned, clearly unsure what had happened to fourth brother. Why did he chase her away? She stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Sister Xia, fourth brother is preparing for the imperial exam. His temper might be a bit irritable. Please kindly understand." She didn't know whether the woman in front of her had taken back her indenture contract. If she had, she would need to handle it carefully. If not, she could suggest that the woman help at Fifth Sister's clothing shop, which was in need of a model. Sister Xia's figure seemed quite suitable. Hearing this, Xiaohi shook her head quickly, biting her lip with a helpless expression. She shook her head again and softly said, "Fourth young master has always been kind to others. I've always been able to handle it." Her voice was soft but carried a gentle, sweet tone. Sweet Treasure nodded, but didn't say much. If Xiaohi wanted to complain, she could listen and maybe help her. After all, fourth brother's temper was indeed cold. "Senior Sister Xia, you don't need to serve fourth brother in his room these days. You should go to my room instead." After thinking for a moment, she made this decision. It was she who initially sent her to serve in fourth brother's room. If she knew how cold fourth brother was to others, she wouldn't have allowed her to go. Xiaohi's eyes brightened with joy at her words. She hurriedly bowed to the young lady. Sweet Treasure waved her hand, signaling her to return to the east wing. No one noticed that the slightly open window was quietly closed. After Sweet Treasure watched Summer Lotus leave, her almond eyes slightly narrowed. She noticed that Summer Lotus's fingers were white and slender, and even her neck was shining with a pearl-like whiteness. However, her face still looked pale and unhealthy. She suspected that something special had been done to her face. Thinking about it, Sweet Treasure believed that in ancient times, the only way to alter someone's face was with a mask, so she didn't dwell on it further. She shook her head, feeling that there was a lot of mystery around Summer Lotus, and decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, She turned and went to find fourth brother. Fourth brother Gu left the window and went straight to his desk. He picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and was about to write when he suddenly remembered something. After a large ink blot fell on the paper, he seemed to snap back to himself. Before he could do anything, he heard his younger sister's voice. Fourth brother. Fourth brother. Sweet Treasure rushed into the room and saw fourth brother Gu sitting at his desk. She ran over and called out loudly. Fourth brother Gu quickly put down his brush, stood up from behind the desk, and embraced her. His voice was gentle but a little helpless as he said, "Little sister, what's wrong? Look at you, you're all sweaty." He reached out to wipe her sweat. Hearing her brother's soft tone, Sweet Treasure swallowed hard. She was shocked, feeling as if the cold man she saw earlier wasn't her fourth brother at all. But when she saw her brother speaking so gently and slightly scolding her, she swallowed her words and decided to wait until later to talk properly with him. Fourth brother, I brought some gifts. Let's visit the teacher today. We can also visit seventh brother's teacher. When seventh brother starts school, he can leave a good impression. As fourth brother Gu reached the door, he heard his sister's words and felt his heart break. Visit the teacher? Just like that? He felt that his sister no longer loved him. Immediately, fourth brother Gu looked sad and walked in. Sweet Treasure, who was about to say something, almost bit her tongue when she saw him come in. She looked worried and swallowed her words before she could speak. Coincidentally, seventh brother is also here. Let's go together. It's decided.
Come on.
Sweet Treasure, who was in his arms, made a quick decision. But when fourth brother Gu heard this, he hesitated. Just as he was about to speak, seventh brother Gu interrupted him. Fourth brother, let's go. The carriage is ready at the door, just waiting for you. Earlier, seventh brother Gu had been waiting nearby in the front hall. When he turned around, he saw the busy servants carrying things. When he asked, he learned that all these were arranged by his sister, and she said they were going to the academy. Here is the improved and corrected version. They had almost finished setting up, but they still hadn't seen the younger sister. Only then did he come looking for her. Old fourth Gu was hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. After all, seventh brother would also come here to study hard in the future, so he needed to have a good talk with the teachers. Old fourth Gu secretly made a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, old seventh Gu, who was happily watching, didn't notice at all that his brother had set a trap for him. Now he was just being pushed into it. Sweet Bao, who was being carried, casually glanced at the table and saw the ink stain on it. Although she looked a little confused, she didn't think much of it. The three of them left the house again. It was only half an hour after they left that old lady Gu found out. When she heard they went to Yishuan Academy, she felt a bit more at ease. However, old Master Gu, standing nearby, gritted his teeth in anger. Old Lady Gu gave him a cold look, her expression very calm. She only said, if you really have so much free time, go talk to the landlord about the move-out date. After the exams and the results are out, we'll see the list and then go home. Old Master Gu nodded, stood up, stretched his clothes, and turned to leave. The carriage moved slowly. In just a few steps, they reached the school gate. Old fourth Gu lifted the curtain and looked outside, then told the driver to go to the back door. The back door was close to where the teachers lived, so entering from there was very convenient. When the carriage arrived at the back door, old fourth Gu jumped down first. Sweet Bao followed closely behind. Before old fourth Gu could react, she slipped down too. Seventh Gu also got off the carriage. The group carried the box with Sweet Bao inside and entered through the back door. Inside, a few people were chatting casually. When they heard the noise, they looked up together and saw Gu Yunqi, who was often praised by the teachers. They then looked down and saw him. Seeing this, everyone smiled and started whispering. I've heard that Gu Yunqi is very good at flattering the teachers. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I thought Gu Yunqi was some young master from a rich family. Now looking at the cheap gifts he brought, I see it was just a rumor. Exactly. Hey, don't say any more. He's looking over here. Sweet Bao, with sharp ears, overheard the people nearby talking about her fourth brother. She frowned slightly and looked up worriedly at her fourth brother. Seeing his expressionless face, she felt a little nervous. After thinking for a moment, she turned her head and looked at seventh brother, who was carrying the box. Her tender voice suddenly rang out loudly enough for the people nearby to hear.
Wow.
Seventh brother, be careful when handling these cold melons. Watch out for dropping them. Cold melons? What's cold?
What?
What if they break? If they break, just throw them away. Our family has plenty. We eat cold melons every day, at every meal. I'm almost a cold melon myself.
What?
Every meal? What kind of family is this? I just don't know if the master likes to eat them. If he does, I'll send a whole cart later. Seventh brother, be careful. Let the master taste them first. A whole cart? A few people nearby discussing Gu Yunqi overheard this. They thought it was a joke, but when they looked up and saw half a cold melon in the basket, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. When they looked again, they realized it wasn't a trick. They really had a cold melon. This realization shocked them so much they couldn't speak. How could they have cold melons? Doesn't Gu Yunqi come from a humble background? Even noble families don't usually have cold melons to eat. And the city shops don't sell them. But they actually had cold melons? Is this a lie? After showing off, the little treasure followed fourth brother to the master's place. Originally, seventh brother was also going to visit his own master, but after he mentioned it, Gu Laosi said their places were close. So, everyone headed together toward the master's house. Gu Laosi's master's surname was Xie. He was very strict and treated all students equally. The master's seventh brother was looking for was named Yun. They didn't walk far before reaching the master's homes. There were still students visiting to ask questions, and the masters were answering patiently. Just then, both masters were teaching students. Gu Laosi was worried that the little treasure might get bored, so he took her to wait at the door. After a short while, a student from Master Xie's room came out, bowed to Gu Laosi, and then left. Gu Laosi rubbed the little treasure's head, then carried some things inside with a servant. Master Xie, who had just finished teaching, looked up and saw his proud student coming in with a basket of items. He was slightly surprised and asked Yunqi, "What are you doing?" Gu Laosi put down the things and nodded to Master Xie. "Master, this is a small gift for my family. I hope you will accept it with a smile." Master Xie looked up after hearing this and saw that they were just ordinary vegetables. After thinking for a moment with a frown, he nodded and said, "All right, I will accept your gift, but please don't give me such things again in the future." Master Xie had heard some rumors and believed that Gu Yunqi was from a poor family. Now, seeing him bring vegetables, he suspected the rumors were true. Feeling guilty, he accepted the gift. Fourth brother Gu's eyes moved slightly, as if sensing Master Xie's thoughts, and then continued, "Master, I have a favor to ask." Master Xie raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of interest in his eyes, and asked, "What is it?" "Our seventh younger brother recently passed the imperial exam and will soon come here to study. I hope Master can help look after his studies. Of course, I would be grateful." Fourth brother Gu suddenly made this request because he wanted to ensure his younger brother's future in the academy. Hearing this, Master Xie quickly agreed, as he was familiar with helping students improve their studies. They chatted a bit more, and after reminding him of some exam precautions, Master Xie finally let him leave. As fourth brother Gu left, he saw Sweet Bao waiting under a tree, but not Gu Qi. Thinking he had visited the master and recalling the name he left with the master earlier, his cold expression eased. He walked over to Sweet Bao and waited with him for Gu Qi to come out. After about 15 minutes, Gu Qi hurried out. Sweet Bao asked a few questions, learning that Master Yun had tested Gu Qi's lessons a few more times. When everyone left the academy, the sky was already glowing with bright sunset colors, matching their journey home.
Nighttime.
Master Xie carried the vegetables given by the students back home. During busy times at the academy, he stayed there, but during holidays, he would go home. Recently, it was holiday time, and with the vegetables he received today, he decided to visit his family. Back home, he moved the baskets into the kitchen. Seeing the heavy basket, Master Xie was even more determined to take good care of Gu Yanheng's wishes. In the kitchen, Lady Xie was busy. When she looked up and saw her husband carrying a basket inside, she quickly asked, "Husband, where did these come from? Didn't the salary just get paid last month?" Shifuzi waved his hand, indicating that he did not buy it. Out of curiosity from his wife, he then continued, "This is a small dish sent by a student. It looks like common vegetables, so I accepted it." Hearing this, Lady Xie frowned and said disapprovingly, "You must not accept such things in the future." She didn't understand the affairs of the academy and could only advise Shifuzi not to accept gifts from students. If word got out to others with bad intentions, it would not be good. Shifuzi nodded and agreed, then asked Lady Xie to quickly prepare a few dishes, all made with the vegetables he brought back. When the table was ready with the dishes, Shifuzi sat down, carefully opening his clothes to sit at the table. He looked closely at the dishes and asked, "How does it taste?" Before eating, he could smell the fragrant aroma. Lady Xie picked a small piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks, carefully placing it in her mouth to taste. After a few bites, she couldn't help but brighten her eyes. "Husband, this dish of greens tastes excellent." Hearing this, Shifuzi quickly picked a piece of the greens and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a fresh aroma wrapped around his tongue. After savoring it carefully, he couldn't help but praise, "This green vegetable tastes very different from ordinary greens." While eating the greens, Shifuzi sighed, "When Brother Yunqi comes to study at the academy, I will take good care of him." Lady Xie didn't understand what was happening but nodded after hearing him. Soon, all the dishes on the table were finished. Old Fourth Gu was focused on studying before the exams. Meanwhile, Sweet Treasure was diligently serving his fourth brother, never feeling tired. Only old Master Gu, seeing this scene, felt a bit jealous and couldn't help but complain to old Lady Gu. "Madam, do you think I can still take the exam now? If I go to take the exam, will my obedient daughter treat me like this?" Old Master Gu watched his eager little daughter run back and forth, feeling a slight ache in his heart. He secretly sighed, thinking how wonderful it would be if that were him.
Sigh.
He let out a long sigh, but old Lady Gu shot him a stern look, and he immediately calmed down. Even without her saying anything, Sweet Bao guessed the reason. She was worried it might attract attention. After packing everything, Sweet Bao sat in the carriage. Sitting beside her was old Fourth Gu, and next to him was old Seventh Gu. This time, Grandfather and Grandmother Gu did not come to the exam. They said they were too old to join the lively event. In fact, Grandmother Gu was worried that Grandfather Gu might cause trouble, so she deliberately stayed away. When Sweet Bao got off the carriage, she saw many people standing at the gate of the examination hall. Nearby, the small path was full of parked horses, and students kept arriving inside. The hall was very strict. Guards checked each student's documents at the entrance. Inside, there were more checks to make sure no one cheated. Sweet Bao stood next to Fourth Brother, looked away, and then lifted her small head to encourage him. "Fourth Brother, stay calm. Just treat this as a normal exam." A passing student overheard her young voice, turned slightly, and looked over. When she saw it was a little girl speaking, she sneered and shook her head. "Kids like you don't understand how hard exams are." Fourth Brother Gu was feeling a bit anxious at first, but after hearing his little sister, he felt surprisingly calm. "Fourth Brother, I understand. Later, you and old Seventh go back together," he said. He didn't trust old Seventh to take care of his little sister alone, but there was nothing he could do since Grandmother Gu wasn't here. Next to him, old Seventh Gu didn't see Fourth Brother's dislike. When he heard he was only capable of that, he quickly moved closer and happily said, "Don't worry, fourth brother. I'll safely bring little sister back. Only with you here, I don't feel at ease, fourth brother Gu replied. He didn't say anything, just silently glanced at him, then lowered his head and carefully reminded him.
Sweet bao lidt stand cafe.
When she saw fewer students at the gate, she quickly pushed fourth brother. Hurry inside, the gate will close soon. Fourth brother Gu looked back at the gate, saw only a few people left, and then let go, preparing to walk toward the entrance. After taking a few steps, he turned around happily and said to Sweet Bao, little sister, wait for fourth brother. I'll bring back a top score. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned gracefully and headed toward the Gongyuan. Only after entering the courtyard did the gate slowly close behind him, leaving no trace visible. Outside, some people still lingered, and upon hearing the words of the scholar in front of them, everyone sneered. They wondered, is this the top scholar you can just choose to become? Everyone shook their heads secretly, thinking the scholar was bragging. Sweet Bao ignored the strange looks on people's faces around her. Soon, the chubby boy was lifted up and placed back into the carriage. Lu Shi drove the carriage slowly away from the gate of the Gongyuan. In Beijing, the Gu family received a message early in the morning, saying that the fourth son of the Gu family was taking the imperial exam today. Lord San San and his family went to the city with the young lady and the seventh young master. When the letter reached old Master Gu, he suppressed his excitement and secretly planned to visit the city again. Suddenly, the head of the Gu family received a message. Without mercy, he pushed open the study door and strode in. He walked straight to the old master's side, feeling that his eldest son was somewhat unfriendly. He frowned and asked coldly, no manners at all. You're officials now. How can you be so reckless? The head of the Gu family looked cold, took a deep breath, and reached out to the old master, saying, Father, why do you keep taking my letters? How many times has this happened? Every letter from Fenglai County was taken by the old master without exception. The old master moved his mouth, but didn't speak to defend himself. He just muttered, I'm just worried about the safety of my granddaughters. The Gu family head took another deep breath. He couldn't argue with the old master about this. After all, he cared about the children. But now, the old master was acting too frequently, and he was genuinely worried that the old master might do something unbelievable again. Father, as you can see, the political situation is becoming more uncertain. Third brother's place is still a safe zone. If your actions cause third brother to be exposed, I'm afraid the young ladies who are not yet married will be targeted. If you truly want that outcome, I won't stop you, the Gu family had said. Hearing this, the old master almost blew his beard off. He threw the letter he was holding forcefully at his eldest son and pointed at him, scolding, You ungrateful! Is that the kind of person I am? Isn't it your own fault? Look at you and your brothers. What's the difference? It's just that you can't have daughters. I've only given birth to you and your brothers, useless as they are. You don't have a daughter either, and it's all because of you, the Gu family had muttered softly.
What did you say?
The old master sometimes had trouble hearing, but he still heard his eldest son muttering a few words. Could he be criticizing himself? Thinking this, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to take action. Seeing this, the head of the Gu family quickly hid the letter on his desk in his pocket and stepped back. Then he looked at his father and shared news from the 6th and 7th households. Father, instead of worrying so much about the third brother's family, you should pay more attention to the 6th and 7th brothers' families. I just received news that both wives are pregnant. Now is the time for them to rest and take care of themselves. Who knows, maybe it will be a girl. When the head of the family said this, a sudden thought appeared in his mind. Both families were expecting boys, but he quickly shook his head, hoping for a girl. The family was in need of a girl. The old master of the Gu family heard this, and his eyes lit up. He hoped both daughters-in-law would give birth to girls. Immediately, he waved his hand and rewarded everyone in the household with 2 taels of silver, as 3 happy events had just happened. All right, you go do your work. I'll tell your mother. After saying this, the old master of Gu hurried back to his courtyard. He told his wife about the 3 happy events. Happy, She clapped her hands and quickly took some items from her private store to send to the 6th and 7th households. Then she selected some tonic supplies from the main warehouse and ordered people to send them quickly to the city. After finishing her chores, the old lady couldn't help but visit the ancestral hall, where the ancestors of the Gu family were worshipped. She knelt on a cushion and sincerely prayed, hoping that the 6th and 7th households would have daughters. After praying, she offered incense to her ancestors. As she turned to leave, she saw the sacred incense holder on the table. Acting on instinct, she picked it up and shook it. Soon after, when the old lady left the ancestral hall, her legs trembled. A maidservant nearby hurried forward to support her. She waved her hand and smiled, saying, "I'm too old now. I knelt for a while, and my knees hurt." Hearing this, the senior maidservant beside her smiled and replied, "Old madam, you are very strong. Maybe you caught a bit of cold last night. When we get back, I'll help massage your feet so you'll feel better." Hearing the maid's sweet words, the old lady smiled. She wiped away her previous gloom and said, "Hongju, you're quite the sweet talker. It's all thanks to your good teaching, old madam. I dare not take credit." The old lady smiled, but inside, she was thinking about the sacred incense holder and sighed quietly. It was all fate. After sending old 4th Gu into the tribute hall with old 7 Gu, Tianbao returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw Grandma Gu directing the servants to clean the house, even paying attention to every corner. Tianbao's eyes flickered slightly, as if she understood something. It seemed that the time for departure was approaching. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to help, but Grandma Gu stopped her. Instead, she suddenly recruited old 7 Gu, who was following behind. Old 7 Gu said, "I suspect I was picked up." Grandma Gu ignored his nonsense and waved her hand, assigning old 7 Gu to serve under old Master Gu. For some reason, Tianbao felt that her father was smiling unusually brightly. Seeing that she couldn't be of much help here, Tianbao turned and went to the kitchen. She happened to see the cook preparing vegetables, so she volunteered to help. The cook knew Tianbao was restless, so she handed her a small bunch of vegetables and asked her to start sorting them nearby. After picking a few vegetables, Tianbao heard a strange, squeaky sound coming from not far away. Curious, she grabbed a vegetable and looked toward the source of the sound. The busy cook in the kitchen heard the noise and hurried out. Her face, usually rosy, was now pale, with all the color drained, as if she recognized who was outside. Tianbao turned to look at the strange cook and frowned slightly. She put the vegetables aside and softly said, "Aunt Zhou, you go ahead with your work. I'll go see what's happening outside." After saying that, she quickly ran off. The cook, only then regaining her senses, hurriedly turned off the stove and followed behind Tianbao. Not far from where Tianbao ran out, she met a young servant boy who was trying to deliver a message. She stopped him. "What's happening outside?" The boy lowered his head and replied, "Miss, there's a drunk man outside. He's trying to take his wife home, saying someone in our house detained his wife without reason. He wants us to hand her over, or else he'll report to the officials." Hearing this, Tianbao's face immediately darkened. The maids and servants in her house were all bought with her family's money, and they all had proper contracts, including sale agreements. No need to go to the front yard. "My mother can't leave right now. Take me to see what's going on. I want to see who dares cause trouble in our house." The boy received the order, turned around, and led Tianbao toward the backyard. At this moment, the backyard gate was surrounded by a group of young servants, each holding a wooden stick, ready to attack anyone who tried to force their way in. When Sweet Bao arrived, a small path was blocked tightly by several young servants, with no gaps at all. It was only after the last servant saw her coming that they all moved aside to make way. Although Sweet Bao was small and short, her commanding presence was impossible to ignore. She walked up to the group of young servants and saw the man standing at the gate, the drunkard. He was not tall, wearing faded cloth clothes patched all over. His face was swollen with many boils, some oozing pus. He held a wine bottle, took sips from it now and then, and cursed loudly at the surrounding servants. The drunkard dared to hit people, so the others didn't dare to rush forward all at once. He took a sip of his wine, hiccuped, and said loudly, "You heartless people, give me back my wife. If you don't, I'll go to the government office and report you. Someone catch this man." Sweet Bao ordered with a serious face. The nearby servants, tired of the drunkard's nonsense, saw her command and didn't hesitate. They exchanged glances, rolled up their sleeves, and stepped forward. In a few moments, they subdued the drunkard on the ground. At first, he refused to give up, thinking he could still call out to the owner of this house. But to his surprise, a little girl with yellow hair appeared. Now she was telling them to tie him up? "You little girl, I haven't done anything to you. Why are you tying me up? If you don't give me back my wife, are you feeling guilty? Let me go quickly and bring my wife out. I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, I'll report to the authorities." The drunkard kept shouting even after being. When the others got tired, Sweet Bao patiently looked at him and asked, "Who is your wife?" Hearing this, the drunkard thought he had a chance. He happily said, "My wife is called La Mei. She just went back to her family a few days ago. That's when her mother promised her to me." Sweet Bao immediately thought of someone, a young girl working in the kitchen. She was usually very quick with her work. Since coming to the city, Lame Mei had been moved to the back garden, leaving only the cook in the kitchen, as it wasn't very busy now. She turned and asked the young servant standing nearby, "Did Lame Mei go home to visit her family a few days ago?" The maids and servants who went home usually used the back door, which was guarded because, after the incident where assassins from the Tao family were sent, the estate security had become stricter. Hearing the question, the young servant quickly recalled and thought carefully. He remembered that a young girl, wearing a new dress, had left the estate a few days ago. Could that have been Lame Mei? He didn't dare to speak carelessly and only told what he saw. "Miss, a few days ago, a maid left the estate, but I don't know who she was, so I can't be sure if it was Lame Mei." Sweet Bao nodded understandingly, then shifted her gaze to the drunk man. Seeing his face covered in boils made her feel uncomfortable. "I ask you, do you know that Lame Mei is from our estate?" The drunk man nodded. "Yes, my mother-in-law told me that my wife works at your estate." Hearing this, Sweet Bao smiled. Working at the estate and being sold into the estate were two different things. She kindly reminded him, No, you're mistaken. Lame Mei isn't working at our estate. She was sold into it. Do you understand?" The drunk man looked surprised, as if he truly didn't know. He clenched his teeth and continued stubbornly, "I don't care what you say. Anyway, you have to give me my wife. If you don't blame me for reporting you." Sweet Bao's face darkened slightly. She had wanted to speak kindly to him, thinking that if he was sensible, everything would have been settled by now. "Then go report to the authorities. If you can't find the place, we will do it. I often go there anyway." The drunk man was visibly stunned. The little girl in front of him didn't seem afraid of the official house, but looked eager to act. He was unsure how to respond. Could it be this family was truly a wealthy household? He suddenly felt uneasy, lowering his voice slightly. "Since that's the case, go report to the officials. Anyway, when they come, they will return my wife to me." Sweet Treasure waved his hand, instructing someone to loosen the drunkard's bonds. As the drunkard stared in surprise, he slowly said, "You two go with him to report the case. If he doesn't report, then you do. Accuse him of breaking into someone's house to steal. I want to see if the officials will accept the case." Sweet Treasure then pointed at two people, telling the servant to watch the drunkard carefully, fearing he might run away halfway. The servant received the order and took the drunkard away. The drunkard wanted to struggle a bit, but he couldn't break free. Sweet Treasure waved away a group of curious servants. The noisy back door became quiet. After the servants left, Sweet Treasure immediately saw the cook standing at the back, still with a pale face, frowning slightly. Could it be? Does Aunt Jo know something? With this guess, Sweet Treasure stepped toward the cook, looked up slightly with a smile, and said kindly, "Aunt Jo, let's go back and cook." The cook, still pale, looked nervously at the door, but after seeing no one there, she relaxed and followed the young lady. After a few steps, The cook couldn't hold back and told everything. It turned out that a few days ago, Lamé received a letter saying her mother was seriously ill. She borrowed a fake reason from the steward and went home the next day after tidying up. She also took the savings she had saved up. But in less than half a day, she returned crying. At first, she didn't want to say anything, but later, a man came to find her. The cook happened to see this, and out of fear, she told the story. When Lamé went home, she truly thought her mother was gravely ill. But when she pushed open the door, she saw her mother, who was supposed to be sick, lively, and eating melon seeds, talking to an ugly man, calling him her son-in-law. Shocked, Lamé pulled her little cousin aside and asked carefully. She found out that her mother had sold her again. She didn't know where her mother heard the news, but she thought her marriage contract had been returned. Her mother became lively and wanted to see a man from the village who was an old bachelor. He offered a high bride price of 10 taels, and today she called her back just to see him. Actually, she just wanted the old bachelor to check her. When Lamé learned the truth, she was overwhelmed with shock. She drove the man out and caused a fuss at home. Her brother and sister-in-law came back then, but instead of helping her, they scolded her for being unfilial and even took all the money she brought. Finally, Lamé was thrown out of her home by her older brother, who gave her 5 days to pack her things and return home to get married. The cook sighed softly after telling the story. Lamé had a hard life. Her mother sold her to a trafficker. Luckily, Lamé was dark-skinned and thin, which saved her from being sold to a brothel. After hearing the story, Sweetbao's brows remained tightly knit. She looked up and reassured, "Aunt Jo, don't worry. Please tell Lamé that this is a small matter. The contract is in my mother's hands, and no one can take it away or steal it. As long as she is part of our Gu family, we will protect her. If that person comes again to cause trouble, just send them away and report to the authorities." Although she had earlier sent a servant to report to the officials, she believed the other person didn't have enough proof. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been lingering at her back door so often. The cook nodded and also sighed in relief. With the master's promise, Lamé was somewhat protected. 2 figures, one young and one old, talked as they returned to the kitchen. After 2 hours of busy work, they finished preparing lunch. Sweetbao helped set the dishes. When she turned around, she saw the cook hurriedly heading to the backyard. She knew the cook was going to comfort Lamé. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu had been busy all morning, tidying up the house thoroughly. Just after washing her hands, her young daughter pulled her to the front hall for a meal. As soon as they entered, they saw old Seven Gu sitting quietly on a chair, while old Master Gu looked energetic and lively in the main seat. Grandma Gu frowned, seeming to guess something but kept her composure, and walked over. Sweetbao noticed her mother was unusually quiet, which made her curious. But her silence only lasted a few seconds. Once Grandma Gu sat down, she turned her gaze to old Seven Gu. He looked uncomfortable under her stare and lowered his head slowly. After a moment, he quietly asked, "Mother, are you upset again?" Grandma Gu didn't reply but looked at old Seven Gu and softly said, "Old Seven, after you finish eating, go back to your room and rest." Old Seven Gu was surprised and quickly nodded in response. Sweetbao watched this scene and felt a sudden chill down her back. She silently sat beside old Seven Gu. The meal was unusually quiet. After lunch, old Seven Gu quickly carried Sweetbao away. Not long after they left, they heard old Master Gu scream loudly. Sweetbao couldn't help but shrink her shoulders and looked at old Seven Gu, who was smiling happily. She sighed, clearly amused by her silly older brother's obvious gloating. "Brother Seven, did Dad hit you again?" The normally cheerful seventh brother suddenly paused, his smile fading instantly, and he looked very sad, almost ready to cry while hugging his little sister. "Little sister, stay away from Dad in the future. He really does hit children. Look at me, I'm grown up, and Dad still hits me," Gu Lao Chi said seriously. Sweetbao tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Brother Seven, did you get hit because you didn't listen? Did you make Dad angry, so he hit you?" His handsome face suddenly looked very serious, and he said firmly, "No, Dad really does hit children. Oh, Sweet Buck nodded obediently, not daring to expose her brother's words. In the Goof family, Dad rarely hits anyone, and the only one who often gets beaten is Brother Seven. Yet, no matter how many times he's been hit, he seems to forget it quickly. If today's words were overheard by Grandpa Goo, he might get another scolding or worse. Sweetball felt sorry for her brother. When they returned to the room, she poured him a cup of spiritual spring water to help him recover, since it's good for strengthening the body. Gu Lao Chi didn't realize her kindness and thought it was just the tea prepared earlier in the house. He drank it all at once, feeling the sweet taste in his mouth, with no bitter tea flavor. He raised his eyebrows, about to ask when suddenly, two young servants hurriedly ran into the room. "Young Master Chi, Miss Ba." After bowing, the two servants continued, "Miss, when they were escorting that person, they were ambushed and the other side escaped." Sweetball listened and nodded knowingly. She was sure the other person wouldn't dare go to the government office, or they wouldn't come here to cause trouble every day. Gu Lao Chi, standing nearby, was confused and wanted to ask questions several times, but he couldn't get a word in. Only after the two servants left did Gu Lao Chi have a chance to speak. "Little sister, I was so confused just now. What exactly happened?" Sweet Bao told him everything in detail. When she finished, she looked up to see Gu Lao Chi with a serious face. Although he didn't look angry, she could tell he was upset. Gu Lao Chi gritted his teeth and said, "How can there be such villains coming to our house? Wait and see. I'll ask Brother Liu to send some strong guards to hide at the back door. If they come again, just beat them up. If the other person is not willing to accept, we can directly send them to the yamen and report that they intend to cause trouble at night." Sweet Treasure nodded heavily upon hearing this. If a few skilled people guarded at the door, she wasn't worried about this person coming again. After all, better to provoke a gentleman than a villain. This makes some sense. Old Seven Gua felt more and more restless. He immediately stood up and went to the backyard. At this moment, Brother Liu and the others were probably resting. Seeing that she had no more tasks and feeling bored in the afternoon, Sweet Treasure returned to the east wing and told no one to disturb her sleep. After closing the door, she flickered and entered her space. Inside, she headed straight to the laboratory to continue making skincare products, some rouge and powder, and most importantly, she used spiritual spring water to make health pills. She planned to package these pills nicely and keep some for future gift-giving. The cost was high, so giving them as favors was fine, but if she sold them, many people might not accept it. Deeply focused on her research, Sweet Treasure didn't notice the sky darkening outside.
She didn't come out until dinner time.
Grandma Gu frowned, seeming to remember something, and went to check Sweet Treasure's East Wing room, but Xia He stopped her. Xia He bowed slightly and said quietly, "Madam, Miss Treasure told everyone not to disturb her rest before sleeping." Grandma Gu nodded, looked at the closed door, and instructed Xia He, seeing her like this, "She probably won't get up tonight. You go down to eat. No need to wait here." Xia He hesitated, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. She bowed and left the east wing. Grandma Gu took over and stood guard at the door. Soon, the door creaked open from inside. Grandma Gu turned her head and saw a small, tired face of a chubby girl coming out. The lantern hanging under the eaves cast a dim, warm light, like a thin veil of mist, clearly shining on Sweet Treasure's body. Grandma Gu's eyes filled with tenderness, but she didn't want to say anything. She softly asked, "Good girl, are you hungry? Should I bring you some food? Shall we not go to the front hall tonight?" Sweet Bao, regaining her senses after hearing her mother's voice, initially thought she was imagining things. Before entering the space, only Xia He was there, but now she heard her mother's voice. No, that can't be. Her mother's voice? Sweet Bao quickly snapped back to reality, staring blankly at the woman standing outside the door. She had a slender figure, wearing a deep purple dress, but her natural grace was still evident. This person was her mother. "Mother, why are you here?" She said this as a chubby little girl hurriedly ran into Grandma Gu's arms. Grandma Gu gently held Sweet Bao, even quietly weighing her and noticing her small round face now showing a faint little chin. She was surprised. But after the surprise, she felt more heartache. She didn't know what her daughter experienced in the space, but to her, it was just one afternoon apart. Yet, her daughter had become so thin. It truly broke her heart. Sweet Bao, unaware of her mother's thoughts, would have cheerfully said it was a good thing if she knew. Grandma Gu carried Sweet Bao back to the front hall. The table was already set with a rich dinner, but only her seventh brother was sitting inside. She didn't see her father's voice. Sweet Bao was surprised and quickly asked, "Mother, I didn't see Dad?" Grandpa Gu usually ate dinner on time. "Your father has been busy all day today. He's a bit tired and didn't have much appetite, so he went to rest early." At this moment, Grandpa Gu was lying on the bed, groaning. After a while, hearing no movement behind him, he stopped and turned around to look. He saw that Grandma Gu had already left without anyone noticing. Grandpa Gu. This person is so unkind. Late at night, back door of the Gu family. A shadow was pacing back and forth outside the back door, trying to find a way in. After several attempts failed, the shadow was about to give up when it suddenly noticed a crooked-necked tree near the wall. The crooked part was close to the wall, and if the shadow could climb up the tree, it might get inside. The shadow's spirit lifted and quickly climbed the crooked tree. It carefully moved along the branch and successfully entered the yard. Just as the shadow was feeling proud, unknown to it, a group of people on the roof nearby had seen everything. Among them was a tiny, chubby figure who was also watching the reckless shadow with interest. The dark master beside him sighed helplessly, thinking next time he shouldn't listen to the little girl's coquettish words. Sweetie Treasure was lying on the roof, tilting her head to watch the shadow cowering below. Under the moonlight, she clearly saw who was coming and became even more excited. "Uncle Xian, after he walks inside, you can start to hit him. You don't have to beat him to death, but you should make him remember this lesson. Not everyone can be bullied." After the Dark Lord received the order, he sent 4 or 5 people quietly to follow the shadow. At the same time, Sweetie Treasure, full of curiosity, asked the Dark Lord to hold her and followed along. But when she saw how familiar the other person was with the house, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Why did they seem so comfortable with the layout? Even in the dark, they didn't make a single mistake, and they moved more smoothly than before.
Ah, interesting.
Seeing the shadow disappear around the corner, the Dark Lord quickly held Sweetie Treasure and chased after him. When he saw the shadow slip into a room, he waved his hand. The Dark Lord waved his hand, and the nearby dark guards silently surrounded the area, hidden in the night, waiting for the person to come out so they could catch him all at once. But after waiting for a long time without any movement, the Dark Lord frowned, wanting to go forward to observe. Just then, the shadow came out of the room. As soon as the person appeared, the hidden guards moved in unison. Their attacks varied in strength. The man's screams echoed throughout the estate, and the once dark corridor was lit up by the maids and servants who came running after the noise. When the candlelight appeared, the timid maid screamed. They saw a group surrounding a pig-headed man. His features were unrecognizable, but the sharp-eyed servant saw pus on his face, some of which had already burst. It was hard to look at. Sweetie Treasure signaled for the Dark Lord to move forward. After a few steps, she reached the pig-headed man. She kept a serious face, without showing any emotion, which made the surrounding maids and servants feel a strange sense of fear. "Someone, lock him in the firewood room. No one is allowed to leave without my order." The dark guards received the order, picked up the man, and headed to the firewood room. Hearing the commotion, Old Master Gu also dismissed the onlookers, and the estate returned to its usual calm. After dismissing the crowd, Old Master Gu let out a breath of relief. Turning around, he saw the Dark Lord holding his daughter. His brows furrowed tightly, and he walked over with a serious face. After taking Sweetie Treasure from the Dark Lord's arms, he coldly said, "You can leave now," implying you can go away. A flicker of light flashed in the Dark Lord's eyes. Without even looking at Old Master Gu, He turned and left. I randomly found a bright place, took out my paper and pen, and wrote freely. The mansion in the city was infiltrated by villains. Luckily, the young lady was clever and managed to trap the bad guys. However, the third young master was late to appear and only showed up after everything was over. He didn't comfort the young lady and even seemed to scare her. After finishing, the Dark Lord was satisfied and handed the letter to the secret guard, instructing them to send it urgently to the capital. Old Mr. Gu didn't realize he had been noted again. Instead, he happily hugged his daughter and returned to the main house. The house was brightly lit. Grandma Gu sat at the round table, wearing a robe, looking a bit worried. Just as she was about to stand up, the locked door creaked open. She turned her head and saw Grandpa Gu carrying Sweet Baby into the room. "Mother," Sweet Baby called softly. Grandma Gu went forward and took her daughter into her arms. Grandpa Gu, silent all along, touched his nose innocently. He seemed to notice a hint of anger in Grandma Gu's eyes. Had he been caught scheming? Grandpa Gu pretended to be casual and followed the mother and daughter to the bedroom. But after a few steps, Grandma Gu's voice stopped him. She said, "Go sleep in the side room." Then she carried her daughter inside, leaving Grandpa Gu standing there helplessly, sighing. He also made up his mind. Next time, he must not let Grandma Gu see him. Sweet Baby was carried into the room by her mother and sat on the soft bed, swinging her chubby legs. She asked casually, "Mother, did Daddy make you angry again?" She noticed something was wrong that afternoon, but she didn't expect her father to still be upset. Grandma Gu didn't want Sweet Baby to worry. After all, the girl had many things to worry about every day. She thought for a moment and said, "Your father didn't make me angry. I just simply don't like him." Sweet Baby nodded, understanding. That's something every woman experiences.
But
Her mother was so old. Could she still have such feelings? Could it be thanks to the spiritual spring water? Grandma Gu looked at the time and decided to hold Sweet Baby and fall asleep. The next morning, Sweet Baby woke up early. She was still thinking about the shadow from last night, especially how it moved so smoothly. She was also curious about that room. Grandma Gu chose a gentle, soft-colored little dress for Sweet Bao. The sleeves were a bit wide, so Grandma Gu wrapped a scarf around her, rolled up the sleeves, and then crossed the excess scarf around her arms, tying it in a knot. This made it easy for Sweet Bao to play. Sweet Bao moved her chubby little hands, feeling very flexible. She didn't feel the tightness she had before and found it very comfortable.
But
She looked down at herself, which looked like a small rice dumpling, and thought for a moment. She decided she looked like a little meat dumpling. After washing up, Sweet Bao turned to find the Dark Lord. Grandpa Gu followed behind with a frown, leaving Grandma Gu looking helpless. She shook her head and went to the kitchen to wash her hands. A few steps later, Sweet Bao sensed someone behind her. She turned around and saw Grandpa Gu sneaking after her. She sighed helplessly and turned to walk toward him. Grandpa Gu was hiding behind a flower pot, not daring to move for a long time. When he thought his little girl had almost left, he quietly peeked out and saw a big, chubby face. He almost got startled, but after calming down, he realized it was his daughter and let out a relieved breath.
Dad, what are you doing?
Sweet Bao's big, bright eyes stared at Grandpa Gu, waiting for his answer. Grandpa Gu, who had just recovered from his surprise, almost choked on his words when he heard her. "Dad." "Just passing by," he said, but he hoped she believed him. Sweet Bao sighed deeply and said helplessly, "If you're curious, Dad, come along. We just caught a thief last night." She thought that since her dad wanted to see the fun, she shouldn't be left out. Some things are better handled by adults. The two of them, one big and one small, first went to find the Dark Lord. Then, the three of them headed to the wood storage in the house. At the door of the wood storage, 3 or 4 guards were watching. The area was heavily guarded, and even the little servants weren't allowed inside. Seeing that everyone was outside, Sweet Bao frowned. Before anyone could speak, she asked, "Is there anyone inside guarding the place?" One of the guards, a tall, thin man wearing a mask that hid his face, stepped out. His voice was a little hoarse as he bowed and said, "Miss, someone is watching inside." Hearing this, Sweet Bao relaxed a little. The Dark Lord standing nearby couldn't help but give a look of admiration to Sweet Treasure. With a girl like her, the Gu family has always been clever, regardless of age. But then, his gaze shifted, and after glancing at the seemingly serious third master, he realized that the cleverness of the Gu family didn't include the third master. Old Master Gu happened to turn his head, wanting to ask a question, and saw the pity in the Dark Lord's eyes. Pity? What is this young boy feeling sorry for? Old Master Gu frowned and was about to ask when he heard a cold command. "Open the door." Under the Dark Lord's order, the guards quickly opened the door to the firewood room. A strange smell immediately wafted out, making people feel slightly uncomfortable. When the door was opened, 2 dark guards inside hurried out, bowed to the group in front of them, and then stood aside. "How is that person?" the Dark Lord asked. The guard replied, "He begged for mercy all night yesterday, only falling asleep in the early morning. He still hasn't woken up." The Dark Lord frowned slightly, lowered his head, and looked at the young lady standing beside him. She also slightly furrowed her brows. After a moment, sensing that the strange smell in the air had lessened a bit, he spoke. "Dad, last night some troublemakers broke into the house. Sweet Treasure is a girl, and naturally, she can't stand bloodshed. Please, Dad, question him." Sweet Treasure tilted her head and looked at old Master Gu beside her. Her words sounded soft and gentle, but the Dark Lord's expression tightened when he heard her. Last night, he didn't know who, but saw someone excitedly watching others get beaten. However, he would never say this aloud, since his daughter was delicate and fragile. When old Master Gu arrived last night, he only knew that there was a thief in the house but didn't know the reason. Now, hearing that his daughter was given a task, he immediately felt very important and became proud, even glancing at the Dark Lord with a hint of challenge. "Don't worry, daughter. Leave this to me. I promise to find out the truth." After saying this, he raised his eyebrows at the Dark Lord and then strode inside. Sweet Treasure found it strange that old Master Gu didn't seem suspicious, but she didn't think much of it. She assumed her father might have known everything and didn't bother to ask further. "Uncle Xian, let's go see that room." Hearing this, the Dark Lord quickly hugged Sweet Treasure and turned to walk toward the room they saw yesterday. The room is at the front of the backyard. Due to limited space, only one room is here, and it is rarely used. After all, this estate is neither very big nor very small. There are only a few servants and many rooms in the backyard are empty, so this room is not occupied, which is not unusual. The two of them soon arrived outside this room. At the door, 2 guards were standing watch. When they saw the master arrive, they immediately opened the door. The master then carried the little girl, Tianbao, and entered the room. Sunlight shone through paper windows into the room. The interior was very simple, with only an old, broken table and a few worn-out stools. Everything else inside was easy to see at a glance. Seeing this scene, Tianbao was stunned, as if she couldn't believe this was the outcome. She didn't understand what this person wanted to do. Late at night, sneaking into the estate, she thought it was because the person was upset about something that happened during the day and came to cause trouble. But now, the person was here, not to cause trouble, but seemingly to find something.
Find.
Suddenly, Tianbao had a bold guess. This person sneaking into the estate at night wasn't to cause trouble, but to find someone. Naturally, she knew who they were looking for. She wondered who was guiding this person from behind the scenes. Tianbao briefly shared her guess, mostly explaining the complicated relationship between the Dark Master and the person. Although the Dark Master didn't fully understand the situation, he guessed some parts. With Tianbao's explanation, he imagined a rough story forming in his mind. Meanwhile, another person hurriedly ran over while Tianbao was talking to the Dark Master. "Dark Master. Young lady. Third Master asked me to tell you that this person just bumped into the wall." As soon as he said that, the Dark Master quickly hugged Tianbao and hurried towards the firewood room. Inside the firewood room, they saw old Master Gu standing with a stern face. On the ground was the pig-headed man who had been beaten last night. The man was lying on his back, with his chest slightly rising and falling. It didn't look like he had died from but judging by his appearance, it seemed he could pass away at any moment. While everyone was distracted, Tianbao quietly took out a few bottles of medicine from her space. After holding the medicine in her hand, she slipped down from the Dark Master's embrace. When no one was paying attention, she fed all the pills into the man's mouth and then turned to Old Master Gu. "Father, have you found out anything?" Old Master Gu shook his head with a look of regret and said, he just opened his mouth a few words, and before he could even greet anyone, the other person woke up suddenly, became very excited, and now looks like this. "Dad, let's send someone to call the doctor and have him treat him first." Sweet Bao looked disappointed, but she really didn't know that her father couldn't see through the situation. However, when she looked carefully at the other person, she found many suspicious points. She couldn't quite tell what was strange about him. After observing for a while and not discovering anything else, Sweetbuck got up and left, since her father and Uncle Xian would take care of it. Old Master Goose saw his obedient daughter leave and finally relaxed. At this moment, he heard the Dark Master's voice asking questions. How did the third master notice something was wrong? Old Master Gu looked at the person fainted on the ground and sneered. He had only used threats and bribes, but he didn't expect this person to be so timid and afraid. In his panic to escape, he accidentally tripped himself, which caused him to hit the wall. This person talks nonsense, contradicting himself. Sometimes he says he's looking for someone, sometimes he says he's bringing someone home. He doesn't tell the truth at all, but instead looks sneaky and tries to run away. But after thinking about what this person just said, his brow furrowed, and he looked serious. However, he said a man in black told him to propose marriage at someone's house and gave him a lot of silver. Unfortunately, he didn't marry anyone, and after being threatened, the man in black came back and told him to sneak into the mansion tonight. I don't understand why he came to our house. He found this confusing. He thought this man was just trying to deceive him, but then he realized that if he was just trying to trick him, he wouldn't gain anything. He couldn't figure out the reason behind it, so he decided to tell the Dark Master. But after hearing this, the Dark Master's face darkened. He looked up at Old Master Gu, seeming unsure whether to speak. But when he thought about how serious the matter was, he decided not to hide anything and immediately said, "A few days ago, the secret guard was ordered by the head of the family to investigate whether there were any hidden enemies in the Tao family. They heard the Tao family's servant mention that the family had closed their doors during the day several times, and faint voices of strangers could be heard inside. When someone entered, the voices inside disappeared completely. I'm afraid there are unknown forces behind the Tao family." Old Master Gu listened and looked serious. Just after leaving the Tao family, he found out they had a connection to the Gu family. Could it be that they knew the Gu family was part of the prominent Gu clan in the capital? But this didn't seem right, as the capital was currently peaceful. Wait until this person wakes up later, then send him away, Old Master Gu said calmly. The Dark Master understood what he meant immediately. If this person was intentionally sent here, and if he couldn't leave the house, it might cause trouble for the Gu family. Any trouble at this time would be harmful. But he didn't want to let the person go either. The Dark Master ordered, when this person wakes up, send him out of the house. Pick 2 proper young servants to him back to his place and tell others about it. As for what to say, let the servants decide freely. The hidden guards received the order. Old Master Gu saw that there was nothing more to do and turned to leave the woodroom. Behind him, the Dark Master looked coldly at the man lying on the ground. He then called a hidden guard, whispered a few words in his ear, waved his sleeve, and left. Meanwhile, the sweet girl originally planned to help in the kitchen with her mother. But she quietly sneaked back to the woodroom, hiding in a spot where no one could see her, and listened carefully to the conversation inside. Only after the 2 people left did she stand up and quietly leave. At first, she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't quite say what. That's why she sneaked to listen. Sure enough, something was off, related to the Tao family. She thought about her dream. Was it because she interfered to stop Tao Yang from escaping, saving the villagers of Stone Village, and caused a butterfly effect? Or was it because she changed future events? That's why all this happened. But she couldn't understand. What benefit did their probing or testing bring to them? She couldn't figure it out now, so she decided to put it aside for the moment. She felt that she might encounter this mysterious force again in the future. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about what might happen later. Her current priority was to develop ways to make money. Her second sister's restaurant was doing very well, and she had already received her share of the profits, which she used to invest further in the restaurant. Her fifth sister's clothing shop was about to open. The talented embroiderers working for her sister heard about the opening and came to support. The work she could normally finish in half a month was almost done in just a few days. After Brother 4 finishes his scientific expedition, he can start his business. Her small shop will also be open once she returns. Inside her space, there are many items she made yesterday, like rouge and powder, all made using traditional methods. Thinking about this, she feels a bit happier. Meanwhile, after Grandma Gu finishes preparing breakfast, she sees Old Master Gu and Old Seventh Gu sitting down, but she hasn't seen Sweet Treasure yet. She can't help but glance at Old Master Gu. She remembers that he was following his daughter earlier. "Where is my daughter?" Grandma Gu suddenly asks. Lost in his own world, Old Master Gu seems to wake up suddenly. When he reacts, he sees Grandma Gu's face darkening. "Isn't my daughter already back? I thought I saw her in the kitchen," Old Master Gu says hesitantly. Grandma Gu frowns. She hasn't seen her daughter come to her, so maybe she's busy with something else. "I'll go check on her." "You two eat first," she says, and then gracefully leaves the room, leaving the two men looking at each other. Old Master Gu asks uncertainly, "Your mother didn't scold me just now? And she didn't hit me?" Old Seventh Gu looks calm. After watching his mother leave, he quietly looks away, then glances at his father and, after thinking for a moment, responds uncertainly, "Dad, should I call her back and let her scold you?" Hearing this, Old Master Gu's face shows no doubt. Instead, anger flashes in his eyes. "You little brat. Just wait, I'll beat you," he roars. Seeing his father jump up, Old Seventh Gu quickly stands and walks out with long strides. When Sweet Treasure goes to the kitchen, the cook tells her breakfast is ready. She thanks the cook and turns to go to the front hall. After walking a few steps, she sees Grandma Gu rushing out. It looks like she's looking for someone. When she sees Sweet Treasure safe and sound, she breathes a sigh of relief and smiles as she walks over quickly. Mother Sweet Treasure softly calls out, then leans against Grandma Gu's leg. Before Grandma Gu can ask about her concern, she begins to tell her everything about yesterday. She especially talks about sneaking into the house last night. At the end, she suggests to Grandma Gu that the maid's contract of sale should be temporarily held back. Once they go to Shirtu village, whether they stay or leave will be up to them. Fortunately, this time, Lame didn't get the contract. Otherwise, a girl like her would just become a commodity sold by her parents. Grandma Gu listens and nods, thinking this plan is feasible. After all, these maids are also unfortunate. A mother and daughter walked and talked together. When they reached a small path, they saw Old Seven running over. "Mother, little sister." Old Madame Gu looked up at Old Seven running toward her, thinking he was just out looking for Sweet Treasure, so she didn't wonder why he was rushing out. Sweet Treasure looked up at Old Seven, then at the end of the small path. After guessing a little, she stepped forward and took Old Seven's hand, then they headed toward the front hall. Old Master Gu was still in the front hall, grumbling. When he saw Old Seven come in, he wanted to stand up and have a talk with him. But when he looked down and saw his daughter arriving, he sat back down. "Come, daughter. Sit beside your father." Old Master Gu got up, but then sat down again. He even waved for Sweet Treasure to come over and sit. Sweet Treasure didn't dare move. Old Madame Gu was the first to walk over and sit in the seat Old Master Gu had pointed to earlier. She called Sweet Treasure to sit on her right side, deliberately keeping Old Master Gu apart. Old Master Gu was angry but couldn't say anything. Sweet Treasure quietly pushed aside her egg custard. They ate breakfast very quickly. After breakfast, Old 7 didn't rest. He immediately left the house to go to Ishwan Academy to ask Teacher Yun for lessons. Now, Ishwan Academy was very quiet. Most students had gone to take exams at the Gonyuan, so the teachers were rarely free. Old 7 followed the route he remembered and arrived at Teacher Yun's courtyard. He knocked gently on the door. After a moment, someone got up and opened it. The door creaked open. Inside, a handsome young man appeared. Seeing him, Old 7 quickly bowed. Teacher Yun, I have a question today. When Teacher Yun saw it was a familiar visitor, he moved aside to let him in. Inside, incense smoke curled up gently, and a light curtain hung down, making the room seem quiet. In the blink of an eye, it was the day for candidates to leave the Gonyuan. Early in the morning, the Gu family got up early. Old Madame Gu prepared some food, and Sweet Treasure brought a bag of spiritual spring water for fourth brother to help him recover. After tidying up, the family set off early by carriage, worried that if they arrived late, the entrance to the Gonyuan would be crowded with people. At the Gonyuan entrance, many carriages were parked along the road. A lot of people stood waiting, looking forward to seeing the candidates come out when the gates opened. Sweet Treasure and Old Master Gu both got off the carriage. Seeing that it was still early, Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu chose not to get out yet. Instead, they waited inside the carriage, planning to leave once the gate of the Imperial Examination Hall opened, which would still be okay. The two of them didn't think much about it. They just assumed the elders didn't like the lively atmosphere and didn't insist. They also carefully reminded the children not to run around, fearing they might lose them when leaving. Grandma Gu smiled gently but said nothing. Meanwhile, Grandpa Gu looked somewhat resentful. After Sweet Treasure and the others left, Grandma Gu's smile suddenly disappeared. She asked, "What? Don't you know how many young noble children are outside?" Grandpa Gu immediately became honest and dared not complain. He only felt a bit regretful, missing another chance to show off his daughter. Old Master Gu, holding Sweet Treasure, stood at the gate of the Imperial Examination Hall. Nearby, many people gradually gathered. The once quiet crowd became lively, and groups of familiar people started chatting with each other. Bored, Sweet Treasure playfully twirled her chubby fingers in her brother Chi Ji's long hair, anxiously waiting for the gate to open. But after waiting a long time, there was still no movement, and the sun gradually rose higher. Not far away, a carriage was approaching the hall. Because there were many carriages parked along the roadside, the coachman had to stop the carriage some distance from the hall. As soon as the carriage stopped, he called out to the carriage, "Miss, second miss, third miss. The hall has arrived." "Got it," came an impatient voice from inside the carriage. Then, the curtain was pulled open, revealing a fair, delicate face. The appearance was quite refined, but her eyebrows and eyes showed some impatience, ruining her beauty a little. Seeing the second miss come out, the coachman didn't dare say much and quickly lowered his head to bring over a small stool from behind the carriage.
Foda looked upset.
Seeing the coachman's actions, she frowned. She was about to scold him when a woman in green clothes pulled her back, causing her to swallow her words. But after getting off the carriage, she couldn't help but mutter, "Why pull me? I didn't say anything wrong." Whenever she mentioned this, she was full of complaints. Last time, she failed to complete her task at home, was scolded, and even confined in the ancestral hall to reflect for several days. She was only released yesterday, just because she was coming to pick up her elder brother today. She felt angry and annoyed, but also helpless. In the morning, Father reminded her once again to watch her words and even asked Big Sister to look after her carefully. If she caused trouble again, she would be punished more severely next time. Mostly, it was Gu Yunqi who caused the trouble, and she didn't understand what Father saw in him. Soon after, a woman in blue clothes and another woman in a yellow dress got out of the carriage together. The woman in blue was named Zhou Ru. She was Zhou Ziyu's younger sister, while the other two were younger sisters from different families. One was named Zhouya, and the woman in yellow was Zhou Wu. After Zhou Ru saw her two younger sisters get off the carriage, she gave some instructions to the coachman and then led the two behind her toward the crowded gate of the tribute office. At this moment, Tianbao was curled up in seventh brother's arms, helping him check if his hair was split. After looking for a long time, she couldn't find a single split. Just as she straightened up and stretched lazily, she saw a group of people approaching from behind. Leading the group was a woman who looked gentle and kind, and she seemed somewhat familiar. She was worried she might be mistaken, so she glanced sideways at the people following her and frowned slightly, thinking to herself that it was a small world. The visitors were the family of fourth brother's friend, Zhou Ziyu, and also the woman she mentioned last time. But after a quick glance, Tianbao quietly withdrew her gaze. She had embarrassed herself last time, but it was because of the other person's sharp words that she acted immaturely. Just as she turned her face, Zhouya, who was looking around carelessly, caught her eye. Zhouya looked at the two people not far away with some disbelief, then quickly calmed down with a cold face, thinking she had found an opportunity, and pushed aside her father's instructions. "Big sister, there are so many people here. How can we see Big Brother coming out?" "I don't care. I want to go to the front," Zhouya said unhappily. Zhou Ru frowned, clearly unhappy with her second sister, but remembering her father's instructions when he arrived, she forced herself to suppress her feelings. Zhouya didn't realize that her older sister was at her limit of patience. After half a day without a response, she became anxious and was about to speak when a gentle voice stopped her. "Second sister, there are so many people here. Don't get separated," Zhou Wu, who had been silent, softly said. Her kind words were met with a cold glare from Zhouya, who then nervously hid behind their older sister. Zhou Ru looked at Zhouya with a frown, feeling annoyed but unable to do anything. After all, their mother's favored lady was currently in the mansion, and if she caused trouble for Zhouya, it would make things even more difficult for her mother at home. Last time, Big Brother only stated the facts, but father took out his anger on her mother. Zhou Ru looked straight at Zhouya, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "Second sister, you know what father said before he left." "Big sister," Zhouya impatiently interrupted, looking displeased. "Father has always loved me the most. Oh, I forgot. This is a love that Big sister has never felt. I was just waiting up front for Big Brother." "Big sister, you are blocking me." "Fine. I will tell father about this when I get home." After speaking, she twisted her waist, pushed through the crowd toward Tianbao's spot, but there were too many people. She could see just now, but in a blink, she was out of sight. "Big sister," Zhou Wu called worriedly. Zhou Ru showed no particular expression, just slightly frowned and sighed softly. "Third sister, let's go over there too." Zhou Wu nodded, and the two of them headed toward Zhouya. They pushed through the crowd, walking slowly, and halfway there, they heard a commotion, even a scream, sounds that seemed familiar. They exchanged a glance but continued calmly, as it was too crowded to do otherwise. When they reached the crowd, they gasped in shock. Zhouya, who was once delicate-looking, was now disheveled and sitting on the ground, tears of restraint on her face, which made people feel a bit sorry for her. Zhou wanted to step forward to help, but just as she moved, she saw the anger in Zhouya's eyes and stopped, unsure whether to go in or back off. Zhou Ru, appearing gentle and fragile, frowned when she saw Zhouya's state. She quickly told third sister to help her up. But Zhouya was angry and embarrassed in front of everyone, so she was upset. When Zhou Wu helped her steady herself, Zhouya suddenly slapped Zhou Wu. "Don't touch me. You're dirty." Zhouya, with red eyes, softly spat out a few words. Zhou Wu's face turned pale, her voice quiet, but both people in front clearly heard her. Although the onlookers couldn't hear the words, they saw someone being hit and immediately became angry. "Girl, you just hit a little girl, and then blamed her when you fell? And now you're hitting people? Whose daughter is she? So fierce? We need to find out about her. We can't marry a girl like that in the future. That girl is really cruel. Women can be the most vicious." People around were talking loudly, and every word reached Zhou Ru's ears. Usually gentle, she couldn't help but feel disdain for Zhouya. When she heard the words "little doll" in their conversation, she paused slightly, her face turning pale. She comforted herself quietly, thinking it wasn't, as she initially believed. But when she looked up and scanned the area, she saw two people standing nearby. The man was tall and handsome, with a very cold expression, holding a small, pink, white-skinned bundle, likely a little girl, who was looking around with big eyes, watching everything like a show. In that moment, she recognized who they were. The little girl, with bright, watery almond-shaped eyes, looked innocent but also carried a hint of mockery as she quietly watched Joya throwing a tantrum. Her eyes showed a little sarcasm. Earlier, Zhou saw this person but told her seventh brother to leave. Unexpectedly, this woman came over without warning, trying to hit her. Before her seventh brother could act, Zhou slipped and fell, claiming that old Seven had pushed her down. The crowd watching almost laughed at the woman's shameless words. Was she accusing them? It was clear she was saying the crowd was not thinking. Everyone started criticizing her. Soon her family arrived. The little girl, with her bright eyes slightly narrowed, thought the show was about to begin. Her eyes, like water, suddenly looked moist, and her delicate eyelashes were dotted with tears, but she was holding back her tears. She quickly changed from watching the scene to acting like she had been bullied, almost as if she was about to cry. Zhou was caught off guard, just like before in the pavilion. The girl looked like she was about to burst into tears, but before she could start crying loudly, a luxurious carriage stopped nearby. The curtain was half drawn, showing that the people inside had watched everything, especially the little girl, which made her feel pity. A woman in red stepped out of the carriage, her bright face slightly proud, with a slender waist holding a long whip. She quickly approached the little girl. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Big sister will help you get justice," she said, gently patting the girl's head, her smile growing warmer. She had wanted to do this earlier. She found the girl so soft. Just as the girl was gathering her emotions to perform, a pleasant female voice sounded nearby. Someone gently touched her head, and a fragrant scent entered her nose. She took a deep breath. It smelled so nice. "Beautiful sister." The sweet child's mood faded, and tears still clung to her eyelashes. She called out softly, voice gentle and childish. Xiaoyu looked at the adorable girl in front of her, her heart melting. How could there be such a cute child? She immediately wanted to hug her, but was stopped by a large hand. Old Seven Gu frowned as he looked at the woman who suddenly appeared. He kept a wary eye on her. Seeing her and praised the girl again, he wondered if she was going to kiss her now. With a cold face, Gu covered his sister's mouth with one hand and took a few steps back. He said sternly, "Miss, please show some respect." Xiaoyu smiled regretfully, not feeling embarrassed about being caught. She almost kissed the girl but remembered she had other things to do, so she didn't continue. She turned around and walked straight toward Zhou Yao, who had just stood up. Before Zhou Yao could react, he saw a woman in red walking over. She tilted her head slightly to look at her. She was beautiful, but looked a little young. She frowned slightly. Before she could ask anything, the woman took out a long whip from her waist. She swung the whip with a slender wrist. With a sharp, the crowd around was startled. They instinctively took a step back, afraid of being hit. Zhou Yao saw her move and shouted in surprise. She pushed someone aside, but the woman in red only used the whip to scare people, not really intending to hit anyone. The person pushed out to block the whip, Zhou, turned pale and stood frozen. She seemed unable to believe what was happening. She struggled to look back at Zhou Yao, who was stunned. More and more people gathered around. Suddenly, the gate of the exam hall opened. Many students wanted to leave but hesitated, curious about what was happening ahead. Zhou Ziyu came out of the exam hall with Gu Laosi. Gu Laosi's cold eyes swept over and saw his sister standing among the crowd. He noticed her tired expression and smiled, then walked over. Zhou Ziyu looked around and saw no one from the Zhou family coming to meet him. Instead of feeling disappointed, he boldly followed Gu Yunqi. They only took a few steps before reaching Gu's family. Before they could speak, they were distracted by the scene nearby. Zhou Ziyu frowned and looked over. He saw his younger sister standing not far away. Before he could step forward, he saw her being pushed away. His face darkened with anger. Brother Gu, Ziyu has family matters to handle. I won't bother you with pleasantries today. I'll visit another time. Gu Yunqi nodded slightly in agreement. Zhou Ziyu walked calmly to the red-clad woman. After carefully understanding the situation, she bowed to apologize. The woman was just venting her anger for someone else, so she wasn't too upset. She waved her hand, and Zhou Ziyu and her group left. Tianbao's bright eyes showed a hint of regret. The big show of the year was over just like that. Old Forgu nodded and took Tianbao from Old Seven's hands. He softly said, "Little sister, why are you here so early? Look at you, your forehead is sweating." Old Seven Gu. Old Forgu learned what had happened from Tianbao. His face looked very serious. He only warned her to stay away from the Zhou sisters in the future. Then he turned and saw the red-clad woman who had helped earlier. He frowned and told Old Seven, "This is your fault. You deal with the aftermath." As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged Tianbao and turned to leave, leaving Old Seven standing there, stunned. What does he mean by his fault? He did nothing wrong. But Old Forgu didn't listen to his brother's explanation. He just carried his little sister away from the scene of trouble. After finishing her business, the red-clad woman felt very happy. She walked over to Old Seven, but her mood immediately turned sour when she saw him. "Where is the little girl? Where is the child you're holding?" she asked curiously, out of kindness. She genuinely liked the innocent, kind-hearted baby, unlike the ones in her backyard. "Thank you, miss, for speaking up for my sister. It's getting late, and I suppose you're here to pick someone up. We won't bother you any longer. Farewell," Old Seven Gu said quickly, not giving her a chance to reply. Then he turned and walked away confidently. The woman standing there couldn't help but stomp her foot, cursing him as a fool. He didn't let her say a word. As she was quietly annoyed, a figure approached from behind. The person placed a broad hand on her head and gently rubbed it. Xiaoyu quickly turned around and saw that the person she was waiting for had come out. Her eyes lit up with joy. She hurriedly said, "Third brother. Come on, I brought some food for you. Let's eat a little first, then go back and rest. Tonight, I will cook a good meal for you." Third brother Zhao's gaze was full of affection. Hearing his sister's words, a slight smile appeared on his face, clearly in a very good mood. Xiaoyu didn't ask how her third brother was doing. Instead, she talked about what she saw and heard along the way, especially mentioning a cute little doll she saw at the gate of the Gongyuan. Their voices faded into the distance. After thanking Old Seven, Gu quickly returned to the carriage. At this moment, Gu Fourth was drinking tea brought by his younger sister and was startled by Old Seven's sudden appearance. Before Old Master Gu could get angry, Gu Fourth swallowed his tea and felt that the tea was a bit bland. His cold eyes looked at Old Seven, and although he had been in the official examination hall for several days, he still looked composed and graceful, showing no signs of distress. Instead, he carried himself with the demeanor of a noble young master. Gu Fourth pointed outside the door curtain and said calmly to Old Seven, "Second Lu is driving the cart alone, which isn't convenient. You should go out and help watch, since there are many children from noble families." The hidden meaning was, go out and help with the cart. Old Seven didn't understand at first and only nodded, thinking he was worried about accidentally bumping into someone. But after going out, he realized his worry was unnecessary. Soon he understood that his fourth brother thought he was in the way. When he returned home, Old Seven looked sad, but after seeing his fourth brother, he felt no resentment at all because his fourth brother's expression was too cold. After returning home, Gu Fourth ate a simple meal, washed up, and then fell into a deep sleep. He only woke up the next day. When Gu Fourth got up and went to the front hall, he felt that the journey had been very quiet. Usually, there were busy servants on the road, but now he saw no one. He frowned slightly and walked briskly toward the front hall. When he arrived, he saw something shocking. The maids and young servants in the house, each holding bundles, with bedding and other items nearby. Some stepped forward to receive silver and contracts for selling themselves, then bowed to Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu, and stood aside. Only after they had all received their contracts and left, old Master Gu led them out of the house, apparently heading to the government office to cancel their status. The remaining people, led by Lu Dong, hurried back to the estate ahead of them. Gu Fourth carefully looked around and was relieved to see a familiar figure among those going to the estate. But then he was stunned and couldn't understand why he felt relieved. After thinking for a while without finding an answer, he turned and walked into the front hall. In the yard, the maids and servants were gathered in a group. When one of them looked up, she saw a tall figure turning to walk inside. After a quick glance, she lowered her head quickly, as if she had imagined it. Meanwhile, Tian Bao had prepared plenty of food for everyone. Since there were many people this time, and the journey wouldn't be rushed, she brought some dried food for the road to fill their stomachs. After packing everything, the young servants carried the belongings onto the carriage. Since many people were returning this time, they rented 3 carriages and hired 3 drivers, paying a high fee for the rental. Once everything was ready, the Gu family members watched as the group of young servants and maids left. Back in the main hall, old Master Gu looked at the empty house and gave the order. Once the exam results are announced, we will set off. Sweet Bao, hearing this, couldn't help but speak in a childish voice, saying, "No, not yet, a few more days." She believed that fourth brother could definitely be top of the exam. If he passed the provincial exam, he would become a recommended scholar, and there would be a celebration feast. Fourth brother must participate. Old Master Gu wanted to ask why, but Grandma Gu interrupted him, agreeing, let the obedient girl have her way. Wait a few days. This decision was settled. After resting for a night, old Fourth Gu regained his energy. Thinking that he would return home soon, he wanted to gather with Jiang Tong and the others, as meeting again in the future wouldn't be as easy. Before he could mention this, a secret guard at the door ran over. Third Master. Someone outside wants to see you.
Who is it?
Old Master Gu frowned. He didn't have many good relationships in the city. Sir, they say they are from the Zhou family. The leader is a young man who calls himself Zhou Ziyu. Hearing the familiar name, old Fourth Gu looked up at the secret guard and calmly said, "Ask them to come in." His cold eyes glanced at old Master Gu and Grandma Gu, sighing quietly. He felt that the Zhou family was about to hit a dead end this time. Soon, the secret guard led in several young men and women. When they arrived in the main hall, they saw the parents of Gu Yunqi. They couldn't help but gasp. The men and women looked to be around 30, and the woman seemed even younger. Zhou Ziyu quickly suppressed his surprise and hurriedly bowed to old Master Gu and Grandma Gu, saying, "Junior Zhou Ziyu greets Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu." Grandma Gu wore a gentle smile, looking at the well-mannered young man, and couldn't help but praise him a little. She nodded slightly and said, "No need for formalities. You are here to find our fourth brother, right?" Grandma Gu looked at the group of people in front of her, men and women, wondering if they were all close friends of old Fourth. Finally, she thought her son was finally normal. Grandma Gu looked at her fourth brother's friend arriving and initially wanted to avoid him. Before she could call Grandpa Gu to come out, the man in front of her made her frown. "I am here today with a few sisters to apologize," said Zhou Ziyu. As Zhou Ziyu spoke, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He hadn't expected that his first visit would be to settle things with his half-sister. Old Master Gu saw young people coming in and thought he might not have much to say. He was about to greet them and then leave, but then he heard they came to apologize. Apologize for what? Could it be that the fourth brother's reputation is at risk? If that's true, he must hold them accountable. Thinking this, he sat back down firmly. Gu Si, the fourth brother, saw old Master Gu's reaction and knew his father was overthinking. He didn't correct him and let the misunderstanding continue. Zhou Ziyu looked at the Gu family and saw they weren't speaking. He was so anxious that beads of sweat rolled down his face. He wondered how the Gu family could be so calm. Unbeknownst to him, old Master Gu had misunderstood the situation. Just as Zhou Ziyu was about to speak, Gu Si, who had been calm all along, moved slightly and said coldly, "Ziyu, we appreciate your kindness. Today isn't a good day to entertain guests. I will invite you for a private dinner another time." Gusi was thinking about his friendship with Zhou Ziyu from school. He considered saving him a life. If Zhou Ziyu was a good person, then his life was saved. If not, he didn't want to think about the consequences. Gusi's words were clear. Zhou Ziyu understood but couldn't figure out why. He was about to say a few words and leave with his group when, unexpectedly, Zhouya spoke up. I came to your house to apologize. Before I even finish speaking, you want us to leave? Are you trying to threaten me? Do you want me to marry you? Zhouya was angry. Yesterday, her father didn't comfort her at all but scolded her harshly and even said he wanted her to apologize today. If her maid hadn't overheard her father's thoughts of marrying her to Gu Yinqi, she wouldn't have agreed. But now, before she could even say her apology, it was stopped. She became suspicious. Does this man in white really want to marry her? She wasn't against him taking a good exam score, but without a good family background, she'd suffer if she married him. Why couldn't she just become a wife of an official? Old Master Gu looked at Zhouya with slightly cold eyes, then looked away without speaking, wanting to see what kind of trouble she could stir up. Sweet Bao and old Seventh Gu sat in a corner nearby, watching the scene. When Zhouya spoke, they both clicked their tongues in surprise, having seen many foolish people, but never someone so clueless. Sweet Bao took Zhouya as a typical example and earnestly advised old Seventh. Seventh, see that? You can't marry someone like that in the future. She's a perfect example. Hearing this, old Seventh Gu's handsome face turned red. He didn't expect his little sister to speak so seriously about this matter. He quickly nodded and promised, don't worry, little sister. I definitely won't marry someone like that. Before he finished, his ears turned even redder. Sweet Bao didn't notice his brother's unusual reaction. She thought that with old Seventh's forgetful nature, he would definitely find a clever wife who could keep him in line. Old Master Gu sat in the main seat, listening to the younger generation talk, especially the woman's words. His usually calm expression showed some restraint. He had met many noble ladies before, all delicate and weak, but he had never seen someone so rude. He frowned and said coldly, Miss, my son isn't perfect, but he's not blind. He wouldn't fall for someone like you. Is there some misunderstanding? His son wasn't so fallen that he would marry such an impolite woman. Old Master Gu's words were direct and harsh, making Zhou Ziyu feel very embarrassed. He was already completely hopeless about the Zhou family. His father had tried every way to find a good match for Zhouya to secure their position, but instead, they had become a thorn in his side. Thinking about the marriage proposal his father wanted to talk to Roar about yesterday, he hated it with all his heart.
He knew well what that person was like.
But no matter how much he spoke, his father dismissed him. Since the Zhou family didn't plan to rely on him, he had to find a way out for himself and his sister. Zhouya was amused and angry at old Master Gu's words. She bit her lip and said bitterly, since your Gu family thinks that way, that's perfect.
But
I came here today to apologize. She glanced around and saw the two people hiding in the corner. She slightly turned her body and called out, Yesterday, I disturbed you. I apologize. I didn't mean to. It's just a pity that she didn't succeed yesterday and instead made a fool of herself. Zhouya looked at the two in the corner with a half smile, speaking without any regret. Old Master Gu and old Madame Gu exchanged glances when they saw this. Was this woman apologizing to old Seventh? Nothing more to worry about now. Old Master Gu thought the apology was from old Gu Qi, so he was about to speak to smooth things over and let the other person leave quickly. But before he could speak, he heard a familiar, gentle voice. Are you deliberately doing this? You know yourself. Such a meaningless apology. Don't bother saying it again. It's getting late. You all should go back. Sweet Bao took a strawberry from her space and held it in her arms. Old Gu Qi didn't notice anything unusual because his little sister was naturally charming. There was a moment of silence. Old Master Gu finally came back to himself, looked at his calm young daughter, and was surprised. Did this woman really offend his precious daughter? His face darkened visibly, and he asked in a stern voice to Zhouya, who was still unaware, What did you do yesterday? Did you upset my daughter? Zhouya was caught off guard and blurted out, Yesterday, I just wanted to push her, but I didn't expect I would fall myself. Such bad luck. As soon as she spoke, Joya realized what she had just said and quickly covered her mouth. But the words were already out. Feeling anxious and scared inside, she tried to stay calm and said, "It was her fault first. I was just fighting back." Old Master Gu's face darkened with anger and a hint of a smile. He had never heard someone say fight back like that before. Fight back, huh? Then I'll show you what it really means to fight back. Come here. Slap her. Hidden guards on the beams heard Old Master Gu's command and jumped down. About 10 guards filled most of the room. 2 of them quickly stopped Joya, and Zhou Ziyu was also pushed aside. Behind them, Zhou Ru and Zhou Wu looked like they had never seen such a scene before. They all stood trembling beside Zhou Ziyu, not daring to step forward to help because whoever caused trouble had to bear the consequences. After being harshly scolded by the guards, Zhou Yu was carried back to the carriage by a few household servants called by Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Ziyu and the Gu family members only exchanged a few words before calling the coachman to leave. He didn't dare say much, fearing Old Master Gu might take his anger out on him. Since he was a classmate of Yun Qi, he didn't want to lose more than he gained. Once the Zhou family left, Old Master Gu looked unhappy. He coldly glanced at Old Gu Si, then looked away, knowing that Old Gu Si had just come out of the imperial exam. His gaze then shifted to Old Gu Qi. At this moment, Old Gu Qi was still hiding with Sweet Bao. He had just swallowed the fruit his little sister handed him. It was sweet and delicious, making him want to eat more. Old Master Gu's face grew even colder when he saw how much Old Seven was enjoying himself. Just as he was about to stand up and walk over to Old Seven, he hesitated and turned slightly to glance at Grandma Gu. She nodded slightly, and his eyes sparkled with joy, clearly very happy. After all, it was the first time he had received his wife's approval, so he could openly scold Old Seven now. Sitting beside Grandma Gu, Fourth Brother Gu saw their actions and raised an eyebrow. He didn't try to stop them. Instead, he suddenly stood up, walked quickly towards Sweet Treasure with long strides, and before Old Master Gu reached Old Seven, he took Sweet Treasure away to prevent her from witnessing such a bloody scene. He gently embraced his younger sister, who was fragrant with fruit scent, and calmly carried her out of the front hall. Just before leaving, he briefly told Grandma Gu something, then left the estate. Not long after, they heard Old Seven's familiar crying and wailing. Fourth Brother Gu seemed not to notice, because Old Seven was indeed in the wrong. The Gu family always took great care with their younger sister's matters. That's why he could indulge his father in teaching Old Seven a lesson. Sweet Treasure was obediently nestled in Fourth Brother's arms, her little ears twitching. She also heard Old Seven's miserable cries but didn't speak up to defend him. Why didn't she defend him? Perhaps if she had spoken to plead for Old Seven, she might have survived with half her life, but after pleading, only one breath would remain. She didn't dare take that risk. It was too dangerous. After leaving the estate, Sweet Treasure couldn't help but look around. The road they were walking on seemed familiar. She asked softly, "Fourth Brother, where are we going?" It looked like they were headed to the academy, but what would they do there? Fourth Brother Gu had only recently started studying at Yishuan Academy. After the provincial exam, he would return to his old academy. But since Sweet Treasure learned about her eldest uncle's identity, she couldn't help but think ahead. She wanted Fourth Brother to go to the capital early, find a respected teacher, and study for a few more months so that he could participate in the spring imperial exam next year. But that was just her plan. What Fourth Brother thought was still up to him. "Fourth Brother will take you somewhere," he said with a gentle smile, teasing her, which made Sweet Treasure feel suspicious. Was her brother planning a surprise for her? Just as she was thinking about the surprise, she heard Fourth Brother casually say, "We've arrived." She quickly looked up, and in front of her was a place she knew very well. "This is a study room." Sweet Bao curiously looked around, her bright almond-shaped eyes showing a hint of doubt, and there was a trace of confusion in her gaze. She stared blankly at her Fourth Brother, clearly unable to understand his intentions. Gu Lao Si, usually cold and distant, couldn't help but smile softly when he saw his little sister's adorable expression. He didn't bother to hide his teasing and directly hugged her, leading her to the private room they had visited last time. Gu Laozi pushed open the door and entered. Inside, two people were waiting. When Sweet Bao looked in their direction, she felt that the two looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she realized they were her brother's classmates, the friends she saw last time in the pavilion. Inside the room were Zhao Yulin and Jiang Tong. Previously, they had been asked by Gu Yunqi to find some qualified female teachers. Before the exam, they agreed to come here today to choose someone, knowing it was for Gu's little sister. Gu Yunqi carried his little sister inside. As soon as they entered, Sweet Bao struggled to get down and politely greeted the two men with a cute voice, saying, "Hello, big brothers." She didn't know their names, but calling them big brothers was fine. Zhao Yulin and Jiang Tong were immediately struck by how adorable and warm-hearted the little girl was. They felt like they were floating with happiness. Having a little sister was wonderful. They couldn't help but envy Gu Yunqi. Gu Yunqi cleared his throat, surprised that his little sister was so young yet so knowledgeable. He pointed at the two men and introduced them to her, saying, "This is Zhao Yulin, and this is Jiang Tong. They are both my classmates." Sweet Bao looked at the two men the brother pointed to. One was a slim, handsome young man named Zhao Yulin, and the other, with a round face and always smiling, was Jiang Tong. Following her brother's introduction, she happily called out, "Brother Zhao and Brother Jiang," which made the two men look at Gu Yunqi with envy once again. They also wished they had a sister like her, especially Jiang Tong. Last time he went home and told his mother he wanted his parents to have another sister, but he was harshly denied. His father almost kicked him out of the house, but luckily he escaped quickly. Gu Laozi's cold gaze swept lightly, hiding the dark emotions in his eyes. He quickly spoke, "So, is there any news?" Zhao Yulin and Jiang Tong immediately stopped laughing and looked serious. After hearing old Fourth Gu's words, they quickly handed over the already prepared list. "Here are some recommended ladies. Those with bad records are not included." This list covers the entire city of Fu. The entire city of Fu? Sweet Bao couldn't help but gasp at this. Wow, how scary. I thought I was just looking for a teacher. Why is it so complicated? I learn quickly. Once I master the skills and the local writing won't be a problem for me. But she didn't dare say this out loud, nor show any expression on her face, since Fourth Brother Gu was very clever. Old Fourth Gu stretched out his long fingers and carefully caught the list handed over by Jiang Tong. He gently rubbed his fingertips over the words list, then hesitated no more. He slowly opened the list and looked at each name carefully. If he found someone suitable, he would secretly remember their name. Soon, he finished reading the list. It looked thick, but there were actually only 10 names on it. It even listed their daily hobbies and habits. After reading, Old Fourth Gu had a candidate in mind, but he wasn't sure if the person would agree to come. After all, only special people could afford to invite a lady teacher. Old Fourth Gu carefully examined the list and learned about the people on it. He thought a few of them fit well as Xiao Mei's teacher, but he wasn't sure if they would be willing to go with them to Shirtu village. Old Fourth Gu decided that the next morning he would visit each person with Sweet Bao. He also wanted to see if she liked any of the teachers. After chatting for a while, they invited each other to visit Fenglai County in the future. Both agreed happily. When the matter was settled, Old Fourth Gu stood up to leave with Sweet Bao. Just as he was about to step out the door, Zhao Yulin suddenly called out, "By the way, Brother Gu, do you know if the results will be announced by September this year?" Zhao Yulin remembered overhearing some people at the exam hall yesterday talking about the results, but he didn't know the details. Old Fourth Gu paused slightly. He hadn't heard anything about it. If it's true, then they could go back to Shirtu village early. Usually, there would be someone announcing the good news.
He was confident about this.
Jiang Tong, standing nearby, also heard this and looked relaxed. If that's the case, I might as well go with Brother Gu to Fenglai County for a walk. He knew Gu Yunqi was from Fenglai County. Going back with him would be a good chance to relax. When Zhao Yulin heard Jiang Tong's words, his eyes brightened. He hadn't thought of that. If he followed and went back, he could ask Gu Yunqi some questions. Immediately, he and the others said they would go too. Old Fourth Gu nodded slightly, agreeing to their plans, and they arranged to meet at the academy gate in 2 days. Only then was everything settled. He then said goodbye to the two of them. Sweet Bao leaned on Fourth Brother's shoulder, waving her chubby little hand at the two standing at the study door. Her mind also became lively. She wanted to speak directly to Fourth Brother, but she was afraid he would see through her. If she started with Fourth Brother's friends, it would be much easier. After making up her mind, Sweet Bao became even more excited. Old Fourth Gu didn't know what Sweet Bao was thinking. Seeing her excited little face, he thought she was happy because she found a good teacher. This made him even happier. Later, they went home. The Gu family was very calm, and there was no crying from old Seventh Gu. Sweet Bao shrank her neck, hoping Seventh Brother was okay. Old Fourth Gu held Sweet Bao and returned to the front hall amid a strange atmosphere. He saw Old Master Gu sitting neatly in the main seat, and Old Madam Gu sitting beside him. His gaze fell on the pile of things on the table, and he couldn't help but frown. He looked again at the table full of nourishing food and fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered that there were no friendly families in the city, so why was this happening? But he didn't have time to think further as old Madame Gu pulled him back to his senses. Fourth Brother and the girl are back, she said. Old Madame Gu looked up and saw old Fourth Gu standing at the door, blocking the sunlight. Her eyes narrowed slightly, surprised at how kind-hearted old Fourth Gu was. When she saw the things on the table, her heart skipped a beat. Could he have noticed something? She quickly calmed herself and greeted him. Old Fourth Gu still looked cold. He held Sweet Bao and sat down beside her, a little away from the table, not speaking. He felt that if he said one more word, old Master Gu might harshly dismiss him. Sweet Bao turned her head, looked at her parents, and cheerfully called out, "Daddy, Mommy, Sweet Bao is back." Old Madame Gu and Old Master Gu smiled and nodded. Old Master Gu wanted to stand up and hug Sweet Bao, but he sat back down quickly, hurriedly hiding the letter in his hand and clearing his throat. "Good girl, you're back. Are you hungry?" Sweetie shook her head and said softly, "I'm not hungry." Then she turned her head to look at the table filled with fancy packages. She stretched out her chubby arm, like a lotus root, pointed at the items on the table, and slowly asked, "Daddy, Mommy, what are these?" "There is ginseng, reishi mushroom, and deer antler velvet. Yes, they are all quite expensive." Old Mr. Gu glanced at them and said calmly, "Those are carrots and mushrooms sent by others. If you like them, you can play with them. The rest of the useless ones can go to your second brother. Ginseng is like a carrot. Reishi mushroom is like a mushroom." Sweetie suddenly felt her face hurt and looked at her second brother with pity. Fourth Brother Gu smiled faintly, not caring about what old Mr. Gu said. When his eyes fell on the pile of items on the table, a warm feeling flashed in his eyes, but he half closed his eyelids to hide it. Sweetie suddenly remembered her eldest uncle and looked again at the items on the table. She felt it must have been from her grandparents, because the city palace didn't have many good relationships. Only one. "Sai, I wonder how Sister Sun is doing. Is she feeling better?" In Jingzhong, Sun's residence. Chiu had been back in Jingzhong for some days. Since she hurried back with her daughter, she went straight to Sun's house. She originally wanted to return to Chu's family, but then she thought, if she went back there, wouldn't it put Chu's family in danger? She didn't know what tricks the Tao family might have, and she grew more disdainful of Sun Jishue. But a few days later, Sun Jishue returned to Sun's house with a gloomy face, forcing her to hand over the household supplies. Chuyu didn't listen and remained indifferent. Her expression was cold, and her eyes showed her dislike for Sun Jishue. She simply said, "If you want me to hand over the household supplies, I need to see the emperor first. Let him decide. If I have broken any law, I will accept whatever punishment. If not, I want to see if the Tao family can keep your official position. After all, the Tao family can control everything, even making a high-ranking official obey them. They are timid and afraid of trouble. To avoid offending the Tao family, even slapped their own daughter. Every incident, every detail, was vivid in Chuyu's mind. She clearly saw her daughter on the way back, haunted by nightmares, crying in her dreams, "Daddy, I didn't do anything wrong." The bullies looked arrogant. The bystanders were hurt all over.
Why?
Does she think she can be soft and gentle because she doesn't fight back? She hasn't even died yet, and they're already bullying her daughter in front of her. If she dies, her battered body didn't know how long she could live, but as long as she lived one more day, she would give her daughter a happy life. All she wanted was for her daughter to be safe and happy. Sun Jishua's dark eyes fixed on the stunning woman before him. He felt she seemed more unfamiliar than before. He used to think she was just cold and aloof, but now he realized she was deeply scheming. If he had known her true nature earlier, things might have been different. Chuyu's expression was indifferent. She didn't even look at him and simply returned to her courtyard. Aunt Tao, who had been secretly watching, now wiped her tears and twisted her waist as she approached Sun Jishua. With reddened eyes, she comforted him, saying, "Husband, forget about Dwudwa's matter. I'll talk to my brother later. We must not let you be troubled." Sun Jishua's rational mind slowly regained clarity. He didn't think much about why Aunt Tao was here or how much she had heard. He was touched by her words and replied, "I didn't mean to trouble you. Tonight I will come to see you." The next day, after Aunt Tao saw off Sun Jishua, she dressed up nicely and went to show off in front of Chuyu. Unfortunately, Chuyu was not Sun Jishua, and she naturally wouldn't tolerate the other woman's meddling with her courtyard's women. Aunt Tao was harshly reprimanded by Chuyu. She thought Chuyu would remember her lesson, but when Sun Jishua returned home, she ran to complain again, tears streaming down her face, which made Chuyu's eyes twitch. This punishment was too light. That night, after calming Aunt Tao, Sun Jishua turned and went to Chuyu's courtyard. He found the gate tightly shut, and the lanterns hanging on either side of the door had been extinguished. The entire courtyard exuded a cold, eerie feeling. A breeze blew, making him feel chilled and causing a tickling sensation in his throat, which he couldn't suppress, leading to a light cough. In the following days, Sun Jishua kept looking for chances to trouble Chuyu, but she handled everything perfectly, leaving him no fault to find. Aunt Tao, who had hoped Sun Jishua would help her get justice, now saw that she couldn't rely on him at all. She despised him but still managed to come up with a plan, one that would make Chuyu hand over the secret gift and help Sun Jishua regain his lost face in the Tao family. Before it could be implemented, news of the Tao family's downfall spread outside. Suddenly, the mood in the Sun residence changed. In the past, the main wife in the official household was not favored, and only the concubine was most loved by the master, simply because she came from a good family, the prominent Tao family.
But now?
The Tao family had collapsed. Over 100 people were sent to harsh places. When their wrongdoings were exposed, everyone in the court was shocked, and even ordinary people cursed the Tao family loudly. When Chi learned of this, she did not avoid Sun Jishua. Instead, she sought him out. However, he had gone out with Tao's concubine. Chuyu knew this was an outing to hide a secret relationship. Although she didn't understand why the Tao family's foundation suddenly vanished overnight, she knew that although the Tao family was gone, her hatred for them shifted to Sun Jishua. Without the Tao family, there was still the Sun family. Old Fourth Gu packed away a bunch of useless things, then briefly told Old Master Gu and Grandma Gu about finding a female teacher for Tianbao. Grandma Gu strongly agreed, believing that her daughter was clever and learning to read would benefit her in the future. However, Old Master Gu, who loved his daughter dearly, had some reservations. He quietly said, "A woman without talent is virtuous." Tianbao wrinkled her little nose and thought to herself, "I don't want to be an illiterate who knows nothing." She had been illiterate for 3 years and could no longer tolerate not being able to read or write. Just as she was about to speak up for herself, she heard her mother's familiar cold snort. At that moment, she chose to stay silent and see how her mother would strike back. Grandma Gu snorted coldly, then slowly turned to look at Old Master Gu. She said calmly, "A woman without talent is virtuous? Didn't you say that when you proposed marriage? Have you been lying to me all along?" Grandma Gu remembered that years ago, old Master Gu had visited her dozens of times to ask for her hand in marriage. Only after her father agreed did he eagerly come to propose, swearing that he liked talented women like her. She was also a well-known talented woman in Phonlai County at that time. Now, what does old Master Gu say? That a woman without talent is virtuous? If he liked women without talent, why did he want to marry her back then? Old Master Gu looked blank. He only said that he didn't want his daughter to suffer. He didn't expect her to turn her thoughts so quickly. Everything he thought was simple, but she understood it differently. Madam, listen to me. I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? I mean about the daughter. What's wrong with the daughter? She's doing well. No, I mean... Stop talking. It's decided. Tomorrow, find a teacher for the daughter. If you want to go along, then go. After Mrs. Gu finished speaking, she paused, then thought it might not be the best idea and quickly added, forget it. You should pack your things nicely tomorrow. We're leaving in a few days. Mrs. Gu decided not to let Mr. Gu go with them. He wouldn't be of much help and might cause trouble, so staying at home was better. Fourth brother had been watching quietly. Seeing Mrs. Gu take control and then mentioning their departure, he looked at his mother with a calm expression and said, Mother, in 2 days, we will leave for Shirtu village. What? Mrs. Gu asked in surprise. Mr. Gu raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had failed an exam. That couldn't be. The Gu family wasn't full of fools. The results are usually announced around early September. Maybe something unexpected happened. Once everything here is settled, we will leave in 2 days. Mrs. Gu and Mr. Gu nodded, exchanging looks as if they had found the answer. They no longer questioned why fourth brother needed to stay an extra day. Sweet Treasure looked up at fourth brother, knowing he had things to do during these days. Tomorrow is the day to choose a teacher for the daughter, and the day after. Could it be those skilled artisans? She had once thought about sending the artisans back to Shirtu village, but due to various reasons, that idea was put aside. Now, hearing fourth brother talk, she remembered those artisans. Luckily, she had plenty of stones in her space, enough for them to work for a while. Later, she wondered if she could buy that mountain. She also wondered when the new county magistrate of Phonlai County would take office. After chatting for a while, Mr. Gu got up and went for a walk in the yard. He seemed to have forgotten something. After walking around 3 times, he finally remembered what it was. He could refute everything Mrs. Gu had just said, especially after he thought of how to phrase his words. But then, fourth brother's comment changed the subject, and he ended up being unfairly criticized by Mrs. Gu for being unfaithful. He truly felt wronged. He turned around and headed to the backyard. He also wanted to trouble the fourth brother, but that was not possible now. He could only quietly go to the back garden to find the seventh brother. He just remembered that the seventh brother was still being punished in the backyard. The next day, Sweet Treasure woke up early. To leave a good impression on her teacher, she carefully chose a few small clothes that Sister Wu had made for her. The little pink dress was embroidered with delicate peach blossoms, and a few lively butterflies fluttered among the bright peach leaves. Her soft black hair was styled into 2 small buns by Grandma Gu's skillful hands. Small ribbons were tied around the buns, with round pearls at each end. Her bright almond-shaped eyes blinked happily as she looked at Grandma Gu, looking obedient and adorable. Let's go. After tidying up Sweet Treasure, Grandma Gu took her daughter's chubby little hand, and the mother and daughter happily headed out the door. To show formality, Grandma Gu wore a special dress from her wardrobe, a light pink, water-patterned gown that was bright yet dignified. She also wore a simple pearl hairpiece, with full, shiny pearls that matched the ribbons and pearls Sweet Treasure was wearing. With a beautiful smile on her face, her eyes showed no wrinkles, but a hint of weariness in her gaze, contrasting with Sweet Treasure's youthful innocence. She looked stunning and charming, and no one would guess she was already a grandmother. All of this was thanks to the spiritual spring water. Fourth Brother Gu got up early and rarely wore a long black robe. His weak scholarly appearance was hidden, and his expression was cold and somewhat fierce, giving people an unsettling feeling. But Grandma Gu paid no attention. Sweet Treasure sighed. Our family's boy is finally growing up. After the mother and son finished preparing, Lu Shi also got the carriage ready early and waited outside the estate gate. At this time, the secret guard sent to buy pastries had also returned. The teacher that fourth brother Gu chose was one of only 4 options. They bought 4 sets of pastries. First visits shouldn't be empty-handed. After tidying up, everyone set out. By midday, old Master Gu slowly woke up, feeling that he had slept very soundly, probably because of practicing martial arts last night. When his mind cleared, he realized the house was unusually quiet. Usually, he could hear Grandma Gu's nagging, but now it was silent. Suddenly, he remembered what fourth brother had said yesterday. His heart sank. Could it be? Had he really forgotten to bring him? Thinking of old Master Gu here, I quickly stood up, not even having time to put on my shoes. I opened the door and rushed outside, but was stopped by a secret guard coming in from outside. Third young master, the lady asked me to tell you that the kitchen has prepared food for you. You can cook and eat it yourself. Hearing this, old Master Gu's face turned pale, and he realized he had truly been abandoned by his wife. He then went to the kitchen. The stove was still warm, and the room still had some lingering heat. As soon as he entered, he felt a bit hot and struggled to breathe. After finally adjusting, he walked over to the stove, lifted the lid of the pot, and was stunned to see what was inside. The pot contained uncooked rice and flour, clearly indicating that old Lady Gu was telling him to prepare his own food if he wanted to eat. The carriage was swaying, and Sweet Treasure held her mother's arm, thinking about what was in the pot. Suddenly, she felt a little sorry for her father for a moment. At this moment, old Fourth Gu took out a register from his pocket, flipped through a few pages, then lifted the small curtain on the carriage and looked outside. After passing through 2 alleys, old Fourth Gu called a stop. Mother, little sister, we've arrived. This is Mr. Hu's residence. Mr. Hu has always taught children of officials. He just recently returned after his appointment, so there probably will be many students coming soon. Old Fourth Gu spoke calmly. The record indicated that the previous official family was in Beijing. Who exactly in Beijing was unknown. He wanted to copy down more details, but seeing that this lady was learned and knowledgeable, he thought she might be a good teacher for his little sister. Old Lady Gu, upon hearing the surname, raised her eyebrows slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible dark light flickering in her eyes. She lowered her gaze, hiding the darkness within. Old Fourth Gu first got off the carriage, then helped old Lady Gu down after she came out, and carried Sweet Treasure in his arms, holding her close. However, Sweet Treasure didn't want fourth brother to carry her, as she felt it might affect her first impression on the teacher. Softly, she said, "Fourth brother, please put me down. If you carry me like this, it might affect my image." Old Fourth Gu seemed to understand, but was a bit unsure. He still put her down and tidied her slightly wrinkled dress. Old Fourth Gu was holding a box of pastries, dressed in a black robe that gave him a dignified aura. He walked up and knocked on the door. Soon, he heard a noisy sound and footsteps approaching. The door creaked open. A head peeked out from inside, looked left and right, and upon seeing the noble appearance of the 3 people outside, asked, "May I ask, what brings you here? Please inform us when you arrive. We came because we heard about this place and hope to find a teacher for our young sister," said old Fourth Gu. The person inside heard this, but showed no change in expression, clearly used to hearing such words. After recalling the teacher's instructions, they explained, "Please go back. My master recently said no visitors." Old Fourth Gu didn't want to give up and asked, "May I ask if your master has found a student?" If they had, they would go to the next house. The person at the door waved impatiently and didn't answer. Instead, they slammed the door shut. They thought it was someone from a noble family, but it turned out they were mistaken. The young servant shook his head and returned to the courtyard. At that moment, the door opened, and an older woman came out. She wore plain white clothes that looked a bit fragile. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she looked at the young servant approaching with his head bowed. She asked who was outside. The young servant, hearing her voice, quickly regained his composure and replied, "Master, there is someone asking for directions." He knew what the master had been worried about these days and didn't dare mention visitors seeking to enroll. The woman nodded and was about to leave when she added, "If someone with the surname Gu comes asking for schooling, be sure to let them in. Send everyone else away." "Yes, master." The young servant responded and suddenly remembered he didn't ask who the visitors were. After some thought, he decided it didn't matter. The people waiting to see the master must be wealthy, especially if they were from the previous student's family. Those were truly grand. After the woman gave her instructions, she turned to leave. No one saw the once fragile woman's sharp eyes hidden behind her gentle appearance. Old Fourth Gu and his group hit a dead end at the Hu family. Gu decided to remove them from the list immediately. Such a young servant was so arrogant. What about the master? Luckily, they didn't go. Otherwise, it would have been hard to refuse. Thinking this, Gu marked off anyone on the list who had previously taught in the capital, leaving only one female teacher who had never left the city. The only remaining female teacher was named Wang. She was a local from the city and highly praised by her students. She was strict but fair. Old Mr. Gu thought this over and finally decided to visit the lady with the surname Wang. After telling second brother Lu the location, the carriage turned around and shakily headed toward the place Gu Old Fourth pointed out. The house of Mr. Wang was very close to the previous gentleman's house, just 1 or 2 alleys away. The carriage quickly arrived at Mr. Wang's door. As before, Gu Old Fourth got out first, went forward, and knocked on the tightly closed door. Soon, someone opened the door and peeked out from the side. Seeing a carriage parked outside, Gu Old Fourth understood immediately. He opened the main gate of the residence and warmly welcomed everyone inside. Old Madame Gu looked out through the carriage curtain at the servant's attitude and nodded slightly, her eyes showing unmistakable approval. 2 people inside the carriage also got out. Gu Old Fourth turned and walked to the carriage, took out several packages of pastries, and after tidying up their clothes, they slowly entered. Meanwhile, Lu Shi stayed behind. Led by a servant, the 3 of them arrived at the main hall. As soon as they sat down, a maid brought tea. The room was scented with sandalwood incense, rich and fragrant, making people feel alert. Not long after sitting down, they heard footsteps approaching from outside. Curious, Sweet Treasure tilted her head toward the door. Within a few breaths, someone entered. The visitor was dressed in gray, with hair high, hidden under a wooden hairpin. She wore dull silver jewelry on her earlobes, about 40 years old, with fine lines at the corners of her eyes and a stern look in her eyes. She was also observing the others carefully. After carefully examining Sweet Treasure, she smiled slightly and nodded. "She's quite promising." Old Madame Gu, seeing the visitor, instinctively felt that this was the person she had been waiting for. She immediately stood up with Sweet Treasure, nodded slightly to the visitor, and quickly said, "Sir, we apologize for the rudeness." Today, they woke earlier than usual to see more suitable candidates and finalized the matter quickly. Mr. Wang sat down and invited old Madame Gu and the others to sit as well. Once she was seated comfortably, Mr. Wang slowly spoke. "Madam, you came today to send your young daughter to a girls' school, right?" A girls' school is a special academy for girls. In previous years, she had taught a few students together, but as she grew older, managing several children at once became more difficult. Now, she really wanted to find someone to teach just one girl. Madame Gu modestly said, "It's not entirely so. My daughter is still young, and if she attends a girls' school, to be honest, I can't fully trust it. If the gentleman is willing, she can come home for tutoring. But there's one thing. Our home is not in the city." Mr. Wang felt a faint surge of excitement. She had planned to teach just one student, and now, heaven had sent her a student. "I see that Madam is sincere. I wonder how your daughter is in both studies and behavior?" she asked gently, suppressing her excitement. Madame Gu didn't speak immediately. Instead, she turned her head and glanced at her daughter. Sweet Bao immediately slipped off her chair, took a few steps toward Mr. Wang's seat, stopped, and bowed politely, greeting Mr. Wang, "Peace." Mr. Wang nodded calmly, her eyes serene. From the outside, there was no sign of joy or sadness. Next, Mr. Wang asked Sweet Bao several questions. she answered confidently, and only at this moment did a faint smile appear on Mr. Wang's face. Clearly, she was very pleased with Sweet Bao. "Madam, I have decided to accept Sweet Bao as my student, and I will teach only her." Madame Gu was overjoyed. She hadn't expected that after just a few questions, she would decide to make Sweet Bao her sole student. She happily told Mr. Wang that she would set out for Stone Village in a few days. If Mr. Wang was willing, he could go with them. Madame Gu hadn't forgotten her plan to bring Mr. Wang back to Stone Village. She didn't intend to leave him here. Mr. Wang thought for a moment after hearing this. She had stayed in the city for too long and hadn't gone out to see the world. Now that the opportunity had come, she quickly understood and agreed to go to Stone Village with them, while secretly planning to buy a house there. Madame Gu was very happy and finalized the arrangements. However, since Mr. Wang still had affairs in the city to handle, she didn't travel with them immediately. She left the address of Stone Village and took her leave with Sweet Bao. Until Madame Gu got into the carriage, she still couldn't believe how smoothly this trip to find a teacher had gone, except for the first obstacle. Sweet Bao looked at the bright sun outside and thought that, since this was her second time in the city, she hadn't had a proper look around. She waved her little hand and decided to go shopping first. The carriage turned and headed toward the busiest market street. Sweet Bao, Madame Gu, and Old Fourth Gu got off the carriage at the busy street corner. The three of them strolled around, stopping and walking, enjoying the lively market. Old Fourth Gu stayed close behind Sweet Bao, protecting her. The street was crowded with people, and various vendors shouted their wares, creating a lively scene. While passing by a jade shop, Tian Bao and a few others went inside. The shopkeeper saw customers and quickly came to greet them. But after entering, he realized that the three people were dressed plainly, probably just wearing some pearl accessories worth a little money, and it seemed they'd spent most of their savings on these clothes. The shopkeeper immediately lost interest. Places like this usually cater to wealthy or noble customers, and ordinary people rarely come because they can't afford it. Tian Bao and the others saw the shopkeeper's change in attitude, but didn't mind. Instead, they carefully looked at everything inside the shop. The shopkeeper followed behind them, watching Tian Bao look at the items seriously and even try to reach out to touch them. He frowned and said, "That Buddha statue is worth 1,000 taels, that ornament is worth 100 taels, and your small rui scepter is worth 1,000 taels." He had only observed Tian Bao looking at a few items, yet he was already listing their prices. Was he worried she might damage something? Or was he trying to make her realize how expensive they were? The other shopkeeper, who was nearby, suddenly regretted speaking. How could a little girl understand the value of hundreds or thousands of taels? Tian Bao stopped and stood still, glancing around. She felt that everything in the shop was very simple. At this moment, she also had a clearer goal. Gu Laosi looked at his younger sister standing still with her head bowed, clearly feeling wronged. Usually cold and distant, he suddenly became even colder. He shot a cold glance at the nosy shopkeeper, then smirked and said coldly, "Are you bullying a child just because you're powerful? Come on, tell me." He reached out and pinched his wrist. The shopkeeper looked at the man in front of him and thought he was an unapproachable dark spirit. He hesitated, afraid to provoke him. Realizing what was happening, Tian Bao simply looked at the snobbish shopkeeper with a calm expression. She turned around, grabbed her chubby little hand, and pulled Gu Si from the hand that was itching to hit someone. "Fourth brother, mother, let's go to the next shop." The Gu family turned and left to visit another store. The shopkeeper of the jade shop trembled as he watched them leave. After sending them out, he couldn't help but spit and curse silently. They visited a few more jade shops and silver stores, buying some small trinkets along the way, which Gu Laosi carried. Tian Bao counted on her fingers, having bought gifts for her nieces and nephews. Now only her older brother and sister-in-law's gifts remained. She bought some fine gold thread embroidery silk for fifth sister, some new recipes for sixth sister, and as for third sister. She bought gifts for her two nephews, though she didn't know if they were boys or girls, and also gave third sister a high-quality jade hairpin. After wandering a little longer, she picked out new clothes and accessories for her two sisters-in-law, and a set of good luck charms for her eldest brother and her second brother, whom she had never met. Holding the good luck charm in her hand, Grandma Gu looked it over carefully, then turned her head to glance at the fortune-teller's stall nearby. She felt suspicious that the charms bought there might be fake, so she quietly asked, "Girl, does this really work? If not, maybe we should go ask for one tomorrow morning." She always thought the fortune-teller was a bit mysterious. Last time she was out shopping for vegetables, she passed by his stall, and he insisted on reading her fortune, even claiming she was destined for great wealth. It made her feel uneasy. Sweet Treasure asked her mother to keep the good luck charm carefully, but when her mother told her to return it, she shook her head and refused. The charms were half price, with a buy-one-get-one-free offer. Grandma Gu couldn't argue further, so she went along with Sweet Treasure's wishes. After all, they were gifts for her sons, so it was fine. At the end of their shopping, Sweet Treasure also gave fourth brother and seventh brother a set of fine writing tools. When fourth brother took the gift, his palms sweat nervously. Beneath his usually cold exterior, he felt anxious and tense. The three of them returned home. Lu Shi and fourth brother were busy carrying things, and seventh brother, who had been silent all along, finally appeared. His face was a bit pale, not as rosy as usual. Seeing seventh brother like this, Sweet Treasure could only silently pray. Was it her imagination, or did seventh brother seem stronger and more spirited than before? He looked healthier and more energetic. Recently, old Master Gu had been chasing seventh brother around, scolding him. When he finally started to feel better, old Master Gu happily came to visit, insisting he practice martial arts. Since it had been several days since he saw his little sister, he asked about her and learned she had gone to see a matchmaker today. Why didn't he know? "Mother, today you went to find a matchmaker for my little sister. Why didn't you call me to come along?" Grandma Gu glanced at seventh brother and replied calmly, "Oh, your father said you've been having trouble adjusting to the climate these days, so I didn't call you. How are you feeling now? I think you shouldn't just study all the time. When you have free time, practice martial arts like your brothers." Her tone carried a faint hint of disdain. That day, old Master Gu scolded seventh young master. She knew about it and thought the punishment was quite harsh. But seeing seventh's condition, it seemed old Master Gu was just pretending outwardly and not truly strict. He thought for a moment and sighed. Seventh young master isn't as clever as fourth young master. If he doesn't improve his skills soon, he might suffer more in the future. With seventh's mind, he would only get into more trouble. Meanwhile, fourth young Master Gu placed all the bought items in the front hall, planning to let little Sweetie come later to distribute them herself. But before little Sweetie arrived, someone else came first. Old Master Gu, who had been hungry all day and circled the kitchen several times without seeing any food, was told by the secret guards that Madame Gu and the others had returned. Old Master Gu hurriedly went to the front hall. When he entered, he saw a pile of things on the ground: food, daily necessities, and calligraphy supplies. He wandered around 3 times but couldn't find anything suitable for himself. Just then, Madame Gu led little Sweetie inside, followed by seventh young Master Gu, who looked pale. Old Master Gu ignored seventh and went straight to Madame Gu. "Madam."
"These."
He started.
"These are not for you," she replied.
Old Master Gu was stunned. He had bought so many things, but none were for him? While he was lost in thought, little Sweetie ran to a pile of gifts, choosing items for seventh brother and her mother. She asked fourth young Master Gu to bring some paper and brushes, wrapping one gift herself. Fourth then wrote a name on each. Old Master Gu, nearby, didn't believe Madame Gu's words, especially after seeing seventh young master also had gifts. He thought he might get some too, so he sat quietly, watching the busy two. After about an hour, everything was organized. Old Master Gu's legs went numb waiting. Seeing that there was no gift for him, he hesitated before asking boldly, "Sweet girl, did you forget to give a gift to someone?" Sweetie stretched her chubby waist. Hearing her father, she stiffened and looked lively. She frowned seriously and said, "No. Everything's here. Even Grandpa Li Zheng has one." She thought carefully again to make sure nothing was missing. Old Master Gu pointed at something and was about to speak when Madame Gu, coming from behind, interrupted him.
Dinner is ready.
Father? Let's eat, he said, now not feeling hungry. The meal was tasteless for old Master Gu. Even the dishes Madame Gu prepared that he liked couldn't tempt his appetite. Especially hearing the lively discussion at the table about the gifts little sweetie bought for her sister, he felt no interest. Everyone else stopped in a full circle, but he didn't. Even the official in the palace did. But he didn't. Old Mr. Gu felt very upset. Eat if you want, I'm full. After saying that, he got up and went outside to get some fresh air because the room felt too stuffy. Old Mr. Gu staggered out of the front hall, not noticing the sly smiles of the people behind him. Only after he disappeared from sight did Grandma Gu turn to Old Seven and say, Old Seven, are you feeling better now? Old Seven grinned happily. He felt very comfortable. At the door, after learning what had happened, the little sister came up with this idea to help old Mr. Gu calm down a bit. It also made him feel better. Although he no longer cared that his father often used excuses to hit him, being protected by his little sister made his heart warm. Sweet Treasure looked up at Old Seven's silly smile and sighed. She was so easy to satisfy. Mother, I want to sleep with you tonight, Sweet Treasure thought for a moment. I need to comfort Dad too. That night, old Mr. Gu wandered around the estate 3 times. He finally relaxed a little. If his daughter didn't buy something, then so be it. He looked at the things she already bought. They weren't cheap. Could it be that his daughter ran out of money? Thinking about it, he realized he had never given his daughter a monthly allowance. The noble girls in Beijing received a few taels or dozens of taels each month, but his daughters. It seemed he had never set this precedent. The more old Mr. Gu thought about it, the more he felt it was his oversight. He couldn't blame his daughter for not giving him gifts. When he got back, he decided to give his daughter a monthly allowance. Thinking this way, he felt much happier and quickly returned to the main house. Inside, the candlelight flickered dimly on the paper windows. 2 figures, one big and one small, stood by the table. Unfortunately, old Mr. Gu, feeling happy, didn't notice them. It wasn't until he pushed open the door and entered the room that he saw someone else there. Daughter? Why are you here? His heart suddenly fluttered with joy, but he pretended to be calm. Sweet Treasure looked up at old Mr. Gu with bright almond-shaped eyes and a smile. Daddy dropped something while eating. Sweet Treasure brought it to you. The joy in old Mr. Gu's heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. He only opened his mouth, seeming surprised by this answer.
Then.
What did you drop?
Look. Daddy, see.
Old Mr. Gu looked over and saw a small, chubby, white hand holding a bright green jade ring. At that moment, old Mr. Gu felt a mix of emotions, mostly so excited he couldn't speak. He had already convinced himself that even if his daughter didn't buy him anything, it would be okay. After all, it was his daughter's gift. But now, seeing her sincere gesture, he realized that all his previous thoughts were just self-deception. He cared deeply. Ah! Old Master Gu carefully took the jade ring from his hand, holding it gently to avoid dropping it, and occasionally chuckled happily. Madame Gu had long guessed that old Master Gu would react this way, but since they had closed the door, he wouldn't let the children laugh at him. She shook her head with a smile and turned to fetch water for Sweet Bao so she could wash up and go to bed. After Sweet Bao finished her bath and was about to sleep, she noticed old Master Gu still sitting by the table, staring at the ring and giggling foolishly. Madame Gu, unable to bear it, threw an embroidered shoe at him to stop his silly laughter. She had a good night's sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Sweet Bao left with 4th brother, bringing 7th brother along. 7th Gu was strong and had recovered quickly from the many times old Master Gu had scolded him, showing he was used to it. The 3 of them headed to the artisan's residence. According to 4th brother, these artisans all had homes inside the city. He had already sent word to them the day after Sweet Bao arrived. Now, everything was almost packed, ready to set off at any moment. But Sweet Bao still felt uneasy and decided to ask around. If anyone didn't want to leave, She wouldn't force them. She also asked if things with their previous employer had been settled. If there were any difficulties, she would try to help. Not long after they left, they arrived at the artisan's home, which was an almost abandoned, dilapidated house. The roof had sparse tiles, and broken pieces of tiles fell from the eaves, likely sliding down. The wall nearby looked unstable, and from Sweet Bao's perspective, the house seemed to tilt slightly. She turned to fourth brother, unsure if he really lived in such a nearly collapsing house. But seeing him nod confidently, she guessed his thoughts. They didn't want to trouble others. Perhaps because of a past fear, like being bitten by a snake and afraid of a well rope for 10 years. Sweet Bao's thoughts grew more cautious. After a signal, Seventh Goose stepped forward and knocked on the door 3 times. Soon, she heard someone approaching and carefully opened the door, worried that a little force might cause the entire doorframe to fall apart. The person opening the door was someone familiar to Sweet Bao. It's the man she previously saved from a dangerous situation involving a betrayal and sacrifice. He looks much thinner than when they last met a few months ago. The man carefully opens the door, peeks outside, and sees 3 visitors, his benefactors. He immediately opens the door wider to welcome them inside. Benefactors, please come in quickly. Sorry to trouble you. Old Goosey nods slightly and leads Sweet Bao inside, with Old Gu Chi following behind. After entering the courtyard, the man looks around and then tightly closes the gate again. Sweet Bao turns around and notices the man's unusual behavior. Her brow furrows slightly, and her eyes show suspicion.
Could it be
that your former employer's situation hasn't been resolved yet? She asks cautiously, because only that could make the man so nervous. Hearing this, the man sighs helplessly and begins to explain what happened after that day. After they parted, he secretly searched for others who had suffered the same fate. This brought some others together and they shared their experiences. They had always been careful, but eventually they were betrayed by someone from their own group. At that time, he wasn't afraid of this. If the betrayer had come to attack, he was ready to go to the authorities, even if it meant risking his life. Later, the greedy manager surprisingly let them go, but they lost all their wages for those months. Despite this, some still wanted to leave. He thought the manager had changed, but he realized it was a lie. He only wanted to let them all starve to death. After leaving the jade shop, they took on odd jobs everywhere, but the greedy manager secretly sabotaged them. They wanted to report him to the government, but the officials didn't care about their problems. Now they could only find small jobs secretly and dared not act openly. Sweet Bao listened and frowned, clearly unhappy with the situation. But she couldn't say much. After all, when they were in danger, he didn't come to ask for help. He clearly had a proud nature. Your way isn't good enough. Luckily, we are returning to Phonglai County tomorrow. You can ask everyone if they want to go with us. If everyone agrees, meet us early tomorrow morning at the Yishuan Academy gate. Pack your belongings and leave the rest to me. The man heard this and a hint of happiness flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his dry hands and looked a bit unsure. Good sir, but we are quite a few people. Since leaving the greedy workshop, everyone had decided to follow the new boss. What the future holds can only be discovered later. It's okay, bring everyone along. By the way, what was the name of your previous jade shop? She asked, wanting to avoid trouble. It's called Jade Emerald Tower. Next to him, old Fourth Gu. Upon hearing this name, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, showing a hint of shock. Sweet Bao noticed that fourth brother was acting strange. She frowned slightly. Even now, he was speaking normally. What words had upset him so much? She thought carefully about the artisan's words and quickly focused on the phrase Jade Emerald Tower. If she remembered correctly, the only thing that could make fourth brother angry was the first jade shop they entered. She never expected their paths to cross again in such a narrow way. She shook her head and looked up at fourth brother with a hint of worry in her eyes. Fourth brother, it's okay. We will return tomorrow, and we won't meet again. Old Fourth Goose suddenly felt the coldness around him dissipate. His expression softened, and he nodded with a gentle smile. Seeing that fourth brother was no longer troubled, Sweet Bao turned to the artisan and said, We will wait for you at Ishwan Academy early tomorrow morning. We will hire a few carriages. You only need to bring some clothes. Everything else is prepared. Once they arrive, they can move in directly." The artisan was so excited, he almost knelt down. Quick as a flash, old Fourth Gu swiftly caught Sweet Bao in his arms, then stepped behind the artisan, leaving old Seventh standing there in surprise. Fortunately, he also quickly stepped back, avoiding the artisan's reach. After setting Sweet Bao down, old Fourth Gu helped her up. After giving some instructions, he led Sweet Bao and old Seventh away from the place. As the three figures disappeared into the distance, no one noticed a person hiding in the shadows, with a sinister look in his eyes, watching them leave. Until their figures were no longer visible, the person stepped out from the darkness. Dressed entirely in black, only a pair of poisonous-looking eyes showed, radiating a fierce and evil aura. After a moment, he vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, old Fourth Gu, after handing Sweet Bao to old Seventh, flew swiftly to the roof nearby. From there, he clearly saw the black-clad figure emerge from the shadows, and within moments, the person disappeared completely. Old Man Gu's eyes darkened slightly, filled with unreadable thoughts. After seeing the other person disappear, he suddenly flew down to the ground. Sweet Treasure's bright, almond-shaped eyes looked at Fourth Brother with sparkling curiosity. Although she had seen him many times, she still couldn't help but be amazed. She was jealous, but she knew she couldn't learn to be like him. Old Man Gu's seventh son hugged Sweet Treasure. When he saw Fourth Brother flying around, he wanted to ask him something, but was stopped by Old Man Gu's fourth son. "Let's go home first." He had originally planned to rent a few carriages, but now he couldn't take his little sister with him. The black-clad person who disappeared earlier was unknown, but based on their actions, it seemed they were targeting their family. The three hurried back home. Old Man Gu's seventh son wanted to ask more, but he saw Fourth Brother rush off like the wind to find Old Man Gu. "Little sister, what do you think Fourth Brother is doing? He's so hurried. Could he have his eye on some girl?" "Seventh Brother, be careful not to let Fourth Brother hear you. You might get scolded," Sweet Treasure said helplessly, shaking her head and kindly warning him. After all, Fourth Brother still inherited some of Old Man Gu's traits. He was vengeful. If you annoyed him, he would find ways to get back at you. He looked cold and distant, but in reality, he was quite scheming. Old Man Gu's seventh son firmly promised he wouldn't do anything. Fourth Brother was much better than their father. He still cared for him, but their father wouldn't. In the study, Old Man Gu, feeling bored, sat inside reading miscellaneous essays. He wore a jade ring given by his daughter, which was a vibrant green. He kept wiping the ring over and over, afraid of getting it dirty. After hearing the secret guard report, Old Man Gu's fourth son went directly to the study. He pushed open the tightly closed door and saw Old Man Gu carefully protecting his hand, looking alertly at the door. When he saw it was his fourth son, he relaxed slightly. "Fourth son is here." Old Man Gu's fourth son frowned as he looked at his father, who seemed a bit off. He didn't know how to start the conversation, especially after seeing his father wipe the jade ring 3 times in a short period. He felt his forehead throbbing with veins and a headache coming on. What was this bad habit? "Father, have strange things been happening in our family lately?" He loosened his robe and sat calmly beside Old Man Gu. Old Man Gu paused in wiping his jade ring, thinking of something that had happened in the household recently. Was that considered strange? Your younger brother, does he count as one of those strange things? He thought for a while, and the strangest thing was old Seven Gu. No matter how many times he was beaten, he didn't weaken at all. In fact, he grew braver with each fight. Old Four Gu's eyes twitched sharply. What did this have to do with Old Seven? His usually cold eyes suddenly showed some anger. "Father, this is a serious matter." They were followed when they arrived. Old Master Gu looked at Old Four seriously, mumbled a few words, then explained about someone climbing over the wall to find the maid a few days ago. He also shared his suspicions about the Dark Master. After hearing this, Old Four Gu's tightly knit brows eased slightly. Now that they knew the source of the problem, it would be easier to handle. But he also felt a sense of familiarity when hearing about the Tao family. "Father, the Tao family is the one that previously bullied my younger sister." Old Master Gu nodded. "Yes, and not long ago, the Tao family was raided. Over 100 people were sent to a cold and harsh place. They probably won't be seeking revenge now. They're barely keeping themselves safe." "Did anyone from their side escape?" Old Master Gu shook his head. None of the over 100 people sent away managed to escape. It was said that the young master of the Tao family secretly contacted someone to help him escape. When he tried to run, the soldiers escorting him saw and publicly whipped him dozens of times. Since then, the Tao family has been relatively quiet for a while. Old Forgu pondered silently, unable to come up with a clear idea. He felt that the black-clad man he saw today was connected to the Tao family. He immediately told Old Master Gu about the black-clad man he saw today. Old Master Gu listened, looking heavy-hearted. He advised Old For not to take Tianbao out this afternoon and to stay at home. Feeling increasingly unsafe, he got up and went to the back garden to find the Dark Master, instructing him to strengthen defenses over the next few days since they would be leaving tomorrow. The Dark Master agreed and began arranging for people to track the black-clad man's whereabouts. After finishing the main business, Old Master Gu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he lingered in front of the Dark Master. He kept playing with a jade ring under the other's watchful eyes. He exhaled on the jade ring. He then raised his hand and waved it in front of the Dark Master. The Dark Master remained calm, silently taking a deep breath. "Third Old Master, if you are not busy, please step outside." "I won't go out. I haven't shown you properly yet. This was bought by my daughter." The Dark Master's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at his lips, looking very arrogant. "Third Old Master, please know your limits." Old Master Gu seemed not to hear him. He still held up his hand to show the Dark Master. "Look at this color, this shape, so beautiful. It's something others can enjoy." The Dark Lord sneered softly. Old Master Gu left the backyard feeling satisfied. The Dark Lord, with a cold face, took out a letter from his. He carefully wrote down everything that happened today, ending with a note about Miss Xiao buying a gift. The letter was sent urgently to the capital by someone the Dark Lord dispatched. Meanwhile, Old Lady Gu and the others were busy packing their luggage. They were leaving the city tomorrow to return to Fonlai County. They had many things to bring. After packing for a while, they realized they had too many items. Their small cart from when they arrived wouldn't be enough. They immediately went to the front hall to find Fourth Master Gu. "Fourth Master, rent a carriage," they said. "Okay," he replied. Fourth Master Gu also wanted to rent a few carriages for the artisans, so he agreed to rent them all together. Sweet Bao, who was busy packing nearby, overheard her mother and Fourth Master Gu talking. She quickly took some silver notes from her small purse, ran happily toward Fourth Master Gu, and directly handed the silver notes into his hand. Before he could react, she turned and ran away. Fourth Master Gu looked down at the silver notes in his hand and couldn't help but smile quietly. He never thought that one day his sister would be the one supporting him. Smiling, he carefully kept the silver notes close, then stood up, stretched his clothes, and turned to walk out the door. The Gu family worked hard all afternoon, finished packing, and went to bed early because they had to get up early the next day. That night, the stars shone brightly in the dark sky. The cool night was filled with the sound of insects. A figure in black emerged from the darkness. He looked coldly at the mansion in front of him. After checking that no one was around, he took a deep breath and flew inside. At the same time, 2 hidden guards sat silently on the treetops, watching the black-clad man fly in. One guard, seeing the man go inside, looked a bit anxious. "Should we report this?" he asked. "Wait until you report? The vegetables are already cold," the other replied. Just then, they heard heavy, hurried footsteps in the yard, which soon quieted down again. All resolved. "Keep watch," they said. The next morning, the Gu family woke up early. After breakfast, they ordered the guards to load everything onto the carriages. But at this moment, Old Master Gu was nowhere to be seen. He had also gotten up early, but was called away by the Dark Lord. Back in the backyard, old Master Gu looked grimly at a man dressed in black. After removing the outer black clothing, the man appeared pale and somewhat sickly.
Who sent you?
The man in black turned his head aside and refused to answer. Old Master Gu asked a few more questions, but he received the same attitude each time. Frustrated, he decided not to waste more time. Secretly bring the person back to the capital and deliver him to my elder brother. If he couldn't get the answer, someone else would. The Dark Lord, having received the order, waved his hand and had the person taken away. After thinking for a moment and feeling uneasy, he turned to approach the man in black. Not only did he disarm him, but he also searched him thoroughly inside and out, especially his teeth, almost removing them all. Once he was sure everything was safe, he gathered a few skilled fighters and divided them into 3 groups. One group was responsible for escorting the man in black to the capital, working day and night without delay. The other 2 groups disguised themselves as escorts heading to the capital and moved carefully. However, before leaving, the Dark Lord changed his mind. He waved his hand and took the person to Phonlai County, where he would personally him to the capital. After the Gu family finished packing, some people came to inspect the house. Once confirmed there was no damage, old Master Gu handed over the keys and arranged the rest of the matters. Meanwhile, old Lady Gu held hands with Sweet Bao and headed outside, planning to wait in the carriage. But as soon as she stepped out, she quickly pulled her foot back. Sweet Bao looked at her mother with some confusion. "Mom, what's wrong?" She looked outside and saw that the carriage behind theirs was packed full, clearly the Gu family's belongings. Looking further back, she saw 4 or 5 more carriages following, rented for the artisans, though she wasn't sure if it was enough. All the rented carriages had drivers standing beside them, looking lively and ready. "Let's go, Mom," Sweet Bao said calmly. Old Lady Gu secretly admired her daughter's courage, but her eyes showed concern. "Sweetheart, are you up to something again?" "Mom, let's go quickly." "I'll tell you everything later," Sweet Bao said as she pulled her mother into the carriage. Now that old Lady Gu knew her biggest secret, she could also share other things and maybe give her some advice. After they got into the carriage, old 4th Gu came over and directly boarded the loaded cart. Old Master Gu and old 7th Gu left last, followed by the middleman, who then shut the door behind them. Sweet Bao lifted the small curtain and looked at the tightly closed gate, secretly thinking that in the future, she must buy a big house for her parents to live in. Madame Gu turned her head to look at Sweet Treasure. She saw her obedient daughter watching carefully, unaware of her mother's thoughts. Smiling, she shook her head, thinking she was reluctant to part with her. She silently decided to buy her daughter a big house. Old Master Gu got into the carriage and old 7th Gu was about to come along, but after seeing old Master Gu looking unhappy, he had to step back and, together with second brother Lu, drove the carriage. "Sweet Treasure." Old Master Gu nodded with a smile, showing he understood her feelings, as he was used to being strict. The carriage slowly set off. When they reached Yishuan Academy, the carriage stopped. Old Master Gu wanted to ask something but was pulled back by Madame Gu, who tugged his arm. Old Master Gu remained silent. Sweet Treasure peeked through a small curtain and looked outside. She saw her second brother leading a group of people onto the carriage in an orderly manner. Just as she was about to lower the curtain, her eyes caught sight of an elegant carriage still parked at the academy gate. Without thinking much, she lowered the curtain. Soon after, she heard her second brother speak coldly to second brother Lu, saying, "Let's go." The parked carriage slowly moved on. The luxurious carriage, she saw, was following behind, swaying gently. 2 handsome men sat inside. One, a slender man, lifted the curtain to glance at the endless line of carriages and exclaimed, "Jiang Tong, do you think Gu Yunqi came here to experience life?" Jiang Tong, lying comfortably in the carriage, felt the breeze and waved his hand, saying, "Rest quickly." He took advantage of the smooth road. The slender man's eyes were calm, and he quietly smiled, lowering his curtain to rest properly. In the early morning, the city was bustling with prosperity. When a grand team of carriages passed by, people couldn't help but be surprised. Recently, I've seen many noble families' carriages leaving the city, but none look as grand as this one. Yes. I wonder which family it belongs to. Look at the young man on the front carriage, so handsome. And the one behind is even more handsome. The carriage moved slowly, and the noise from the roadside reached inside. Sweet Treasure listened proudly. Even old Master Gu looked quite proud. But she didn't look at who was born from whom. Madame Gu playfully scolded old Master Gu, making him feel a flutter in his heart. This wife has become so young again. The return carriage was neither fast nor slow, but it did not stop along the way. By the time they reached Phonlai County, it was already dark, and everyone was tired. They decided to find an inn to stay overnight. Sweet Treasure was carried down from the carriage by old Master Gu. Before he could reach out to hold his granddaughter, the little ball of flesh ran away. Old Master Gu wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Grandma Gu. Seeing that his daughter went to her fourth brother, he felt relieved and turned to the inn. Sweet Treasure went to her fourth brother, and together they headed to the small shop she rented. The shop was small but had a large backyard, enough to hold the artisans and even serve as a workshop. As for missing tools, they could be drawn by the artisans and then made by a carpenter. After settling the artisans, the siblings returned to the inn. As night fell, the Gu family members all went to sleep. The next morning, Sweet Treasure woke up early. She wanted to visit her sixth and fifth sister's shops and also ask her fourth brother to help choose a good day for fifth sister's clothing shop to open. When Grandma Gu got up, Sweet Treasure shared her plan. Grandma Gu thought for a moment and then said, "Why don't you stay at your sister-in-law's house for a few days? I will come to pick you up later." Sweet Treasure shook her head and said, "Mother, I want to go home with you and see how things are. I'm also worried about my little vegetables." She remembered her neglected little vegetables and wondered how Uncle Darkguard was taking care of them. She knew she had to bring some vegetables when she went to Six Sisters' place. Thinking about all this, she realized there were many things to do. She also wondered if the crops had been harvested. Grandma Gu nodded, acknowledging there was indeed much to do at home. After breakfast, everyone started packing up to go home. Sweet Treasure waited at the inn door for the carriage. When she looked up, she saw a luxurious carriage that looked somewhat familiar parked outside. Her brow furrowed slightly. She remembered seeing this carriage once at the city gate. While she was still wondering who the carriage belonged to, two voices suddenly came from behind her. "Brother Yinchi, good morning. Brother Yulin, Brother Jiang. Did you sleep well last night?" "I slept comfortably. I didn't expect this place to be so pleasant." "Indeed, it's a wonderful place." Hearing the voices, Sweet Treasure turned around and saw that the two men were her fourth brother's classmates. She seemed to have forgotten about these two. At that moment, second brother Lu drove the carriage over and interrupted their conversation. Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu came out together. Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin quickly bowed to the elderly couple, hiding their surprise. Old Lady Gu smiled kindly and told them not to be polite. Old Master Gu also looked gentle and friendly for once. Only Old Fourth Gu glanced at Old Master Gu, seeming to guess his thoughts. After a brief greeting, they got into a carriage and headed toward Shirtu village. The carriage shook as they traveled, and after about 15 minutes, they arrived at the village. A group of old men and women sitting at the village entrance watched the carriage come in. They weren't surprised anymore. They knew it was from the Gu family. Everyone sighed happily because old Master Gu had become successful. But some people didn't think so. Mrs. Fong, a thin and bitter-looking woman, stared angrily at the disappearing carriage. When she heard the others talking, she couldn't help but speak up, saying, "What's the use of one person getting rich? Does that mean the whole village will get rich too?" Hearing her, the others looked at Mrs. Fong, who had appeared out of nowhere, and then they all left, not wanting to get involved with her.
But they still listened to what she said.
Some lively old men couldn't hold back and went to visit the village chief at night. They wanted to ask him how the Gu family became rich. Shirtu village wasn't very poor, but it wasn't rich either. Some families still couldn't afford enough food. The village chief was smoking dried tobacco, sitting quietly, lost in thought. Inside the small house, 4 or 5 people stood around. Their only goal was clear. Village chief, you've been smoking for a long time. Have you thought of a good plan? Yeah, village chief. The others agreed. The village chief took a deep puff and looked serious. He said, if I go to Old Goo's house and ask, maybe I can find out how they got rich. If we can do the same, our village can have a better life. I'm willing to risk my reputation for that. Everyone's eyes lit up with happiness, dreaming about a better future. After sending the visitors away, the village chief slowly went home. His wife, hearing this, quickly asked, is this really possible? Old Goo's man was known for being very bold and for not hesitating to hit anyone, regardless of who they were. He would strike without mercy. The village chief sighed. Old Goo's family makes others jealous. If I don't go talk to Old Goo, I worry that in the future someone with a bad temper might do something reckless. Very dangerous people are hard to guard against. In Sure-Tu village, everything seemed peaceful under his watch, but he knew the truth. The more peaceful it looked, the more dangerous it was. A few years ago, he didn't understand this. It wasn't until Old Goo's daughter went up the mountain that many rumors started. He believed that her safe return was a blessing for her, but others thought Old Goo's family was hiding secret techniques. Now Old Goo's family had become prosperous again. If he didn't try to mediate, something might happen, and then they would blame Old Goo's family again. His wife heard this and had nothing more to say. She just helped her husband rest early. Meanwhile, Tian Bao and the others returned home. Old Goo's 4th son first arranged accommodations for Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin, who had come with them. He wanted to put them in the village, but they said it was too troublesome. So he agreed to their wishes. Tian Bao didn't follow her 4th brother, but went to the backyard chicken coop. She had originally planned to go home and let Dabai out, but when she thought about her brother's classmates visiting, she changed her mind. 4th brother. She felt like she had forgotten something. Oh, right. She remembered. Earlier, in the city, her 4th brother had clearly said he had found a good match for her, but in the end, she had to find someone herself. Even her cold and aloof brother had learned to lie. The worst part was, she almost forgot about this. She decided, no more chicken drumsticks for her brother. She thought this, and went straight to the chicken coop, grabbing a little chicken. When Tian Bao appeared holding the little chicken in front of the Gu family, everyone was visibly surprised, looking at her with disbelief. They looked at her, then at the obedient little chicken, and felt something was off. Old Lady Gu knew Tian Bao kept chickens in the backyard, but didn't think much of it. She stepped forward and took the little chicken from her daughter's hand, then handed it to Old Gu. Go handle this. Old Gu was startled and quickly caught the little chicken. But for some reason, the chicken suddenly flapped its wings and tried to escape. Old Gu was startled and hurriedly held the chicken tightly, determined not to embarrass himself in front of his daughter. Old Master Gu went to handle the chickens, while Sweet Treasure picked up a small basket and wanted to walk toward the vegetable garden behind the house. Seeing her move, Grandma Gu quickly stepped forward, took the basket, and led her daughter to the back. Mother and daughter picked many vegetables in the garden behind the house. There was a guard responsible for watering, and the plants looked just like ordinary greens, but the texture. Sweet Treasure couldn't wait to try them. Since this garden wasn't regularly watered with spiritual spring water, if the taste was good, she might sell some later. She was already thinking about what would happen if she planted the greens grown in the space outside, without using spiritual spring water for irrigation. She was eager to try. Meanwhile, Old Master Gu took the prepared chickens to the kitchen. Sweet Treasure was also helping to pick vegetables. Seeing her daughter helping, Old Master Gu immediately rolled up his sleeves to lend a hand. But Grandma Gu shot him a glare, and he scratched his head and left. Sweet Treasure, used to this, washed the vegetables she had picked several times before handing them to her mother. She glanced at the chicken on the chopping board and thought about the ginseng in her space. She decided to pick a young one to help her 4th brother and others strengthen their bodies. Mother, I want to pick a ginseng for making soup, she said. Okay. Here, Mother. Here's a ginseng for you. Grandma Gu was about to reply when she saw her daughter pulling out and washing the ginseng. She took a deep breath, trying to remind herself to get used to it. Turning around, Grandma Gu found a stew pot, washed the chicken again, and boiled a pot of hot water. She blanched the chicken in boiling water to remove blood, then put it into the stew pot. She added the ginseng, slices, and red dates, along with several bowls of clear water and a bowl of spiritual spring water. After adding cold water, she started a slow fire to stew. While the chicken was simmering on the stove, Grandma Gu continued to busy herself. Sweet Treasure occasionally helped her. At noon, Grandma Gu brought the dishes to the table. Sweet Treasure followed, carrying bowls and chopsticks. After placing them down, she turned to the kitchen to bring out a plate of pre-cut fruit. As the fruit was served, the two people who arrived froze in place. Gu Old Seventh and Gu Old Fourth looked used to this, greeting Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin to sit down. Once everyone was seated, they started eating. At the dinner table, Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin were initially trying to behave properly, but after tasting the ginseng chicken soup made by Grandma, they couldn't help but feel so excited they almost bit their tongues. They ate their meal very happily. After dinner, Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin sat aside, awkwardly touching their slightly swollen stomachs, feeling very full. Meanwhile, Grandma's fourth son was helping the family clear the table. His appearance surprised Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin. They thought someone as cold and distant as Gu Yunqi would be more of a gentleman who stayed away from the kitchen. After lunch, Tianbao took her small basket of vegetables to pick more behind the house. She didn't expect that the vegetables grown there tasted just as good as those she grew herself, probably because of the spiritual spring water in the well. Without much thought, Tianbao continued to pick greens until her basket was full. Then she got up and went home. After several trips, she filled 3 baskets. After lunch, Gu Laoqi went back to his room, tidied up his things, and planned to study at the academy the next day. Just as he stepped out, he saw his younger sister lowering her head, pretending to do something. Gu Laoqi was a bit puzzled but couldn't help but walk over, squat down, and look at the familiar greens in front of him. "Little sister, what are you doing? Hadn't they just finished eating?" Hearing the voice, Tianbao knew her 7th brother was coming. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, her fair face slightly flushed. She looked down at her vegetables, smiled, and a mischievous glint flashed in her bright eyes. "These are for the boys to read their books." You know, she hadn't seen her nephews and nieces for a long time and planned to pick more vegetables. Some she would give to her 6th sister, and the rest she would send to her 2 sisters-in-law. She wondered how her eldest brother was doing now. Sighing, she felt there were too many worries to handle. Gu Laoqi blinked, his handsome face full of confusion, but he didn't ask much. After all, he was the older brother. How could he question his sister? Instead, he volunteered to help her. Seeing her serious 7th brother, Tianbao nodded helplessly. She didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Encouraged, Gu Laoqi rolled up his sleeves excitedly and started working under Tianbao's guidance. Tianbao watched her 7th brother act confidently and nodded in approval, even thinking her brother was quite reliable. But when she took him to the chicken coop to catch chickens, all her praise for him disappeared. Half an hour later, Sweet Treasure looked at the 7th brother in front of her, with 3 chicken feathers on his head, dust on his face, and wrinkled clothes. She was empty-handed. When she turned to look behind him, she saw a bunch of little chickens huddled together, trembling. As she looked at them, she felt a little sorry for the chickens. She sighed and told the 7th brother to go out first. She decided to come back early tomorrow to catch the chickens. After Old Man Gu came out, an unexpected Old Master Gu appeared from nowhere. Seeing the 7th brother's miserable state, he didn't comfort him but instead walked over with a mocking look. After taking a few steps, he turned back. With a look of disgust, he looked at Old Man Gu and quickly took Sweet Treasure away from in front of the 7th brother. Seeing how the 7th brother looked, Old Man Gu couldn't help but shake his head. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated. "7th, it's not that Dad said you should get married in a few years. Look at how messy you are now. How can you find a wife like this?" He then turned and left, muttering as he walked, "Strange, there's no one in our family who's so untidy." Who did old Seven follow? It's definitely not me. Maybe he followed his grandfather. Old Man Gu looked helplessly at the distant figure of Old Master Gu, then glanced over himself and had no choice but to go to the well to fetch a few buckets of water and carry them back to his house. After all, Old Man Gu didn't allow him to wipe outside, saying it might hurt his little sister's eyes. Sigh. Maybe he really was adopted. The entire afternoon, the Gu family was unusually quiet. The villagers gathered outside the house looked at them with envy but could only sigh and leave helplessly. The next day, Old Man Gu woke up early. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the village chief standing outside, hesitating. The village chief smiled awkwardly, glad he didn't knock on the door. Old Man Gu looked indifferent. He didn't like the village chief much, probably because the village chief's grandson had bullied his obedient daughter. He thought that not hitting people was already a lot of restraint. The village chief didn't know that the man in front of him was holding back the urge to hit him. He rubbed his hands and briefly mentioned the matter of someone seeking him yesterday. Unexpectedly, Old Man Gu frowned and looked confused. I've become rich, but I don't know about it. He didn't see any change at home. The village chief smiled, thinking the other was just avoiding the question, so he continued to talk about the benefits. Unnoticed, a chubby little figure quietly crept closer and listened to their conversation. The village chief talked for a long time, but old Mr. Gu still looked confused. This made the village chief feel annoyed for no reason. He thought the other person didn't want to help the villagers become rich. Old Gu, today I'm really begging you. Old Mr. Gu frowned and was about to speak to dismiss him, but someone tugged on his sleeve. He looked down and saw that his young daughter had come. He didn't know how much she had heard, but from her expression, it was clear she had something to say. Village chief, you go inside and wait for a moment. I'll go discuss something, she said, then carried Sweet Baby into the inner room. The village chief smiled and nodded, then went into the yard and sat on a bench. Inside, Grandma Gu had just stood up and was washing her face. Old Mr. Gu came in holding Sweet Baby. She quickly grabbed a clean silk cloth and wiped the water from her face. She looked at old Mr. Gu, who was unhappy and gently frowned. What's wrong? Did someone upset you early in the morning? Mother, the village chief asked Dad to teach everyone how to get rich and make money, her daughter explained. She didn't understand the details of how to get rich, but she understood the reason behind it. It all came down to money being very tempting. Grandma Gu looked at her well-behaved daughter and saw the sparkle in her eyes. She knew her daughter had ideas. Her eyes flashed brightly. Do you have a plan, daughter? Sweet Baby admitted honestly that she wasn't very generous and had a narrow mind. She had been trying to help her family live a better life, but now she felt it wasn't enough. Now she was asked to help the whole village become rich? She felt powerless but understood that sometimes people had no other way out. She didn't have the ability to make the whole village rich. Since ancient times, those who are capable work harder, and those who work more earn more. She could give the village a way to make money, but how they actually earned it depended on how diligent they were. If they were lazy, they wouldn't make money no matter what. Mother, what do you think of the vegetables we grow? They taste excellent. Even just boiled in water, they're better than ordinary greens. Then what do you think about everyone growing vegetables? Sweet Baby kept her plan simple. Without the long-term irrigation of spiritual spring water, the vegetables' taste was fundamentally different from regular greens, though they lacked the health benefits of medicinal vegetables. But this alone could beat all ordinary greens. Grandma Gu nodded slightly. Daughter, the vegetables are yours. Your decision stands. Old Mr. Gu, who was nearby, also understood and nodded along. He didn't want his daughter to be so busy every day. It seemed he hadn't played with her properly for a long time. Sweet Bao smiled happily and reminded old Master Gu a few more times. Then she turned to busy herself with seed planting. She planned to sell seeds to all the villagers. As for the vegetables grown, whether good or bad, it was up to each person's skill. If the vegetables turned out fresh and lively, she would take the initiative to buy them. After all, she wanted to give her sisters-in-law a chance to pass the time. The maids and young servants from the city also couldn't stay idle. Old Master Gu received the order, stood up, and went to talk with the village chief sitting in the yard. After a short chat, the village chief left feeling satisfied. Grandma Gu watched him go, then turned to her young daughter. Daughter, if they keep the seeds for themselves, won't you lose the sales? She didn't want to crush her daughter's confidence, but wanted her to understand the risks involved. Hearing this, Sweet Bao remained calm and composed, surprisingly mature for her young age. Don't worry. The seeds from the space can only be planted twice by others. After that, the taste changes. Only if they keep buying from me continuously. Also, we can't let Sister Six's restaurant be too eye-catching. Big trees attract the wind. Grandma Goose smiled happily, gently touching her daughter's soft black hair. She felt that the current scene was surprisingly warm and loving. Old Master Goose saw the village chief off and then, with a proud smile, walked into the yard. He felt very spirited now. When he saw the village chief leave earlier, the other had apologized for something that happened a few months ago. He was not petty and forgave him immediately. Grandma Gu glanced and knew what it was about. Only her little daughter's matter could make him so happy. Sweet Bao found an excuse to go back to her room. Grandma Gu covered for her, and Sweet Bao went into her space to busy herself. When she dragged out half a bag of vegetable seeds, she felt exhausted and out of breath. The seeds were temporarily stored in her room. She also told Grandma Gu she wanted a small cloth bag. Grandma Gu readily agreed. Sweet Bao then took out some vegetables harvested from her space. She wasn't sure if Sister Six still had her health vegetables, but she thought it was time to add some. Meanwhile, the village chief called over the people who came yesterday and shared what the Gu family had said. If you're willing, I will count the villagers' men and women tomorrow. Take some time to think carefully. This is a rare opportunity. After the village chief finished speaking, everyone nodded and said they would discuss it at home. But after leaving the village chief's house, someone couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of vegetables can make you rich? Is he fooling us? Don't say that." A few days ago, I went for a walk in the back mountain and saw that the old Gu family's house had a large patch of vegetables, and there was someone watering them. If they weren't trying to make a living, would they hire someone to water the plants?
Stop talking about this.
Growing vegetables is voluntary. After the busy farming season, if growing some vegetables can help support the family, isn't that extra income? It can also help with household expenses. If you don't believe it, you can choose not to grow them. Anyway, my family has many members, and there's always something to do. When the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. With so many people at home, it's hard to make ends meet. If growing vegetables can help, it would lighten the burden, right? Only one person sneered. He didn't believe it. Tianbao prepared the vegetable seeds early and asked Grandma Gu to sew many small cloth bags. She carefully sorted the seeds into each bag, waiting for the village chief to come and buy them. After finishing all this, it was getting dark, so she didn't want to go to the county town. Meanwhile, old Gu Si was teaching Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin how to study, and they didn't show up all day. Tianbao was worried they were studying too much, so she made some simple desserts and asked Grandma Gu to bring them in. As night fell, Tianbao finished feeding the chicks and, taking advantage of everyone reading, let the big white goose out. The goose ran off like a gust of wind to play on the back mountain. Tianbao wasn't worried because the mountain was its territory. They had a simple dinner and went to bed early. The next day, Tianbao woke up early and went to the chicken coop in the backyard. She caught 2 chickens, tied them with rope, and threw them under the eaves, waiting to take them to the county town later to give to Sister Lu. Unexpectedly, just after throwing out the chickens, she heard the doorbell. Knock, knock, knock. Old Gu's family, people are here. Hearing it was the village chief's voice, Tianbao quickly looked for Old Gu. Old Gu was rubbing his eyes and yawning. When he saw his obedient daughter running over, he hadn't even crouched down to hug her when she softly said, "Daddy, the village chief is here. I'll go see." Old Gu chuckled as he rubbed his daughter's head. He stood up reluctantly, heading toward the door, with a dark look in his eyes. He almost hugged his daughter. Old Gu walked to the door with a serious face, opened the heavy door, and his expression changed instantly. His handsome face, usually with a gentle smile, looked surprised when he saw the people standing outside. There were dozens of people standing in front of the house. Upon closer look, they were the family members of the old men who often relax under the trees. Leading them was the village chief's elderly family member. "Is this?" Old Mr. Gu politely asked, though he had already forgotten what the village chief had come to discuss yesterday. The village chief patiently explained, but he didn't dare admit he hadn't convinced everyone. He also wanted to show some results to everyone. If there was real profit, wouldn't more people want to farm? Thinking this, the village chief suddenly felt very confident. Old Mr. Gu looked at the 10 or so people in front of him, nodded, and told everyone to come inside. He arranged for them to sit in the yard, and then quickly went back home to ask his daughter what to do. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw Grandma Gu holding paper and a brush in one hand and an inkstone in the other, just coming out of the study. She looked up and saw old Mr. Gu, immediately calling out, "Old man, you're just in time. Here, take these things and come with me." Grandma Gu walked over, handed the items to old Mr. Gu, and before he could react, she gently said, "Wait at the front. I'll be there soon." Then she turned and headed to her young daughter's room. Sweet Treasure thought many people would be farming, but only about 10 came. She had prepared more seeds than needed, so she stored the extra seeds away. Most of her seeds were for cabbage, but she noticed that few people here grew cabbage. Planting it in autumn could provide food through winter. Grandma Gu took the seeds in 2 bags and carried them outside. Meanwhile, the villagers were still talking to old Mr. Gu. On the other side, they saw Grandma Gu walking over with the 2 bags. Everyone looked a little reserved as they watched her carry the bags. Grandma Gu placed the bags on the ground and began explaining to the others, sharing everything Sweet Treasure had told her. The villagers listened eagerly, especially when they heard about Bai Song. Their eyes lit up, and they all thought the Gu family was really kind. Although Stone Village wasn't very poor, some people still had to cut back on food during winter, saving a little each time. But now they didn't have to worry so much. Bai Song was not afraid of the cold and could be stored for a long time. They could plant more, sell some, and keep some for themselves. After Grandma Gu saw that everyone looked understanding, she continued slowly. "These seeds are our own breeding. They taste different from usual seeds. The seeds cost money, but since we are all neighbors, each bag is 10 coins, only today." Everyone nodded upon hearing this, thinking, who doesn't have to pay for seeds?
And it's so cheap.
They all reached into their pockets to buy seeds, but Grandma Gu raised her hand to stop them. The others looked at her sideways. Grandma Gu cleared her throat and continued, "Let me tell you, if you want to save seeds for next time, you can only do it once. The quality will get worse if you keep saving. But don't worry, we will sell seeds regularly in the future, just not at this price." After finishing with a smile, Grandma Gu saw she had achieved her goal and turned to leave. The 10 or so people behind her were stunned after hearing her words. When they finally reacted, they thought she was just scaring them, so they didn't take it seriously. Everyone was a farmer, and since it was a quiet time, they paid the money, took the seeds home, and started planting with enthusiasm. Old Master Gu carefully recorded the seeds he sold, then blew-dried the ink on the rice paper before carefully storing it away. The money from selling seeds was also put into a small cloth bag by old Master Gu. He got up and went to find Sweet Treasure. When he handed the money bag to his daughter, he suddenly noticed her smiling greedily, and he was shocked. With a mind full of thoughts, old Master Gu left the kitchen. Sweet Treasure didn't see her father's serious expression. Instead, she happily placed the coins in a corner of the room. There, she found a gift her uncle had given her last time. She picked up the gift and looked at it carefully. It was a dark blue cloth bag with delicate embroidery of flowers and plants. She squeezed it and felt it was thick inside. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind, but her eyebrows furrowed involuntarily. Could her uncle be so wealthy? At this moment, she didn't dare open the bag to look inside, so she casually put it back. Meanwhile, old Master Gu looked worried as he went to find Grandma Gu. Seeing his worried face, Grandma Gu didn't ask right away, because she was busy too. Old Master Gu finally pressed against the wall and whispered, "Wife, Do you think we've been too strict with our little girl? Grandma Gu frowned and looked coldly at old Master Gu, who was acting up every day. She wanted to scold him, but since there were guests at home, she looked away to avoid trouble. Old Master Gu didn't know what Grandma Gu was thinking.
He was just pondering the same problem.
After a moment, he turned and went to the study. Inside the study, fourth brother Gu and others were helping seventh brother Gu review his lessons. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. When he looked up, he saw old Master Gu walking in, looking embarrassed. However, old Master Gu didn't leave again. Fourth brother Gu looked at him calmly, noticing his face was flushed, probably because he had something to hide. He thought for a moment and called Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin to go out with him. Before leaving, fourth brother Gu glanced at the bookshelf, then looked away from old Master Gu's nervous face, acting as if nothing was wrong, and left the study. After they left, old Master Gu sighed in relief. He quickly went forward and locked the door tightly. Still worried, he locked it with a latch, feeling a bit more at ease. Once the door was locked, he started to move things around, either clearing the bookshelf or shifting the desk. Finally, after an hour, old Master Gu came out of the study, looking bulky, with a messy room behind him. Grandma Gu, passing by, caught a glimpse of the mess in the study and looked at old Master Gu, who seemed uneasy. Before she could ask, he had already run off. Frustrated, Grandma Gu turned around and went to tidy up the study. Old Master Gu felt guilty and afraid Grandma Gu would find out about his hidden money. When he saw her, he quickly hid the money and ran out. He kept going until he reached the well, where he saw Sweet Bao washing fruit. Old Master Gu walked over with a serious face. Sweet Bao was washing fruit with her head down and didn't notice him until a shadow fell over her. She looked up and saw her father approaching.
Dad,
she said happily. Old Master Gu's stern face softened instantly, like a gentle spring breeze.
Oh.
Good girl. What are you doing here? The well is dangerous. Don't go near it in the future, he warned. Sweet Bao looked at him curiously. She had played here many times before, and today was no different. She wondered if her father was unwell. The fruit was not washed, and the chubby little hand wiped on the clothes. The cool little hand reached out and touched Grandpa Gu's forehead, feeling warm but not feverish. Sweet Bao didn't understand her father's strange behavior. After nothing happened, she stopped paying attention. Grandpa Gu didn't understand Sweet Bao's actions, but he saw her turn around and cling to him completely. Immediately, he took out all his secret savings and was pleased to see his obedient daughter's eyes light up. Dad, why do you have so much money? Sweet Bao wiped her hands and took the various money pouches her father handed her. Some were wrapped in cloth, and when she squeezed them, they felt a bit like paper, but some were heavy in her hand. She looked at the pouches, some dusty, probably her Grandpa Gu's secret savings. She didn't understand why her father was giving her money, for no reason.
Dad,
I can't accept these. Grandpa Gu looked at the rejected money pouches with confusion. Weren't he and his daughter just happy a moment ago? Sweet daughter, these are savings I've collected over the years. They're for you.
keep them.
Dad, does Mom know about your hiding money? Sweet Bao tilted her head and kindly reminded him. Your mother doesn't know. Don't worry. She didn't know before, but now she does, came a cold voice that interrupted their conversation. Both heads turned to look at Grandma, Gu standing nearby. She rolled up her sleeves, and her furrowed brow showed her displeasure. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Grandpa Gu quickly shoved the money pouch into his daughter's hands and ran outside. Grandma Gu chased after him twice, but when she saw he had run out of sight, she turned and went to the well. Sweet Bao didn't expect her parents, both older, to be so lively. But it all happened so suddenly that she froze in place, unable to react. When Grandma Gu returned, Sweet Bao brought the money pouch to her mother. Mommy, here. Grandma Gu patted Sweet Bao's head. She didn't plan to take the money, but when she looked down at her daughter holding it, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Sweetheart, I don't want it.
Just keep it.
She knew Grandpa Gu sometimes behaved strangely, but she didn't expect him to hide secret savings from her.
But
the amount was clearly large. Grandma Gu was sure there was more hidden in the house, but she wasn't in a hurry. She decided to wait until she was better fed before making her move. Grandma Gu was in a good mood, and Sweet Treasure let out a sigh of relief. She took Grandma Gu's hand and led her to her own room. The two of them entered the space together.
Mom.
Count the money. Sweet Treasure's greatest happiness was counting money. She had never realized she loved wealth so much. At this moment, Grandma Gu was very happy. She reached out and took the money bag from her daughter's arms. The two of them lowered their heads and began to work busy with the money. In Beijing, at the Gu family estate, Grandpa Gu looked serious as he stared at the pile of envelopes in front of him, each one making him very angry. Next to him stood the head of the Gu family, seemingly unaware of the tension in the air, poking at a knife with a calm expression. Father, the third son has gone too far. Look at this adorable young girl, our little niece. She should be spoiled, but now, alas. The head of the Gu family sighed. Grandpa Gu's face darkened further. He wanted to raise his hand to hit the table, but seeing the murky look in his eyes, he looked around the room, then lowered his hand and turned to his wife sitting beside him, asking, Madam, what do you think? Madame Gu brushed her white hair back and gave a faint glance at Grandpa Gu and the family head, with a look of authority on her face. She said in a deep voice, Why are you two in such a hurry? The results of the September Imperial exam will be announced soon. The small place in Fenglai County is no longer enough for Yunqi Academy. Eldest brother, keep an eye on things these days. I heard that Teacher Da is coming back. If we can invite Teacher Da to be a teacher at Yunqi, next year's spring exams will be much easier for us. The family head lowered his head. After hearing his mother's words, he looked up at Madame Gu and asked, Mother, Teacher Da is highly respected. Many officials and nobles are eager for him to return. Can we get him? He spoke cautiously, even more so because some people in the palace had also taken notice. Madame Gu smiled confidently and said, No problem. Teacher Da will only come to our Gu family. But when inviting someone, do not make it public. We must avoid unnecessary trouble for the third family. Understood. I will follow your orders. After Grandma Gu and Sweet Treasure finished counting Grandpa Gu's private money, they both couldn't help but gasp. Grandma Gu squinted her eyes and asked Sweet Treasure to gather all the private money, but she hesitated. Mother, Sweet Treasure doesn't want this money. You keep it. Sweet Treasure pushed the money back into her mother's arms. The amount was too large. If it were only a few hundred taels, she would happily accept it. But it wasn't just a few hundred taels, it was tens of thousands. Sweet Bao suddenly fell into deep thought, her eyes clouded with a misty look. Mother, father is so rich. Why is our family still so poor? Grandma Gu planned to give Sweet Bao some money. When she heard the question, she paused, looking confused and troubled. How could she tell her daughter that the family wasn't actually poor? She didn't really know why her daughter always thought the family was poor. Grandma Gu looked down at the silver notes in her hand and decided to blame everything on Grandpa Gu. She shook the silver notes and said, Maybe your father has some plans. I don't know either. Hearing Grandma Gu's words, Sweet Bao only nodded, feeling confused inside. In the end, Grandma Gu gave the silver notes to Sweet Bao. She tried to refuse but accepted them, feeling no guilt. After leaving the space, Sweet Bao tidied up some things. She asked Brother Lu to prepare the carriage and moved the necessary items onto it in advance. After lunch, Sweet Bao suggested going to the county town. Grandma Gu agreed to go along. Grandpa Gu raised his hand to join, but after a glance from Grandma Gu, he didn't dare say anything. Fourth brother and seventh brother were used to the way Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu interacted, but the new arrivals, Jiang Tong and Zhao Yulin, looked at everything with curiosity. Their parents had never behaved like this before, and they felt a little envious. Grandpa Gu, is Ning polite? Fourth brother, are you going together? Sweet Bao suddenly remembered that fourth brother didn't know where Lu's sister's restaurant was. If he wanted to go, she could take him to find the place, making it easier to find later. Fourth brother thought about their plan to go to the back mountain in the afternoon, as he had told Jiang Tong earlier. He shook his head and told Sweet Bao to stay safe. He also reminded Grandma Gu a few times. Sweet Bao nodded, promising to remember everything. Seventh brother helped Sweet Bao onto the carriage, then assisted Grandma Gu inside. Once everyone was on, Lu Shi, sitting outside, slowly drove the carriage. About 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of Gu's restaurant. Grandma Gu and Sweet Bao got off first, then the carriage headed to the backyard of the restaurant. Gu's restaurant was bustling with customers, and the staff were busy everywhere. Sweet Bao looked happily at the lively scene. Grandma Gu was a little surprised. She had only been away for a short time, but everything had changed so quickly. Changes happen so quickly, all because of the sweet treasure introducing healthful dishes. They only serve one type of nourishing dish each day, and there are only 10 in total. Since the first person tried them and said they were good, no one has been able to order them anymore. The shop assistant saw two people standing at the door, quickly turned around and called the owner in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Guyan was cooking. When she heard the report from the shop assistant, she hurriedly handed her busy work to the nearby chef and started untying her apron. Mother, little sister, sixth sister. Guyan happily called out to them, quickly welcoming them into the private room. But Grandma Gu, seeing how busy the restaurant was, said she didn't want to go inside. She casually took the apron from Guyan's hand, tied it around her waist, and turned to go back to the kitchen. Guyan had many questions for her little sister. After watching her mother go into the kitchen, she took her little sister into a nearby private room. Sixth sister, you look more beautiful again. Guyan chuckled softly, squatted down, and looked directly at the sweet treasure. Her smile slightly faded and became more serious. Be honest with sixth sister. Have you been to the city recently? If she hadn't sent someone back home, she wouldn't have known her parents and little sister had disappeared. The sweet treasure giggled, saw that her sixth sister was angry, and quickly squeezed her chubby body into her sister's arms. She patted her sister's back with her small hands to comfort her. Sixth sister, look, we're back safe and sound. Guyan opened her mouth, but since her little sister was safe and sound, she believed it. After all, her father and mother had gone with her to the city, so nothing serious should have happened. Guyan examined the sweet treasure carefully several times before truly believing she was safe. They exchanged a few more words, but because the restaurant was busy, Guyan went to help out. The sweet treasure then turned around and headed to the backyard. In the backyard, she saw Lu Shi just finishing unloading things. Some items were still on the cart, which she had told him to prepare early in the morning. After Lu Shi finished, she asked him to drive the cart to the door and wait. Then she turned around to find Grandma Gu, as she still needed to visit her eldest sister-in-law. Inside the restaurant, the sweet treasure wandered around the front hall twice, but didn't see Grandma Gu's figure. It was only with the help of the shop assistant that she finally found Grandma Gu cooking. She didn't disturb her directly, but waited quietly nearby. Suddenly, she remembered the bun shop at the entrance and turned her head to grab a passing shop assistant. Where did the young man at the door go? The shop assistant immediately recognized who was being spoken about. That young man. I know him. This morning, he was selling buns at our restaurant's entrance, and at noon, he went to sell buns near the bun shop on the next street. Sweet Bao's expression stiffened upon hearing this, as if surprised that the young man was so bold to go directly to the neighboring shop. She couldn't help but admire him inwardly. But time was tight now, and she had no time to chat. She could only ask the shop assistant to pass on her message that she had been here. After Grandma Gu came out, Sweet Bao followed behind, greeted sixth sister busy at work, then turned to leave the restaurant. She also decided to bring the maid and servant from the estate to see if there were any suitable jobs. Grandma Gu took Sweet Bao out of the restaurant, and mother and daughter got into a carriage. Once seated comfortably, Lu Shi drove the carriage forward. Lu Shi knew the place. It was the former location of Qin's pawn shop, but the sign had long been taken down. After crossing a few streets, they arrived at the old site of Qin's pawn shop. The once glorious shop was now just a gray, faded building. Grandma Gu lifted the curtain of the carriage and sighed. Sweet Bao quietly looked at her mother, understanding that she was lamenting the unfairness of fate.